Chapter 1441. Xiao Yan's group stood solemnly on the martial arena that was like a wasteland. The three enormous statues scattered and revealed their true faces. At the same time, a strange illusionary image of wind and lightning interweaving once again agglomerated in front of Xiao Lei and Xiao Zhuobin. This Do technique is formed from the merger of the fury of wind and lightning. Although I don't dare to say that its strength is comparable to a great Dao technique, it is not inferior to a middle-level E-class Do technique. Brother Xiao Yan, be careful. Xiao Lei and Xiao Zhuobin reminded loudly in a tacit manner. Xiao Yan involuntarily raised his eyebrows when he heard this. First, there was a self-created secret technique. Then there was a merged Do technique. The talent of the two people in front of him was so high that it was frightening. Who? A long while later, Xiao Yan finally inhaled a deep breath of air. He immediately exhaled, and the seal formed by his hands changed. Immediately, fierce heavenly flames surged out from his body in all directions. After which, they swiftly separated and agglomerated into 4 clusters of heavenly flames. The 4 clusters of heavenly flames floated in the sky. The frighteningly high temperature caused the air in this place to instantly become dry. It was fortunate that the cultivation of everyone present was not low. Hence, they were able to withstand it. Even though this was the case, shock still surged within the eyes of quite a number of people. Heavenly flames was currently the most difficult energy to control in this world. It was unexpected that not only did it appear in Xiao Yan's hands, but he had even grasped a total of 4 of them. This number could really be described with the word frightening. At this moment, on the elders' seats, a rich expression of disbelief climbed onto everyone's faces the instant Xiao Yan separated the 4 clusters of flames. Even the hearts of Xiao Dingtian and Xiao Gan were currently filled with endless shock. That is the fallen heart flame? Could it be the actual body of the first elder of the Cloud Immortal sect, Huozhu? How could such a person be swallowed and refined by him? At a certain spot in the viewing gallery, Xiao Mingyuan, who was standing beside Xiao Xian's group, saw the scene in the arena. His eyes immediately focused, and his expression involuntarily became somewhat stunned. However, compared to the scene in front of them, the following scene caused everyone present to feel even more terrified. Following the appearance of the heavenly flames, Xiao Yan did not make any unnecessary movements. His hands clapped in a practiced manner, and directly mixed them together. The fierce flames swiftly merged. This sudden scene also caused the gazes of everyone present to solidify for an instant. Soon after, everyone involuntarily inhaled a breath of cool air. Their eyes were instantly filled with shock as they looked at the calm expression of Xiao Yan in the arena. An uproar followed and resounded over the place. This lunatic! Does he not want to live? With the exception of a small portion, the remaining people were currently staring at Xiao Yan in the arena with shocked and terrified expressions. Some of the elders in the elders' seats had even stood up and prepared to deal with any unexpected occurrences. On the other hand, Xiao Dingtian and Xiao Yan had become much calmer after experiencing the shock earlier. They stared at Xiao Yan's face, which was as calm as before. Their hearts were filled with curiosity about this action of his. The Xiao Lei duo's gazes swept across the 4 heavenly flames in front of Xiao Yan as a faint look of astonishment flitted across their eyes. Soon after, they smiled at each other and moved their hands. After images appeared one after another. As their hand seals changed, Genesis Chi frantically poured into the phantasm in front of them. Until a certain moment, the wild wind that was howling in the sky suddenly came to a standstill. The enormous illusory figure that had merged with wind and lightning also gradually stopped wiggling at this moment. A monstrous and shocking aura slowly spread out from it. Absolute strength caused the entire place to tremble unceasingly. The expressions of everyone in the surrounding viewing platforms changed when they sensed the monstrous aura that spread from the giant phantasm's body. Under the cover of such a terrifying aura, a dejected feeling of defeat rose in their hearts. A chilling aura of death unwittingly surfaced in their hearts. It was as if all life would be completely extinguished under this power. What an astonishing fusion Do skill. Yes, a merged Do technique is different from an ordinary Do technique that one practices. The strength of this kind of secret technique will greatly increase, as the strength of both parties who practice it continues to increase. Once this strength reaches its peak, It will be incomparable. High up in the viewing platform, Xiao Dingtian and Xiao Gan watched this scene unfold in the arena. A gratified expression involuntarily flowed out from their old eyes. It was rare for a junior to be like this. We shall name this move, Fury of Wind Lightning. At this moment, the consciousness of the two brothers seemed to have merged into one. A buzzing sound that shook one's soul was slowly spat out from their mouths. Even the Fury of Wind Lightning phantasm opened its mouth. This move is very strong. In the viewing platform, Xiaoming Yuan's gaze was tightly fixed on the Fury of Wind Lightning phantasm. His low voice was filled with worry. Don't worry, he won't lose. By the side, Xiao Xian slowly exhaled. The corners of his mouth curled into a faint smile as he stared at Xiao Yan. His pitch-black eyes were filled with confidence. Although the giant phantasm on the stage was powerful, the power of the thing that had condensed between Xiao Yan's hands would definitely surpass it. The two of you try and receive my Buddha's fiery lotus. In the arena, Xiao Yan, who was under everyone's gazes, slowly opened his hands. The instant light blossomed from his palms. A gorgeous fire lotus also slowly bloomed. The strange thing was that after the fire lotus was born, the atmosphere in the arena suddenly became silent. In the elders' seating area, Xiao Dingtian and Xiao Gan stared at the fire lotus that appeared in Xiao Yan's palm in shock. The air was so quiet that they could even clearly hear their own heartbeats. Under everyone's gazes, Xiao Yan gently pushed his hands forward. The fire lotus looked harmless as it gently swayed in the air and slowly flew forward. Looking at the enormous phantasm, the difference between the two was like the difference between a mountain range and a cloud crane. Phew! When the gorgeous fire lotus streaked across the sky, Xiao Lei and Xiao Xian, who were waiting calmly, exhaled at the same time. They clasped their hands together and slowly leaned forward. A terrifying pressure descended along with the collapse of the giant phantasm. Wrath of wind thunder. Limitless waves of wind swept to both sides like an invisible tsunami. Terrifying wind pressure fell from above. The unstoppable lightning mercilessly broke through the void like a hot knife through butter, shooting straight at the fire lotus like a long spear. However, in the void less than a meter away from the fire lotus, the lightning strangely distorted and disappeared. Everyone in the area held their breaths and focused their attention. Their eyes were focused intently on everything that was about to happen in the arena. At this moment, even their hearts seemed to have stopped beating. Countless number of eyes reflected the enormous wind lightning illusory image with a majestic aura, and the seemingly brilliant fire lotus. Until the next moment, an earth-shaking collision suddenly erupted. Chapter 1442. Boom. The frozen atmosphere between the heavens and the earth only lasted for a moment before it was broken by an earth-shattering explosion. The white clouds in the blue sky were also swept away in an instant. The terrifying collision was like a collision between meteorites. In an instant, an earth-shaking explosion erupted. The entire martial arena couldn't help but tremble at this moment. On the ground, cracks that were several meters wide rapidly spread out like a spider web. The martial arena that was built from an entire mountain peak rapidly collapsed under the impact of the terrifying energy. Stop the martial arena. We must not let this energy continue to spread. Suddenly, Xiaoming Yuan's shout resounded in the sky above the vast plaza. But before Xiao Dingtian and the others could make a move, golden energy pillars suddenly soared into the sky from the surroundings of the martial arena. They rapidly intertwined and formed a huge barrier in the blink of an eye that enveloped the entire martial arena. Xiao Xian stood in the air on the spectator stand. He waited until the seal in his hand was formed before withdrawing his gaze, and looking at Xiao Yan and the others. This battle wasn't over yet. Buzz. Energy ripples that were filled with a destructive aura rapidly spread out from the point of impact. After which, they heavily bombarded the thick and huge array barrier around them. The terrifying energy directly caused the array barrier to violently shake in an instant. Waves of vast and mighty sounds that sounded like the ringing of a bell spread out. The powerful energy ripples made it impossible for the people present to see the situation clearly. But just by listening to the unceasing explosions, it still caused their hearts to surge. The terrifying ripples that continuously bombarded the barrier also caused the hearts of the people present to involuntarily beat violently. They were afraid that the barrier would suddenly explode. Crack, crack. In a short moment, a series of cracking sounds were heard from the formation barrier, causing the hearts of countless people to tremble. Xiao Xian couldn't help but knit his brows when he saw that the barrier couldn't hold on any longer. He waved his sleeve, and streams of light shot out from his storage ring and rapidly merged into the barrier. Waves of powerful energy once again spread out from the barrier, and the originally violently shaking barrier quickly stabilized at this moment. They've actually fought to this extent? Xiao Dingtian knitted his brows and sighed softly. When he lifted his head, he suddenly heard a sizzling sound coming from the center of the battlefield. Bolts of purple lightning charged out from the horizon and fiercely collided with the barrier. After which, they suddenly turned around and charged back, fiercely colliding with the fire lotus. At the same time, a terrifying hurricane began to howl within the formation, forming an astonishingly huge tornado. Green energy continued to converge as it continued to attack from above. Together with the lightning, it continued to descend. Bang, 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 bang. Muffled explosions sounded one after another until they finally completely disappeared. The purple-colored thunderbolt continued to charge toward the center of the explosion. The hearts of everyone present were suddenly startled. Numerous gazes instantly gathered and stared at the center of the energy ripple. From the looks of it, it appeared that Xiao Yan's fire lotus was ultimately unable to defeat the wind lightning fury that Xiao Lei and the other man had displayed. Ha! This brat still lost in the end. It's about to end. The appearance of this scene caused many people to cry out in alarm. Although that was the case, they clearly understood that Xiao Yan was able to rely on his own strength to fight against two origin sect experts, who were stronger than him. Based on this point alone, he could not be considered to have lost. However, the bet was placed there, and everything was irreversible. In the elder seating area, Xiao Dingtian let out a long sigh. His emotions were relaxed, but also melancholy and regret. Based on the current situation, it was clear that he had won the bet with Xiao Yan. However, after this battle, Xiao Yan's shocking and frightening combat strength had also been displayed. It was no exaggeration to say that within the current Xiao clan, there was no one in the same generation that possessed Xiao Yan's frightening combat strength. However, since the matter had already been decided, Xiao Yan would definitely have to leave the clan. Although he felt some regret in his heart, he was still the head of the inner pavilion. There were some things that he could not bring himself to do. What's going on? At this moment, a wave of bewilderment suddenly sounded from the viewing gallery. The audience, who had originally retracted their gazes and planned to sit back and wait for the result, had actually once again turned their gazes towards the battleground at this very moment. There seemed to be something that had exceeded their expectations slowly appearing at that spot. Something's not right. At this very moment, even Xiao Gan, who was beside Xiao Dingtian, suddenly focused his gaze. His gaze immediately turned towards the battleground, and his pair of old eyes were filled with shock. Old man, I'm afraid the outcome of this battle will far exceed our expectations. Instantly, Xiao Dingtian suddenly regained his senses, and his gaze followed the former's gaze. In the next moment, his pair of old eyes were immediately stunned, and the expression on his old face gradually froze. At this very moment, the turbulent energy shockwave in the battleground that was enveloped by the array was slowly dispersing. The situation that was buried within had finally appeared in front of everyone's eyes once again. The huge battleground had now turned into a huge deep pit, and everything within it had been completely destroyed into nothingness. In the air, three figures were barely able to stand. Their faces were pale, and their clothes had been completely destroyed by the attack of the energy. As a result, their bodies were covered with wounds and bloodstains. But the most shocking thing wasn't these three figures, but at this very moment, after all the energy in the battleground had dissipated, there was still a small lotus core that was floating in the air. On it, there was a wisp of flame that seemed to be alive. It was wantonly jumping about, as though it was mocking the fury of wind and thunder that had already dissipated. Seeing this lotus core, Xiao Yan, who was covered in wounds, smiled brightly. He looked at the two brothers opposite him as though a burden had been lifted from his shoulders. The two of them had also discovered this at this moment. At the same time, they were shocked in their hearts, but at the same time, they also heaved a sigh of relief. They grinned at Xiao Yan from afar, and the two of them raised their fists at the same time and gave a thumbs up to Xiaoyan. Outside the battleground, everyone present was like a wooden stake that stood still on the spot. Countless gazes were gathered on the small lotus core, and other than shock, their minds were completely blank. At this very moment, the faces of everyone present, even the group of elders who were seated in the elders' seats, were slowly filled with shock. At this moment, everyone knew that the so-called irreversible ending in their eyes was still successfully reversed by Xiaoyan in the end. Xiaoyan had won. Chapter 1443. After the battle in the battle arena ended, Xiaoyan's name swiftly swept across every corner of the Xiao clan like a hurricane. In the next few days, Xiaoyan became the focus of everyone's discussion. He had fought against two origin sect powerhouses and won. Such a shocking achievement could be said to be one of a kind. In a quiet secret chamber, a faint luster surfaced on Xiaoyan's face as he exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. A joy that was difficult to hide appeared on his face as he sensed the powerful and majestic Genesis Qi within his body. Although he had consumed a lot of Genesis Qi in the battle with Xiao Lei and Xiao Zhuobin, it allowed him to fully control the power he had obtained after his breakthrough. Not only had his aura completely stabilized, but it was also gradually rising. Xiaoyan twisted his cross-legged body. Immediately, a wave of bone collision sounds sounded like firecrackers. After relaxing for a moment, Xiaoyan finally waved his sleeves gently. A glow flashed on the storage ring on his finger. In the blink of an eye, rows of jade boxes were neatly placed on the ground in front of him. These jade boxes were currently emitting a dense medicinal fragrance that spread apart like a mist, causing one to be able to tell that they were definitely not ordinary things at a glance. These medicinal ingredients were needed to refine the zone transformation pill. They could be considered extremely precious items. Any one of them would be an existence that had a price but no market in the outside world. However, regardless of how many of them were placed in front of Xiaoyan, they were all ordinary. Zone transformation pill, high-grade grade 7 medicinal pill. With a twist of his hand, a scroll landed in Xiaoyan's palm. Xiaoyan unfurled the scroll and carefully studied all the information contained within. Even though Xiaoyan already knew the refinement method and some of the details of the zone transformation pill in his heart, the refinement this time around was different from the past. Xiaoyan only possessed one meru grass, the core medicinal ingredient of the zone transformation pill. In other words, Xiaoyan could not afford to make even the slightest mistake during the refinement of the zone transformation pill. The only thing he could do at this moment was naturally to repeatedly understand the refinement process in hopes of eliminating any possibility of failure. A quarter of an hour later, Xiaoyan finally put away the scroll in his hand. He closed and opened his eyes, memorizing all the information contained in the scroll in his mind. Then, his gaze slowly swept across the rows of snow-white jade boxes in front of him. He drew a light breath, suppressing all the emotions in his heart. After calming himself down, he flicked his finger. An array of black light suddenly flashed past. A low bell rang in the secret chamber, and a huge green-gold medicinal cauldron slammed to the ground. It was the Luo Heaven Cauldron. Xiaoyan narrowed his eyes. The refinement method for the zone transformation pill once again flashed across his mind. Soon after, a fire glow appeared in his dark black eyes. A sharp expression surfaced between his brows. Immediately, he slammed his palm heavily on the medicinal cauldron in front of him. The top of the cauldron emitted a bang sound as it was opened. At the same time, he extended his hand and beckoned. A suction force surged out from his palm. A jade box was immediately opened. Puff! Accompanied by a faint sound, a blazing mysterious flame suddenly appeared in the medicinal cauldron, frantically burning inside. As the mysterious flame rose, the runes on the surface of the Luo Heaven Cauldron unknowingly grew increasingly clear, as though they encompassed the world. Once the temperature within the cauldron had reached a certain level, Xiaoyan beckoned with his hand, and the tender yellow root immediately rose into the air. A thought passed through Xiaoyan's mind, and a flame emitted a poochie sound as it agglomerated in the air around the root. Waves of hot temperature spread out, causing the color of the root to gradually change until it turned red. Only then did Xiaoyan throw it into the medicinal cauldron. Magnolia roots were born in the depths of the earth veins, and were nourished by the power of the earth veins. Magnolia roots were extremely resilient, and if absorbed by earth or rock attribute cultivators, they would have a chance of greatly increasing the strength of their attributes, making their Genesis chi more powerful. As the first ingredient of the zone transformation pill, the magnolia root's purpose was to increase the pill's tolerance to ensure that there would not be any changes due to changes in the flame temperature during the refining process. The refinement of the first medicinal ingredient lasted for a full hour or so. The subsequent refinement process would clearly not be any easier than this. The meticulous refinement of hundreds of medicinal ingredients would definitely require an extremely long time. Even though this was the case, it was under the premise that Xiaoyan was using the heavenly flame to refine them. Otherwise, it was likely that the refinement process of the medicinal ingredients would be even more difficult. It had to be said that to alchemists, strange flames were indeed a divine weapon in the truest sense. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. Xiaoyan's brows were tightly furrowed in a tight frown in the sealed chamber. Blazing flames frantically refined the various medicinal ingredients that were continuously poured into the medicinal cauldron. The number of jade boxes placed in front of Xiaoyan gradually decreased. Wave after wave of mixed medicinal fragrances lingered in the narrow space like mist. This continued until a certain moment when the final jade box placed in front of Xiaoyan was opened. After a difficult struggle with the heavenly flame, the medicinal ingredients inside were finally refined into a small cluster of the most essential powder. After the medicinal ingredient refinement was completed, the expression on Xiaoyan's face did not ease up in the slightest. On the contrary, it became increasingly grave. The medicinal ingredient refinement was merely the first step in the entire medicinal pill refinement process. At this moment, he could be considered to be able to officially begin refining the zone transformation pill. What he had to face next was the most troublesome content. Rank 7 Zone Transformation Pill. To put it bluntly, this was the highest grade medicinal pill that Xiaoyan had come into contact with until now. The difficulty of refining this medicinal pill was self-evident. Moreover, there was only one chance to refine this medicinal pill. Once he failed, there would be no possibility of restarting the medicinal cauldron. Xiaoyan naturally understood this in his heart. Therefore, he did not dare to reveal the slightest bit of negligence on his face at this moment. Huff! Xiaoyan's eyes stared intently at the blazing flames burning in the medicinal cauldron in front of him. He exhaled a long breath. At a certain moment, his mind suddenly moved. With a wave of his large sleeve, those pure medicinal ingredients that were wrapped in flames and suspended in the air were all thrown into the medicinal cauldron in front of him. Without any explanation, he maneuvered all of his spiritual strength and focused all of his attention on controlling the flame within the cauldron. He suddenly compressed those pure medicinal ingredients that had been completely refined. The pill fusion began. Success or failure would depend on this one move. Chapter 1444. Qi. When the flame squeezed the many medicinal ingredients into one spot within the medicinal cauldron, the instant collision caused the energy within it to erupt uncontrollably. Wave after wave of energy ripples erupted repeatedly. The pure medicinal liquid was shaken until it scattered in all directions amidst a wave of low and deep muffled sounds. If it was not for the protection of the heavenly flame, it was likely that these medicinal ingredients would have been completely destroyed by this. Xiaoyan frowned tightly when he sensed the sudden unexpected change within the medicinal cauldron. However, he did not dare to slack off even a little in his heart. The vast ocean-like spiritual strength between his brows poured out without any reservation. It seemed to have transformed into two huge hands that grabbed all the medicinal ingredient essence within the medicinal cauldron. Adding the heavenly flame, wrapping around it, it once again compressed it in an extremely tough manner. There was only one chance in front of him. He could not afford to make any mistakes. If he wanted to refine the transforming zone pill, this step was a path that he must take. Xiaoyan's gaze focused intently on the medicinal cauldron in front of him. The flame leaped and the warm fire light was reflected on his grave face. He held his breath and focused. The air within the secret chamber also seemed to have solidified at this moment. The atmosphere within also appeared exceptionally solemn. Within the medicinal cauldron, Xiaoyan allowed the energy between the medicinal ingredients to erupt. He rigidly controlled his spiritual strength and used the heavenly flame to forcefully resist all the explosions. The situation within the medicinal cauldron was uncertain. However, Xiaoyan was able to accurately capture that the energy ripples between the medicinal ingredients were weakening at an extremely slow rate. Once all the energy ripples completely disappeared, the medicinal ingredients would merge and the medicinal pill would be formed. Time quietly flowed by like sand between one's fingers during the rise of the heavenly flame. Xiaoyan sat cross-legged in front of the medicinal cauldron. His body was as stiff as a statue and his entire person appeared just like a corpse. If it was not for the thin gossamer-like breath in his nose and the perspiration that repeatedly appeared on his forehead, it was likely that others would have mistaken him for a corpse. In the blink of an eye, he did not know how much time and days had passed. Xiaoyan only knew that he had done his best. The medicinal herbs in the medicinal cauldron were fusing bit by bit. All the processes were slowly progressing in a good direction. His eyes, which had been staring at the medicinal cauldron, were filled with sadness. His eyes gradually became bloodshot, and even his eyeballs seemed to be unusually protruding. Being overly engrossed, Xiaoyan had forgotten everything in the outside world at this moment. Even his entire consciousness was completely immersed in this huge medicinal cauldron. The only thing that changed in the entire secret room was the flickering raging fire within the medicinal cauldron. It shone on Xiaoyan's body, reflecting a distorted figure on the ground and walls behind him. The merger of the medicinal ingredients was slowly carried out under Xiaoyan's frightened emotions. However, the thing that was worthy of being rejoiced was that no mistakes occurred during the entire merger process after this. The high degree of tension in his emotions caused every step to fall into place step by step. Finally, when the final cluster of medicinal liquid was merged into one, a cluster of mottled fist-sized cluster appeared within the medicinal cauldron. Looking at the medicinal liquid in front of him that had finally turned into a ball of medicinal liquid, Xiaoyan's heart did not relax. The medicinal pill had yet to be formed, and the results had yet to be determined. If he wanted to completely relax, it was likely that he would only be able to relax at the moment when the medicinal pill was truly refined. Xiaoyan did not dare to slack off at all. His mind was still tense as his spiritual strength controlled the flame and maintained it at a constant temperature. He slowly released the temperature, causing the various medicinal herbs within the ball of medicinal liquid to gradually fuse. As the various medicinal liquids within the ball of medicinal liquid gradually fused and condensed, the ball of medicinal liquid that was originally the size of a fist gradually condensed. At a certain moment, the size of the ball of medicinal liquid was reduced by half. On its surface, the originally viscous liquid began to dry and harden. A somewhat mottled and shapeless medicinal pill was gradually condensing. Looking at the medicinal cauldron in front of him that had finally successfully fused the embryonic form of the medicinal pill, Xiaoyan finally put down the biggest rock in his heart. He forcefully suppressed the excitement in his heart and heaved a long sigh of relief. The dryness in his throat even allowed him to smell a trace of blood sweetness. However, at this very moment, the few most difficult steps of refining the medicinal pill had been successfully completed. Xiaoyan did not have the time to care about these. He continued to maintain his original level of control and prepared to enter the next stage, which was also the most crucial stage of the medicinal pill's quality: pill formation. Once the pill formation was completed, the zone transformation pill would be considered to have been truly refined. While Xiaoyan was in closed-door training to refine the medicinal pill, 2 months had passed in the outside world. As the clan gathering approached, the atmosphere in the Xiao clan had clearly changed. The younger generation of the Xiao clan, who were usually lazy and loitering, were now hiding in their rooms and desperately training. Although this action was somewhat like a last-minute preparation, it had to be said that under the continuous crazy training, some of the more talented younger generation members, who had been in the breakthrough stage for a long time, were unexpectedly able to make a breakthrough in their cultivation. It could be said that this was a joy that came from within. Of course, in comparison, these were only a minority. The younger generation members, who were accustomed to using the Xiao clan's name to roam wild outside, couldn't even raise their heads in the clan. The strength of a origin king or origin emperor was not uncommon among the younger generation, but only by breaking through the numerous obstacles and becoming the best among them would the elders treat them differently. On a cliff at the back of the Xiao clan's mountain, dressed in white, Xiao Xian was seated cross-legged with his eyes tightly shut. His hands were forming a cultivation seal, and Genesis Qi stirred around him as wind and clouds gathered. Above his head, a huge invisible tornado, mixed with fierce and domineering sword Qi, gathered all the energy between heaven and earth. At the same time, Xiao Xian's Qi cultivation method was rapidly circulating, and there seemed to be a series of fierce collisions in his body. Bzz bzz bzz. As the Qi cultivation method rapidly circulated, waves of majestic Genesis Qi continuously poured into his body in an attempt to break through the barrier between the Origin Emperor and Origin Ancestor. While Xiao Yan was undertaking a retreat to refine medicinal pills, Xiao Xian did not simply wait for the results. Instead, he relied on his own strength to attempt to attack the invisible barrier within his body time and time again. Although all of this appeared to be impossible, Xiao Xian understood that he only needed to advance a small distance during these countless attempts. Even if it was just a small crack, he was confident that he could break through this barrier and advance to the Source Zone class. And that was exactly what he was doing at this moment. As the sword Qi above Xiao Xian's head grew stronger and stronger, an invisible sword was formed in the center of the tornado. The moment the sword tip condensed, it was wrapped in a sky-piercing power as it pierced through his soul and slammed into the barrier of cultivation. Kai. Without any fancy moves, the sword fell, and an earth-shaking explosion seemed to ring out in the depths of Xiao Xian's mind. The huge tornado hovering above his head suddenly expanded, and an earth-shaking suction force surged out. The energy between heaven and earth seemed to have found an entrance, and was frantically sucked into Xiao Xian's body. As the energy of heaven and earth continued to pour in, an astonishing aura that far surpassed that of a peak Origin Emperor rapidly rose in Xiao Xian's body, directly reaching the Origin Ancestor level. Chapter 1445. At the same time that Xiao Xian's cultivation broke through to the Origin Ancestor level, in the depths of the Xiao clan's back mountains, First Elder Xiao Zhen's old eyes were filled with astonishment as he stared in a certain direction. Breakthrough? Amazing! Xiao Zhen let out a surprised cry from his mouth. Soon after, he involuntarily laughed out loud. At the same time, he felt disbelief in his heart. Back then he had thought of all sorts of methods for Xiao Xian's breakthrough. He had even personally stepped forward to investigate. However, he was unable to find any useful clues. It was unexpected that Xiao Xian had actually advanced in such a sudden manner. On top of feeling surprised in his heart, the first elder involuntarily linked this matter to Xiao Yan. Could it be because of that brat? Outside the Xiao clan, a pair of turbid old eyes slowly opened. Suddenly, a golden light flashed in the depths of his eyes. He looked in the direction of the Xiao clan, and his eyes were filled with shock. Then, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. He paused for a moment, and then calmed down again. Ouyang clan. On the peak of a mountain, there was a man in green clothes and a longsword. Ouyang Yu in green clothes, and the longsword was called Serene Orchid. Buzz. When Ouyang Yu's cultivation broke through, the longsword lying quietly beside him on the peak of the mountain suddenly buzzed and trembled uncontrollably. It was as if it had received some kind of signal. A sharp sword aura surged from the Serene Orchid sword, and cut the surrounding rocks in half. Seeing this, Ouyang Yu's expression did not change. His eyes stared straight at the northern horizon. Then he extended 2 fingers and placed them on the sword. With a light press, the sword immediately stabilized. However, even so, the sword Qi that surged out from the tip of the sword still left a shallow wound on Ouyang Yu's wrist. Hiss! Ouyang Yu instantly sucked in a breath of cold air as shock appeared in his eyes. He raised his hand and stared at the dark red wound. He seemed to be deep in thought as he quickly calmed down. Then he took a deep breath and said indifferently. It seems that he has a great influence on you. When a weapon attacked its master, unless there was a demon involved, it must have met a master who was better than it. It could not take it, and wanted to break free from its restraints. If I remember correctly, his name seems to be Xiao Xian. After a long while, Ouyang Yu finally let out a soft sigh. When he came back to his senses, He slowly placed his hand on the Yulan sword and gently stroked it. "Old friend, thank you for all these years." The man's face was calm, but his eyes were filled with reluctance. At a certain moment, Ouyang Yu slowly took a deep breath. As if he had made up his mind, he suddenly tore off a piece of cloth from his robe. With a flick of his finger, the sword body immediately rose into the air. The cloth circled in his hand, and in the blink of an eye, the sword was completely wrapped up and sealed. The man's eyes were tightly shut as he stood silently on the mountain peak, feeling the last remnants of the aura in the air. From then on, the Ouyang family no longer had the orchid sword. 1 month later, in front of a secret chamber in the Xiao clan, Xiao Jinghong and Xiao Tian stood there. The two of them looked at the door of the secret chamber that was slowly opening in front of them, and their eyes were filled with nervous anticipation. Soon, an old man with white hair and beard walked out of the secret chamber. The old man looked a little dejected. When he walked out, he saw the grandfather and grandson with faces full of anticipation. He was startled at first, but in the end he helplessly shook his head and sighed. "I have failed to live up to your expectations." When these words came out, the grandfather and grandson's hearts suddenly thumped, and the expressions on their faces froze. After a long while, Xiao Tian helplessly smiled, took a deep breath, and shook his head. He looked at Xiao Jinghong and comforted him. "Grandfather, it's okay. I don't have any pills. At most, I will cultivate by myself. I will break through sooner or later." Hearing this, Xiao Jinghong's withered hand couldn't help but tremble. Only then did it land on the latter's shoulder and said in a low voice, "That's true, but it has been a few years. Seeing that this year's clan gathering is around the corner, if your cultivation still can't break through, I'm afraid." Xiao Tian pursed his lips and felt quite helpless in his heart. In order to find more powerful strength, the cultivation method he cultivated was naturally more special. Although it was quite powerful and domineering usually, once it was time to break through, the resistance he had to face was especially great. But on the other hand, once he broke through, the rebound would not only increase his combat power, but even his cultivation would also increase faster and stronger than others. And this was also the reason why Xiao Tian's cultivation speed was inferior to other people of the same generation. If not for this, with Xiao Tian's cultivation talent, he should at least be at the same level as Xiao Yan. That bastard Xiao Mingyuan. If it wasn't for his unwillingness to help, how could this pill not be refined after such a long time? Xiao Jinghong's old face was extremely ugly. Although the old man in front of him was also an alchemist in the clan, he was only a rank 6 alchemist. It would be extremely difficult for him to refine a rank 7 barrier-breaking pill. In the entire Xiao clan, the strongest alchemist was Xiao Mingyuan, who was ranked 3rd in the Elders Guild. He was a rank 7 alchemist. If he could help, Xiao Jinghong had no doubt that this barrier-breaking pill would be refined successfully. But now they and Xiao Yan were like fire and water. Xiao Mingyuan just so happened to be on the same side as Xiao Yan. It was impossible to ask him to help. It was also because they had no choice that they found the only rank 6 alchemist in the clan, Elder Xiaoming. Unfortunately, under the circumstances where they paid the price of all the medicinal ingredients, the result was still so unbearable. However, while the three of them were feeling gloomy, thunderclouds suddenly rolled in the sky above a certain courtyard in the Xiao clan. At the same time, waves of rich energy ripples were rapidly forming there. The three of them turned their gazes and focused on the place where the energy ripples were occurring. In the blink of an eye, the expressions on their faces changed. This is the birth of a rank 7 pill. Is Third Elder refining the pill? As an alchemist, Xiaoming was the first to detect the unusual energy ripples. It was caused by the completion of the pill. That is Xiao Yan's residence. Could it be that Third Elder is refining the pill for him? Regardless of whether it is or not, let's go over and take a look first. Xiao Jinghong let out a low cry. Immediately, he leaped into the air without any explanation. He took the lead and swiftly flew toward Xiao Yan's location. Behind him, Xiao Tian and Xiaoming hesitated for a moment before following close behind. At the same time, many people in the Xiao clan were attracted by the energy ripples and quickly rushed over. However, when Xiao Jinghong and the others arrived, the first thing they discovered was a familiar figure. He was guarding the sky above the courtyard and preventing anyone from approaching. Looking at that person, it was actually Xiao Mingyuan, the person who was refining medicine at that moment. Chapter 1446. In the sky above the courtyard, Xiao Mingyuan stood with his hands behind his back. He raised his head and looked at the rolling thunderclouds in the sky. His old face couldn't help but reveal a surprised expression. He boasted that he was quite knowledgeable in alchemy. Being able to reach rank 7 had added a lot of glory to his face. However, he didn't expect to see such a scene today. A rank 7 medicinal pill. This kid is really amazing. Although Xiao Mingyuan had some understanding of Xiao Yan's identity as an alchemist, he didn't expect the latter's attainments in alchemy to be so high. He was still young, but he was already able to refine a rank 7 medicinal pill. Even some of the younger generation in the pill tower might not be able to compare with such amazing talent. Not long after Xiao Mingyuan appeared, figures rushed over from the surroundings of the courtyard after hearing the news. The commotion caused by the birth of a tier 7 medicinal pill caused some of the old fellows in the Xiao clan to become extremely excited. However, when these people arrived one after another and saw Xiao Mingyuan standing in the air, their faces involuntarily revealed a stunned expression. In the entire Xiao clan, there was no one else other than Xiao Mingyuan who could refine a tier 7 medicinal pill. However, the latter was currently standing outside of this matter. Clearly, this medicinal pill had nothing to do with him. Could it be that Elder Xiaoming has broken through to rank 7? Many of the people present revealed surprised expressions when they thought of this. Soon after, 3 figures rushed over from another direction. This instantly dispelled the thoughts in the hearts of the people present. This was because Xiaoming was among the 3 people who had rushed over at this moment. Why is it you? Xiao Jinghong's figure flashed quickly. In the blink of an eye, he was already standing in the courtyard. The tip of his foot gently landed on the roof of a pavilion. He frowned and stared at Xiao Mingyuan, who was standing in the air, with a surprised expression. While he was speaking, Xiao Tian and Elder Xiaoming quickly rushed over from behind him. Their gazes immediately noticed Xiao Mingyuan, who was currently in the courtyard. Why, even you are here. Can't this old man come? Seeing Xiao Jinghong, the latter's face obviously didn't have a good expression. Xiao Mingyuan only sneered at the former's words. As for the current Xiao Jinghong, he didn't have the time to care about these things. His gaze quickly looked at the room below where waves of energy fluctuations were surging out. He frowned and said, "Since you're here, who is the person concocting the medicinal pellet?" Xiao Jinghong's words were undoubtedly the thoughts of everyone present. After all, the 2 alchemist grandmasters from the Xiao clan were present. Since that was the case, who was the one who refined this rank 7 medicinal pill that was in its final stages? Your question is rather bizarre. This residence is Xiao Yan's residence. As the owner of this residence, the only person who can refine medicinal pills in this residence is naturally him alone. Xiao Mingyuan smiled coldly. As soon as his words fell, an uproar immediately sounded from the mouths of the people present. Even Xiao Jinghong and the 2 people behind him, who had already guessed in their hearts, couldn't help but slightly stiffen. Their hearts were filled with disbelief. Although they also knew that Xiao Yan had the identity of an alchemist, they guessed in their hearts that he wouldn't exceed tier 5 at most. However, what was placed before their eyes now was a fact that could be called terrifying. It should be known that even in the entire Xiao clan, there was only Xiao Mingyuan who was a rank 7 alchemist. However, Xiao Yan was able to refine a rank 7 medicinal pill. The meaning behind this was not just a mere medicinal pill. A rank 7 medicinal pill. This was the proof of his identity as a rank 7 alchemist. A powerful cultivation that did not lose out to the top figures of the younger generation in the clan. In addition to his identity as a rank 7 alchemist, the combination of these 2 represented that he was a true genius. Bluntly speaking, a young person who could achieve such achievements in both cultivation and alchemy was definitely an existence that was extremely rare in the entire continent. Even in the hearts of all the alchemists in the continent, the Sacred Hall and the Pill Tower, there were definitely only a handful of them. After Xiao Yan's actions, no one in the Xiao clan would dare to underestimate him. His status would definitely be unshakable. With this thought in his heart, Xiao Jinghong involuntarily turned his gaze to the sealed house below. His heart secretly hesitated. Rumble. At this moment, the thunderclouds that had gathered in the sky finally began to churn violently. Numerous thunderbolts continued to churn within the thunderclouds. When the crowd below lifted their heads to look, a horn dragon-like frightening black-colored thunderbolt suddenly descended. It mercilessly tore apart the empty space and charged towards the courtyard below like a living creature. Its momentum was so great that it caused many of the younger generation members of the Xiao clan, and even some of the elders, to involuntarily reveal a grave expression on their faces. The power of the pill lightning triggered by a rank 7 medicinal pill was naturally extraordinary. It was likely that no one below the Source Zone stage would be able to withstand it. Even an ordinary Source Zone expert would likely suffer greatly. In the sky, Xiaoming Yuan's old eyes stared at the rapidly descending terrifying thunderbolt. As he circulated the Genesis Qi in his body, a stream of black light suddenly rushed out from the sealed house below. It pierced through the roof and soared into the sky, meeting the astonishing pill lightning head-on. SSS, is that a puppet? Xiaoming Yuan knitted his brows. His words had just sounded when an earth-shaking roar suddenly sounded in the sky. Everyone saw that the powerful pill lightning seemed to have been cut by more than half the moment it made contact with the puppet. Most of the lightning energy entered the Northern King's body, while the remaining energy was forcefully blasted apart in the collision. The Northern King's body was also sent flying. However, the moment it was about to land on the ground, its feet suddenly stepped on the empty air, and its body once again shot into the sky. At the same time, it left behind a pit that was dozens of feet wide in the courtyard. This puppet can actually absorb the power of lightning? Under Xiaoming Yuan's gaze, although the North King was blasted away by the thunderbolt, the lightning power in his body did not cause the slightest bit of damage. On the contrary, his body grew brighter and brighter, and the purple-gold skin on his body grew brighter and smoother. At a glance, it gave off a thick and tough feeling. The most peculiar thing was his head. His forehead and cheeks, all the way to the bottom of his neck, were now covered in dragon scales. Even his cold and empty eyes gave off a strange murderous aura. Not only did it absorb lightning power, but it has also grown stronger. Moreover, those scales. Xiaoming Yuan carefully scanned the North King's body. At a certain moment, Xiaoming Yuan's eyebrows suddenly twitched. He couldn't help but be shocked. At the same time, he couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, "This puppet is from the ancient Void Dragon clan." Chapter 1447. Although the Northern King had suffered serious injuries after the incident with Bai Hua, the lightning energy within his body had completely absorbed all of the accumulated lightning energy in his body after that battle. His injuries had completely healed, and his strength had also risen to the level of a Source ancestor. It could be said that this was a blessing in disguise. Although this was the case, the Northern King had barely reached the level of a Source ancestor. However, in the face of such a powerful pill lightning today, the Northern King's strength would be completely raised. Not only that, but it would be even stronger. Roar! A low and cold roar was emitted from the Northern King's mouth. The Northern King's body once again charged forward, and its body collided with the 10 feet thick thunderbolt. Boom! An earth-shaking explosion resounded once again. Under countless shocked gazes, the moment the thick lightning energy made contact with the Northern King's body, it was torn apart by a strange suction force and swallowed into the Northern King's body. The Northern King's body was just like a bottomless black hole in the face of these thunderbolts. No matter how ferocious the attacks were, the Northern King's body did not move. Even if it was sent flying, the thunderbolt would still be completely swallowed. Over a dozen pill lightning bolts descended, and were swallowed by the Northern King one by one. Dragon scales continuously appeared on its body, and traces of lightning energy scuttled around the surface of its body, as if they were alive. Following the Northern King's metal fist, it ruthlessly met the pill lightning descending from the clouds in the sky. What a strange puppet! Everyone present was shocked when they saw this scene. Even Xiao Jinghong and the other upper echelon elders of the Xiao clan were similarly shocked. It was the first time they had seen such a strange puppet. This thing's strength is actually using the pill lightning to rapidly raise its strength. The Northern King, who had been baptized by the pill lightning time and time again, was completely fearless at this moment. Its body stood in the sky as it majestically received the wild and violent attacks of the pill lightning. No matter how the pill lightning collided, it was completely swallowed by the Northern King, and it did not even take half a step back. At this moment, the Northern King's fighting strength was likely comparable to an ordinary 3-star source ancestor. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Deafening roars continued to resound in the sky. Countless bolts of lightning seemed to be hidden within the violently churning thunderclouds. An endless stream of furious lightning bolts shot out from within, and their power grew stronger and stronger. Finally, all of them landed on the North King's body. After a long time, the churning thunderclouds strangely calmed down and gradually shrank. However, just as everyone thought that the thunderclouds were about to dissipate and were about to relax, the energy in the area suddenly became unusually violent. An apocalyptic aura enveloped everyone's heads, causing the Genesis chi in several people's bodies. At a certain moment, 3 bolts of lightning that were even more powerful than the previous ones suddenly shot out from the thunderclouds. Just as they were about to hit the ground, they merged into one under everyone's shocked gazes. They turned into a terrifying bolt of lightning that was dozens of feet thick. It was like a pillar of lightning that reached the heavens as it smashed towards the North King. Even so, the Northern King's body remained towering in the sky like a metal tower in the face of such terrifying thunderbolts. It lifted its head and stared at the descending thunderbolt. Just as it was about to hit its head, the Northern King suddenly opened its mouth and released a low and hoarse roar. Next, a terrifying suction force abruptly surged outwards. The earth-shaking thunderbolt was swallowed into the Northern King's stomach in a single gulp. The Northern King's body trembled uncontrollably as the thunderbolt entered its body. After a few breaths, it regained its calm. The last thunderclouds in the sky slowly scattered, allowing sunlight to sprinkle down and illuminate the Northern King's purple-gold skin. At a glance, half of its body was already covered in dragon scales. Pill lightning wreaked havoc in the sky above the manor for nearly 2 hours. During this time, the Northern King had absorbed nearly 100 pill lightning bolts. After devouring such a terrifying number of pill lightning bolts, the results were naturally astonishing. The continuous devouring of dozens of thunderbolts caused the Northern King's cultivation to soar like never before. At this moment, the Northern King's strength had already reached the level of a 5-star origin ancestor. He was not the slightest bit inferior to Xiaolei. In fact, it was hard to say whether Xiaolei would be the Northern King's match in a battle. Some of the Xiao clan's elders present could not help but look at each other when they sensed the changes in the Northern King's strength. Their eyes blazed with excitement. Everyone had the same thought in their hearts. A single round of grade 7 pill lightning had raised the Northern King's strength by 5 stars. It was hard to imagine just how terrifying the Northern King's battle strength would be if such powerful pill lightning came a few more times. Would it be a source venerate or a source sage? Just think about it. A puppet that could rapidly raise its strength by devouring thunderbolts. If the clan was able to nurture it, it would break through to the origin venerate, or even the origin sage stage. At that time, it would only be a matter of time before the Xiao clan became the #1 faction in the continent. At that time, the 2 great sects and the Pill Tower would not even be placed in their eyes. The prerequisite for all of this was that Xiaoyan had to hand over control of the puppet. The moment they thought of this, the gazes of quite a number of clan elders present involuntarily landed on the house below. At this moment, Xiaoyan was within it, finishing the finishing work of the medicinal pill. Xiaoyan, who was in the room, finally took out the medicinal pill from the medicinal cauldron in front of him after the pill lightning scattered. Xiao Yan's tired face finally revealed a satisfied smile as he looked at the bright luster of the zone transformation pill that was overflowing with a pill fragrance. Xiao Yan's heart was thinking that Xiao Xian's cultivation would be able to break through with this medicinal pill. However, he was unaware that Xiao Xian's cultivation had already stepped into the Yuan zone class a month ago. Although a month had passed, it was likely that his strength had already advanced by a step. Creak! The door to the room was opened. Sunlight scattered down from the sky while a countless number of gazes looked over. Xiaoyan raised his head and saw human figures all over the sky. He involuntarily raised his eyebrows when he saw the somewhat heated gazes of some of the elders. A figure had already appeared in front of him when he turned around. Above him, the expressions of Xiao Mingyuan and the rest changed as their gazes landed on the person. Xiaoyan also lifted his head in surprise. His expression was slightly startled, but he quickly smiled and said, "Ancestor, you have succeeded." "Ancestor, fortunately, I didn't let you down. The zone transformation pill is done." Chapter 1448. In the courtyard, Xiaoyan smiled as he looked at the figure that had suddenly appeared in front of him. With a flip of his hand, an exquisite jade bottle appeared in his hand, and he respectfully handed it over to the latter. Seeing this, Xiaoxian smiled and slowly shook his head. "Thank you for your hard work. However, you should keep it. I don't need this pill anymore." Xiaoyan could not help but be slightly stunned when he heard this. Just as he was about to open his mouth to ask, the astonishing speed of Xiaoxian's appearance suddenly flashed in his mind. At this moment, he thought about it and instantly reacted. His gaze carefully swept over Xiaoxian's body, and sensed that the aura emitted from the latter's body was thousands of times different from a few months ago. Immediately, the surprise in his eyes became even stronger. "You?" Xiaoyan stared at Xiaoxian in surprise. Seeing the latter smile and nod his head, he immediately could not help but laugh out loud, which also attracted many suspicious gazes. At the same time, Xiao Jinghong, who was in the sky, stared at Xiaoyan with a shocked expression. He had clearly heard Xiaoyan mention the zone transformation pill earlier. With his status, he naturally knew what the zone transformation pill represented. It was a pill that could allow Xiao Tian's cultivation to break through to the origin ancestor level. Thinking back, when Xiao Tian was choosing the pill to break through to the origin ancestor level, his first choice was the zone transformation pill. As Xiao Tian's cultivation method was based on accumulation, the so-called negative effects of the zone transformation pill were nothing in his eyes. Unfortunately, the difficulty of refining the zone transformation pill far exceeded that of the rank 7 barrier-breaking pill. And without Xiao Mingyuan's help, he had no choice but to choose the latter. However, now that there was no hope for the barrier-breaking pill, the thought in his heart had just dissipated. However, the zone transformation pill that suddenly appeared in Xiaoyan's hand reignited the flame of hope in an instant. If he could obtain this zone transformation pill, there would naturally be a solution to Xiao Tian's cultivation. "Don't even think about it, grandfather. We're going against Xiaoyan. It's already good enough that he doesn't hate us. It's impossible for him to give me the pills he refined for Xiaoxian." At this moment, Xiao Tian seemed to have seen through Xiao Jinghong's thoughts. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. Xiao Jinghong suddenly came back to his senses, and the hopeful expression that had just appeared on his face instantly disappeared without a trace. Indeed, even Xiao Mingyuan was unwilling to make a move for Xiao Tian, let alone Xiaoyan. However, just as the two parties were talking, a few middle-aged men slowly stepped out from a group of people somewhere in the void. Then they landed in the courtyard and looked at Xiaoyan. Sensing those gazes, Xiaoyan, who was chatting with Xiaoxian, slightly raised his eyebrows. He turned his gaze and looked at those few people. At this moment, there were 4 middle-aged men who had landed in the courtyard. Judging from their auras, there was no doubt that they were origin ancestor experts. The strongest among them had even reached the cultivation of a 5-star origin ancestor. It could be said that they weren't weak. However, at this moment, the gazes they used to look at Xiaoyan didn't seem to be friendly. Xiao Dingtian's men. Xiao Mingyuan also descended. He frowned slightly as he looked at those few people. He didn't give them a good face. Among the 4, a middle-aged man with a sturdy figure slowly walked forward. His words shocked everyone, causing them to be dumbfounded and stunned. Xiaoyan, a straightforward person, doesn't resort to insinuations. "I'm afraid that the ability of the puppet in your hand isn't something you can control. Therefore, I hope that you can hand it over and contribute it to the clan." The middle-aged man acted as if he hadn't heard. If Xiaoyan was really able to contribute the puppet to the clan today, then it would be a great contribution to the clan. His status would naturally rise in the future. In fact, these short-sighted people couldn't compare to him. However, when the middle-aged man thought of this, he didn't seem to care about Xiaoyan's thoughts. Xiaoyan was slightly stunned by these words. He exchanged glances with Xiao Xian, who was at the side, and then looked at the middle-aged man with a strange expression. Who are you? The middle-aged man raised his head slightly, and revealed a somewhat complacent expression. Xiao Clan's inner pavilion elder Xiao Huan. Then it's fine. Xiao Yan replied indifferently. He lifted his foot and was about to leave, but immediately after, the middle-aged man's face turned cold as he said in a deep voice, "What do you mean? What do you mean? Can't you hear what I said?" Xiao Yan paused. He slowly turned his head to look at the latter, and coldly said. He said coldly, "If you were the clan leader, I might have to consider your words. Since you aren't, then there's no need for that. Xiao Yan, you're too arrogant. You want to enter my Xiao clan, but in the end, you're not even willing to contribute a puppet to the clan. How can we use such a selfish person?" Xiao Huan's words left her mouth. Xiao Yan turned around and Xiao Xian frowned. Even Xiao Mingyuan and Xiao Jinghong threw their gazes toward the latter at this moment. They quietly shook their heads. Clearly, they felt disdain for this fellow's foolish actions. Xiao Yan's gaze, which was still calm a moment ago, had now landed on Xiao Huan's body. An additional denseness appeared in his eyes. By arrogance, did he mean that he didn't respect the elders of the clan? Or that Zhao Jin did whatever he wanted in the Xiao clan? By selfishness, did he mean that he wasn't willing to give up his own interests? Or that these people didn't want to help him? Xiao Huan's words had infuriated him. All right. Jihan stared intently at Xiao Huan until the latter couldn't help but feel fear in his heart. He then said indifferently, "If you can defeat him, you can do whatever you want with the North King." A thought passed through Xiao Yan's mind, and the Northern King emitted a bang as it landed on the ground. Without any explanation, the words that were spat out from its mouth caused the hearts of everyone present to leap. "North King, kill him." Boom. As his voice faded, the Northern King's foot stomped heavily on the ground. A half-meter-wide pit immediately appeared on the bluestone floor. His body rose and appeared in front of Xiao Huan in the blink of an eye. Without any hesitation, a fist heavily smashed toward Xiao Huan's head. Xiao Huan's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly circulated the Genesis Qi in his body, and rapidly retreated. Although he barely avoided the North King's iron fist, his face was flushed red from the blazing astral wind, and there were even a few scratches on his forehead. "Xiao Yanyu." Before Xiao Huan could roar in anger, the North King's murderous aura attacked again. Xiao Huan couldn't care less. As he retreated, boundless Genesis Qi rapidly gathered on his right fist. With a strange jerk of his arm, an exceptionally powerful force blasted towards the North King's fist without any fancy moves. Boom. When the two came into contact, a frightening wind ripple immediately surged out. Numerous cracks swiftly spread out from between the two on the ground. A powerful force swept out, causing some of the decorations and rocks in the courtyard to be directly turned into dust. Humph! Xiao Huan coldly snorted. Genesis Qi surged from his arm, and his body jerked. Terrifying energy poured out in an attempt to push the North King back. However, the North King's tower-like body remained motionless even after the ferocious Genesis Qi erupted, allowing the energy to crash into the scales on his body. When the attack landed, the North King's body abruptly pressed forward. At the same time, an extremely pure thunderbolt force instantly entered the former's arm, scattering all the Genesis Qi and mercilessly shattering a portion of his meridians. Before Xiao Huan could let out a miserable shriek, the North King's charging body slammed into him. Blood spurted out like a fountain, and Xiao Huan's body was sent flying uncontrollably. He smashed through several courtyard walls before finally coming to a stop. Everyone was dumbfounded at the sight of this. When they looked at the North King, their gazes were filled with shock. Comparatively speaking, both of them were 5-star origin sections. However, at this moment, Xiao Huan had been instantly defeated in a single exchange. The Northern King's fighting strength was simply terrifying. Chapter 1449. The North King did not stop after breaking Huan Yuan's arm with a single punch. His foot slammed into the ground again as his body shot forward like a cannonball, charging into the ruins as a series of explosions rang out. The ground quaked as dust rose into the air. Cracks the width of a person's thigh continuously extended from the epicenter of the explosions. The enormous courtyard was completely demolished in a short period of time. It was only after a few minutes that everyone could clearly see an extremely sorry figure stumbling out from the flying dust with a panicked expression. The Genesis chi in his body continuously gushed out without any reservation. His figure flashed as fist winds whizzed behind him. Invisible air cannonballs whizzed past Xiao Huan's ears, causing fear to fill his heart. He had clashed with the North King more than a dozen times in a short period of time, but he was unable to gain the upper hand even once. Even when he attacked with his full strength, he was still blocked by the strange scales on the North King's body. The North King's body was simply indestructible and indestructible. He, a dignified 5-star origin sect master, had no chance of victory against the North King. Compared to combat strength, the North King's sturdy body was his most terrifying weapon. Xiao Huan had just escaped from the tiger's mouth when she immediately sensed the Northern King, who was hot on her heels. That steel-like body of the Northern King was extremely frightening at this moment. Xiao Huan's expression changed drastically. The Genesis chi in her body was frantically maneuvered. She lifted her head and saw Xiao Mingyuan standing beside Xiao Yan. She could not be bothered about anything else as she hurriedly cried out for help. "Third Elder, save me." Hearing this, Xiao Mingyuan gently raised his eyebrows. His gaze paused on the puppet behind Xiao Huan, which was about to catch up with the latter. The corner of his eyes glanced at Xiao Yan. In the end, he still chose to remain silent. He was well aware of the resentment in Xiao Yan's heart. The reason why Xiao Yan had sent the Northern King to kill Xiao Huan was likely because Xiao Yan wanted to use Xiao Huan to vent his anger. Xiao Yan did not really want to kill Xiao Huan. However, if Xiao Yan were to intervene at this moment and save Xiao Huan, it was likely that the pretense would turn into reality and backfire. "Xiao Mingyuan, you." Bang. Xiao Huan's heart suddenly sank when he saw that Xiao Mingyuan had no intention of attacking. Before the furious roar from his mouth could fade, the Northern King, who was chasing closely behind, suddenly smashed his fist down. It landed on Xiao Huan's back, and a shocking force poured out like a flash flood, instantly sending Xiao Huan's body flying forward. After which he heavily landed on the ground. In an instant, he had already turned into a seriously injured body. The appearance of this scene caused the hearts of many Xiao clan members present to tighten. Many of their gazes involuntarily looked at Xiao Mingyuan. The latter actually did not care about the clan elders, and allowed the puppet to trample on him. If news of this were to spread, it was likely that his prestige would be damaged. At this moment, Xiao Mingyuan's face was green. He understood what those people were thinking in their hearts, but he also knew what the situation in the arena represented. However, if he were to intervene, this shallow relationship between him and Xiao Yan would be personally broken by him. At that time, it would be a small matter if Xiao Yan treated him coldly. However, if Xiao Yan were to become bitterly disappointed in the Xiao clan, the loss that the clan would suffer would be immeasurable. At this moment, Xiao Mingyuan quietly circulated the Genesis chi in his body as he stared at the North King, who was about to deliver a fatal blow to Xiao Huan. He slowly clenched his fists under his sleeves, and his turbid eyes stared intently at the situation that was about to unfold. If things really reached a point where he had no other choice, he would have to intervene even if he had to offend Xiao Yan. After all, Xiao Huan was the clan's inner pavilion elder, and had a high status. If he died at Xiao Yan's hands, Xiao Yan would lose all possibility of gaining a foothold in the clan. No matter which side it was for, Xiao Mingyuan had to intervene. At this moment, the greatest hope in Xiao Mingyuan's heart was that Xiao Yan would be able to stop in time. In this way he would be able to obtain a deterrent effect and more or less vent his emotions. At the same time, he would not really kill Xiao Huan. Doing so would benefit everyone. However, things were always like this. The more one hoped, the less one would achieve the desired result. The North King still didn't stop even when it was less than a foot away from Xiao Yan. Moreover, Xiao Yan didn't seem to have any intention of stopping it. As for the others present, even Xiao Huan, a 5-star origin sect master, wasn't a match for the puppet. Given their strength, how would they dare to face the North King head-on? If they failed to save Xiao Huan, they would end up losing their lives as well. No one would be willing to intervene in such a matter, unless it was someone close to them. Under countless watching gazes, the North King's charging figure didn't stop at all. It clenched its 5 fingers and punched forward. If it landed, Xiao Huan would instantly lose his life. The clan's inner pavilion elder was about to die in front of the Xiao clan members. Busy. In the next instant, a hurricane suddenly howled in the arena. A strong gust of wind swept out and then quickly retreated. When everyone in the arena looked over, they could clearly see a figure standing in front of Xiao Huan. The figure threw a punch and stood opposite the Northern King. Elder Hong. Everyone immediately cried out in alarm at the sight of this person. The stone that had been hanging in everyone's hearts was finally lifted. Xiao Jinghong? Xiao Mingyuan raised his eyebrows. He had almost forgotten that Xiao Jinghong was also present. Now that Xiao Jinghong had intervened, the pressure in his heart was greatly reduced. On the battlefield, Xiao Jinghong frowned. Although it was true that he had intervened to stop the North King, he clearly knew that the North King's charging figure had already stopped the moment he intervened. This also meant that Xiao Yan had no intention of killing Xiao Huan. Phew. At this moment, Xiao Huan, who had just survived a calamity, finally relaxed his tense body. His body went limp, and his body, which had barely propped itself up from the ground, immediately fell. However, he couldn't care less about his miserable appearance. He crawled forward and wailed at Xiao Jinghong with a trembling voice. Xiao Yan has disregarded the clan's rules. Elder Hong, please uphold justice. A dignified clan's inner pavilion elder had actually committed such an act in front of everyone. This involuntarily caused the expressions of many clan members present to change. Even the clan elders who were watching the battle could not help but frown slightly. Xiao Yan looked at Xiao Huan, who was crawling on the ground like an old dog. When he recalled the former's arrogant appearance, he involuntarily let out a cold laugh. You really do look the part. At this moment, Xiao Jinghong's gaze also landed on Xiao Huan's body. His expression did not change much when he saw the latter's ragged appearance, which made him look like a beggar. However, after a couple of breaths, he sent Xiao Huan flying with a kick under everyone's astonished gazes. In an instant, the entire place was stupefied. Chapter 1450. Ruining the clan's reputation. You deserve a beating. After kicking Xiao Huan, Xiao Jinghong turned his head and said indifferently. Everyone looked at Xiao Huan, who was sent flying like a rubber ball, and their hearts could not help but feel numb. Immediately after, Xiao Jinghong's dignified voice rang out once again. Xiao Huan will be stripped of his position as an inner pavilion elder and locked up for a month. Wow. Once these words were spoken, everyone present was shocked. They expected that after Xiao Huan spoke those words, he had been severely injured by the Northern King. However, this was not the end. In the end, he was kicked by Xiao Jinghong. Not only that, he was even stripped of his position as an elder. The change in his life had actually happened in such a short period of time. It was truly shocking. Thinking about it carefully, it seemed that all of this was not just because of Xiao Huan's own stupidity. Unknowingly, it also included Xiao Yan. Just think about all the things that had happened in the past few months after Xiao Yan had entered the clan. Which one of them did not have the upper hand? The final result of Zhao Jin's matter was that he was stripped of all his status in the clan, and all the authority that the Xiao clan had given him was taken back. Even the head of the Xiao clan, Xiao Dingtian, was implicated. The battle between Xiao Yan and Xiao Lei had caused Xiao Yan's name to resound throughout the Xiao clan. At this moment, he had even refined a Tier 7 medicinal pill. Everything had revolved around him. The final beneficiary was still him. Looking at the current situation, some of the elders in the clan could not help but secretly ponder. Although Xiao Jinghong's words were indeed righteous, from a certain point of view, wasn't he also lowering his head and showing weakness to Xiao Yan? Intervening to save Xiao Huan was to protect her reputation. Punishing Xiao Huan was also to help Xiao Yan get rid of trouble. All of these things caused them to be quietly shocked. With this thought in their minds, many of the clan elders present immediately cast a respectful and humble gaze toward Xiao Yan. Under the premise that one did not have absolute strength to bear the burden of prestige, choosing a side was a necessary action in the future. This kind of action was the same regardless of whether it was in the past or the present. Let's go. Xiao Yan's expression was indifferent as he glanced at Xiao Jinghong in the square. He waited until someone brought the unconscious Xiao Huan away, before withdrawing the Northern King, before speaking in a faint voice. Immediately he walked to the corridor. Xiao Xian followed close behind him. As Xiao Yan and the rest left, the crowd gradually dispersed. Xiao Jinghong, on the other hand, stood where he was. Xiao Yan. The group returned to the main hall, and took their seats. Only then did Xiao Yan ask the question that he had been curious about earlier. Where's Lian? Haha, that girl said that she was worried that there would be no one by your side to help you. So after you went into seclusion to refine pills, she also entered the cultivation room. It has already been more than 3 months, and with the cultivation resources that I have prepared for her, she probably won't fall behind in her cultivation. Xiao Xian smiled. It's been hard on her. Xiao Yan's heart involuntarily warmed slightly when he heard this. A certain girl from the past also had similar thoughts. In order to help him, she had worked hard to train. Unfortunately, she had forgotten about him from the beginning until the end. It was just that now things remained the same, but people had changed. Also, your cultivation seems to be beyond the early origin zone, right? Xiao Yan's gaze returned to Xiao Xian. Although he had used up too much of his soul strength, he could faintly sense that the aura in Xiao Xian's body was not something an ordinary origin zone could compare to. Xiao Mingyuan only noticed this when he heard this. When his gaze landed on Xiao Xian opened his mouth and slowly smiled. I just broke through to 3 stars before I came back. Xiao Yan was slightly startled when these words were uttered. Immediately he smacked his mouth in surprise. On the other hand, Xiao Mingyuan's mind emitted a buzzing sound when he heard these words, despite already knowing that Xiao Xian had broken through to the Source Zone class. His mouth was wide open, and the expression on his old face solidified. He appeared to be stunned, while the shock in his heart was indescribable. Xiao Xian had only broken through to Origin Zone for 3 months, and his cultivation had already risen to 3 stars? Could it be that he broke through to 1 star in a month? Are you using cultivation to build a house? 1 level in a month. After a while, even with Xiao Mingyuan's mental state, he could not help but say something that made one not know whether to laugh or cry. For a moment, Xiao Xian was speechless. Xiao Yan, who knew the truth, could not help but smile bitterly and shake his head. His cultivation had been bumpy, and his cultivation had been obtained by relying on the heavenly flame. The danger and pain he had experienced could be said to be unimaginable for ordinary people. However, compared to Xiao Xian, it was simply 2 extremes. However, Xiao Mingyuan could not be blamed for being so shocked. After all, it would take a very long time for an ordinary person to advance after breaking through to the origin ancestor realm. Even Xiao Lei and Xiao Xian had only advanced by 3 stars after a few years. Even so, this was already considered extremely fast in their eyes. However, Xiao Xian had actually been able to break through to the origin ancestor realm in 3 months. This was truly shocking. TSK, you grandfather and grandson are truly terrifying. A rank 7 alchemist and a rank 7 array master. Even your cultivation has not fallen behind. If this continues, I'm afraid that breaking through to Origin Zone is just around the corner. In addition to the recent events, I believe that Xiao Dingtian's group will not dare to rashly find us again. In the end, Xiao Mingyuan could not help but praise as a hopeful expression appeared on his face. However, the instant his voice faded, his expression suddenly changed. He abruptly stood up and looked outside the door. At the same time, Xiao Yan and Xiao Lei also looked over. At this moment, 3 figures were slowly walking over from outside the hall. It was Xiao Jinghong's group from before. They really came as they wished. Xiao Mingyuan could not help but curse in a low voice as he looked at the 3 figures that had stepped into the hall. Xiao Yan and Xiao Lei also stood up and looked at each other expressionlessly. When Xiao Yan's gaze swept past Xiao Tian, he could not help but ponder when he saw the latter's somewhat embarrassed face. Why? After teaching Xiao Huan a lesson, you came here to denounce him? With this old man here, I won't tolerate you. Xiao Mingyuan took 2 steps forward and spoke in a cold tone. First, I'm not here to denounce you. Second, I only have one thing to say. I'll leave once I'm done. Xiao Jinghong did not pay too much attention to Xiao Mingyuan, and replied indifferently. His gaze immediately fell on Xiao Yan, who was behind him. He took a deep breath and clenched his teeth. After hesitating for a few seconds, he said, using Xiao Huan's words, a straightforward person does not resort to insinuations. I'm here because I hope that you can transfer the zone transformation pill to Tian. From now on, this old man will no longer be your enemy. At the same time, this old man will also owe you a favor. I will do my best to help you with the clan's matters. As soon as these words were spoken, Xiao Mingyuan's expression was instantly stunned, and then he looked at Xiao Tian, who had his head lowered and didn't know what to say. Only now did he understand in his heart that Xiao Jinghong had come to show weakness for the sake of this grandson of his. With this thought, the expression on the old man's face could not help but soften slightly. No matter how these old fellows fought on a daily basis, these youngsters were still the future of the clan. Haha. However, when Xiaoyan heard these words, he laughed coldly and said, "Do you think that the current me will still care if you are my enemy? Or do you think that I will lack someone like you to help me? Just based on today's matter, as long as I raise my arm and call for help, the Xiao clan will definitely respond. Borrow. Then consider it as borrowing. In the future, this old man will personally return it to you." Just as Xiao Yan's voice sounded, Xiao Jinghong's face flushed red as he suddenly spoke. However, what he received in return was still Xiao Yan's mocking laughter. "I am currently a rank 7 alchemist. I don't need any medicinal pills." Then, enough. Xiao Jinghong was just about to open his mouth when Xiao Tian, whose expression was gloomy and ugly, finally could not help but roar out. He raised his head and glared at Xiao Yan as he roared, "Xiao Yan, let me tell you, I can still break through without any medicinal pills. However, my grandfather will not allow you to humiliate him." After speaking, Xiao Tian ignored Xiao Jinghong's advice and turned around to leave with the latter. Xiao Ming respectfully bowed to Xiao Yan and the rest, and hurriedly followed behind. However, at this moment, "Stop!" With a shout, a jade bottle shot out at the same time Xiao Tian stopped moving. When he turned around, he caught it in his hand. "No need." Looking at the jade bottle in his hand, Xiao Tian was furious and wanted to crush it. "It's not for you." Just as Xiao Jinghong hurriedly stopped him, Xiao Yan calmly said, "You should have a good grandfather. You should be thankful that you have a good grandfather. If he had not stopped the North King, I would not have given you this pill." After speaking, Xiao Yan immediately turned around. Under the surprised gazes of Xiao Mingyuan and the rest, he walked tiredly to his bedroom. On the other hand, Xiao Jinghong's face was filled with suspicion as he looked at Xiao Yan's back. In his heart, he did not know what his action had to do with this. At this moment, Xiao Xian was probably the only one present who could roughly understand this point. Thinking about it, everything that had happened since Xiao Yan had entered the Xiao clan had involved brothers killing each other. The so-called same origin was extremely heartless. Apart from the authority in their hands, these people did not have any compassion. In particular, the matter of Bai Hua had caused Xiao Yan's heart to turn completely cold. If not for Xiao Xian, it was likely that he would have left the Xiao clan long ago. However, although Xiao Jinghong had dealt with the matter of Xiao Huan strictly, it had to be said that he had saved Xiao Huan's life at the most critical moment. Under such circumstances, Xiao Jinghong was already aware of Xiao Yan's identity as a rank 7 alchemist. However, he still intervened for a person who did not harm him. This kind of benevolence and righteousness moved Xiao Yan. A clan should be united and united. However, from what Xiao Yan had seen in the past, it was completely heartless. Only today was he able to feel the hot blood of the clan. This also proved that the Xiao clan was not impossible to change. Chapter 1451. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed since Xiao Yan had refined the Tier 7 medicinal pill, the zone transformation pill. After resting for a while, Xiao Yan had not only recovered all of the exhaustion that he had suffered during these 3 months of pill refinement, but his aura had also become denser. His condition was basically at its peak at all times. Powerful Genesis Chi flowed like torrents within the veins of his body, causing Xiao Yan's entire body to emit a comfortable feeling. A cool breeze blew across the clear blue sky, with only a few drifting clouds. The warm sunlight sprinkled down from the sky and landed on people's bodies, bringing a warm and comfortable feeling. Coupled with the cool and refreshing breeze, it could be said that it was a great blessing in life to be able to stroll in such an environment. Xiao Yan's eyes narrowed slightly as he slowly walked along the tree-lined path. He did not pay too much attention to the scorching gazes that were directed at him from all directions. This kind of gaze had been following Xiao Yan ever since he had refined the zone transformation pill. Although it contained various meanings, Xiao Yan was unconcerned. If he had been young, he might have felt a little resentful because of this kind of gaze. However, Xiao Yan, who had experienced an innumerable amount of things and had seen all sorts of unfathomable things in the world, had already experienced too many of such things. With his current mental state, it was difficult for him to be affected. Xiao Yan's eyes indifferently glanced over the gazes that the members of the Xiao clan shot over. He involuntarily shook his head helplessly. His footsteps changed without anyone noticing. In the next instant, his body strangely disappeared from this street. By the time the surrounding people recovered, a lush mountain forest had already appeared in front of Xiao Yan, the back mountain of the Xiao clan. The lush greenery extended to the end of one's sight like a boundless sea of green. As one stood in the middle, wind whistled and the sea of trees swayed. Giant 100-feet-tall waves swept over from afar like a tsunami, a spectacular sight that left one speechless. Xiao Yan stood in the sky above the sea of trees. He eyed a certain direction in the mountain forest. First Elder Xiaozhen was there. Although Xiao Yan had yet to see the latter, with his current spiritual strength, he was able to sense that there seemed to be a pair of eyes staring at him. Immediately, Xiao Yan did not dare to slight him as he respectfully bowed in that direction. After which, he twisted his body and flew to a certain spot in the mountain forest. A moment later, Xiao Yan landed on a cliff. All around him was a lush mountain forest. At the end of his sight, he could clearly see the outline of the interior of the Xiao clan. Behind him was a towering mountain. Xiao Yan stretched his lazy waist and smiled with satisfaction. After which, he found a relatively flat rock and sat down. After which, he flipped his hand and a palm-sized jade token landed in his hand. It was the 8 Emperor Seal Arts that Ouyang Miao had given him back in Shuyang City. 8 Emperor Seal Arts. Hopefully, it will give me an extraordinary surprise. Xiao Yan's eyes stared intently at the jade token in his hand. A fiery heat involuntarily rose in his heart. Although he did not know much about Do skills, he was aware of their strength. The Emperor Seal Arts that was famous in the Gu clan back then was already this powerful. Now that the 8 Emperor Seal Arts that had been improved, its strength would naturally be even greater. Now that it had landed in his hands, he naturally had to properly practice it. Xiao Yan lifted the jade token in his hand. A thought passed through his mind, and a thread of spiritual strength swiftly entered the jade token. His eyes were slightly shut and a thought passed through his mind. A wave of information was transmitted into Xiao Yan's mind following the insertion of his spiritual strength. Xiao Yan carefully studied the information within the jade token. A long while later, he finally slowly opened his eyes. A glint immediately flashed across his dark black eyes. The joy in his heart became even denser. This 8 Emperor Seal Arts was definitely an improved version of the Emperor Seal Arts. This was especially the case for the last 3 seals, the Mountain River Seal, Qiankuan Seal, and Sky Seal. The strength of these seals could not be said to be just a little bit stronger. Just a simple seal had a strength comparable to a man class, spirit class, and E-class Do skill. If one were to think through the seals and merge the 8 seals into one, their strength would be comparable to the legendary Sheng class Do skill. The 8 Emperor Seal Arts could not be said to be weak. The thing that caused Xiao Yan to rejoice the most was that the prerequisite to practicing the last 3 seals was to use the first 5 seals as a foundation. Fortunately, even though the practice method of the first 5 seals had been changed, it was not difficult for Xiao Yan to master them within a short period of time, given his own familiarity with the Emperor Seal Arts. As for the last 3 seals, as a high-class Do skill, one needed to grasp its essence in order to be able to unleash its true strength. Xiao Yan was completely confident about this point. From a certain point of view, the birth of the 8 Emperor Seal Arts could be considered a derivative of the Emperor Seal Arts. Everything in the world sought its foundation. Xiao Yan had even mastered the Emperor Seal Arts. It was naturally not difficult for him to practice the last 3 seals of the 8 Emperor Seal Arts. After a long time, Xiao Yan flipped his hand and put away the jade scroll. He slowly exhaled and closed his eyes again. With a thought, information slowly flowed into his heart. Xiaoyan lifted his hands and his 10 fingers moved together, forming a series of seals at his fingertips. A familiar yet slightly different Emperor seal art was activated by Xiaoyan. At the same time, Genesis Qi undulations that were even more powerful than before swiftly gathered between his hands. Open Mountain Seal. Overturning Sea Seal. Earth Overturning Seal. Sky Submerging Seal. Ancient Emperor Seal. Xiaoyan roared in his heart as the 5 seals merged into one. At a certain moment, Xiaoyan's eyes suddenly opened as boundless Genesis Qi condensed into a mysterious hand seal in his palms. At the same time, an intense light surged as his hands suddenly pushed forward. With a loud boom, they shattered the space in front of him and slammed into a boulder in the forest below. Boom! A heavy explosion abruptly sounded, causing the forest to collapse as a flock of startled birds flew into the sky. However, Xiaoyan did not have the time to care about this at this moment. His gaze landed on the spot where the hand seal had landed as joy flowed out in his eyes. Disregarding everything else, just the 5 seals that had been roughly formed were far more powerful than the Emperor seal art of the past. This level was already not inferior to an ordinary human tier Do skill. If the last 3 seals of the 8 Emperor seal arts were added, one could easily imagine how powerful they would be. Xiaoyan softly chuckled. He withdrew his gaze and raised his hands once again, forming a series of chaotic and strange hand seals in front of him. Wave after wave of ferocious energy gathered once again. Although the path of cultivation was about progressing step by step, it was naturally best to strike while the iron was hot since it was a Do skill. This was especially so since the clan gathering was approaching. It was always good to have an additional trump card. While Xiaoyan was immersed in his training of the 8 Emperor seal arts, the strange medicinal pill that had merged the medicinal powers of the 2 pills in his storage ring was undergoing a strange fusion at this moment. A completely new power was stealthily gathering within the pill. Chapter 1452. The Back Mountain of the Xiao Clan. Lush green trees covered the vast mountain forest like an ocean, stretching as far as the eye could see. Somewhere deep in the mountains on top of a cliff, the black-robed young man sat upright on top of a huge rock. His face was calm as he raised both of his hands to his chest. His 10 fingers linked together, and many mysterious seals flew out. After a short while, the young man suddenly pushed both of his hands forward, and an explosive shout came from his mouth. 8 arts of the Emperor Seal, Mountain River Seal. As his shout faded, the powerful palm imprint, wrapped in powerful Genesis Qi, dashed towards the space in front of it. When it reached a distance of several dozen feet, the palm imprint that had broken through space suddenly exploded with a thought from the young man, releasing an astonishing amount of energy that swept away the surrounding forest, creating a huge empty space below. Soil was sent flying as trees were uprooted. Just the aftershocks were already so powerful. Just how earth-shattering would it be if the young man used his full strength? Xiaoyan's face finally revealed a satisfied expression as he looked at the large empty space in the mountain forest below that had been swept away. After a couple of days of training, he had finally completely mastered the Mountain River Seal, the last 3rd seal of the 8 seals of the God Seal. He had only used 30% of his strength, yet he was able to obtain such an effect. It could be considered quite good. Xiaoyan retracted his hand and exhaled. He didn't rush to continue training. Instead, he stood up and looked towards the Xiao clan as he prepared to leave. After several days of repeated training, the Mountain River Seal had achieved remarkable results. The coordination between Genesis Qi and the hand seal had reached the peak, and it would be extremely difficult for him to make another breakthrough. As for the other 2 seals, Xiaoyan didn't intend to practice them before he fully digested and familiarized himself with the Mountain River Seal. After all, he couldn't rush for results. His efforts during this period of time might produce miraculous results, but if he blindly fought without moderation, things would only move in the opposite direction when they reached an extreme. With these thoughts in mind, Xiaoyan no longer hesitated. He pushed off the ground with the tip of his foot, and flew in the direction he came from. However, it was at this moment that bzzz. The storage ring on Xiaoyan's finger suddenly vibrated violently as a powerful force erupted from within. The storage ring showed signs of exploding. This sudden unexpected change caused the expression on Xiao Yan's face to change drastically. A thought passed through his mind only to discover that the storage ring was no longer under his control. Only then did he hurriedly maneuver his spiritual strength and extend it into it. After a quick search, he took out a shattered jade box. This is... The expression on Xiao Yan's face immediately stiffened when he saw the jade box in front of him. This jade box was surprisingly the jade box that contained the merged medicinal pill. The current riot was caused by this box. The moment Xiao Yan opened the jade box, a shocking energy appeared to have broken through its final restraint as it suddenly swept out from within. Xiao Yan was the first to bear the brunt of it. He was forced back 1,000 feet by this shocking energy. Only then did he stabilize his body with a solemn expression. After which, he immediately raised his head and looked at the spot where the energy had swept out. Ha! When Xiao Yan raised his head, a shockingly black fog-like energy ripple once again swept over. The originally lush green mountain forest was swiftly covered by a layer of dark black color wherever it passed. Large patches of trees swiftly turned dark black. Immediately, they shattered like charcoal. Even some of the trees that were a little further away gradually turned yellow, until they turned into withered trees. Shock immediately surged into Xiao Yan's eyes when he saw this scene. His expression changed and a heavenly flame suddenly appeared in the empty space in front of him. It incinerated the black fog that was pouncing over into nothingness. Soon after, the black fog scattered and revealed the thing within it. Only then did Xiao Yan clearly see that the thing that was exposed in the air at this very moment was none other than Bai Hua. Bai Hua, you are still alive. When he saw Bai Hua, Xiao Yan's face was initially filled with joy. However, he quickly frowned and the expression on his face changed. Just as he was about to step forward, he suddenly stopped. The grave expression on his face did not decrease but instead increased. His entire heart suddenly tightened. At this moment, Bai Hua still looked the same as before. However, her white clothes were pitch black. Other than a pair of eyes that showed a strange white color, there was not a trace of white on her body. Even her demeanor and aura were like two different people. When he sensed this, Xiao Yan's heart could not help but thump. In an instant, he seemed to have understood something. His face was filled with disbelief as he looked at Bai Hua, who was in the sky above the mountain forest. He opened his mouth, but did not know what to say. Even the movements of his hands had involuntarily froze. At this very moment, Bai Hua was just like a monster that had taken over his body. Other than this seemingly familiar body, everything within it, regardless of soul or aura, no longer belonged to Bai Hua. The person in front of him was a monster that Xiao Yan was most familiar with. Why is it like this? After suddenly coming to a realization, Xiao Yan's face instantly turned pale. His eyes stared blankly at that body. For a moment, his mind was completely blank. He did not dare to believe and could not believe that someone who was so important to him would end up in such a state. However, compared to the current Xiao Yan, that Bai Hua did not contain a trace of emotion. If one had to say that there was any emotion, then there was only a cold killing intent. The moment the void was torn apart, Bai Hua's body had already appeared in front of Xiao Yan. Her 5 fingers were pressed together, and a strange pitch-black energy covered them. A sharp sound of breaking wind sounded out as it tore apart the void and fiercely stabbed towards Xiao Yan's throat. However, even at this moment, Xiao Yan was still absent-minded about the emotions in his heart. The appearance of the little fairy doctor and Bai Hua when they had accompanied him, the emotions and hot-bloodedness at that time, the deep friendship of the past slowly surfaced in his heart. At the same time, he could only allow the ruthless hand to fiercely stab towards him. Almost at the same time, when the palm was still a couple of inches away from Xiao Yan's throat, a golden-colored barrier appeared in front of Xiao Yan out of nowhere. The ferociously piercing palm also suddenly paused at this moment. Bai Hua's body was startled as she stood in the empty air. The tip of her palm was less than an inch away from the golden-colored barrier. After which, bang! The barrier was ruthlessly pierced through by the pitch-black hand. Xiao Yan, who was behind it, was also gently pushed back by a hand at this moment. At the same time, the other hand landed on Bai Hua's chest. The force in the palm slightly exploded and forced her back. Under the sunlight, A handsome face was revealed. It was Xiao Xian. Chapter 1453. What's going on? Xiao Xian furrowed his brows tightly as he looked at Bai Hua, whose temperament had changed drastically. He turned his head to look at Xiao Yan, who was at a loss, and could not help but ask. I don't know. Bai Hua he. Xiao Yan replied in a daze. In the next instant, he seemed to have recalled something and abruptly returned to his senses. When he lifted his head, he saw Bai Hua, twisting its body once again. As it roared furiously, a surge of pitch-black energy crazily surged out from its body. An extremely powerful force also immediately erupted. Bai Hua. Xiao Yan, who had recovered, saw this manner of Bai Hua. At the same time that his heart was anxious, his mouth also hurriedly cried out, hoping that he could use this to help her recover her consciousness. Unfortunately, the latter was no longer the original Bai Hua with the exception of this body. The current her was merely a walking corpse that only knew how to kill. This explosive cry of Xiao Yan not only did not cause her to calm down, it had instead angered the monster that was hidden within this body. Roar! An earth-shaking beast roar sounded. The body of Bai Hua shook abruptly. Her feet stepped on empty air, and her body immediately turned into a dark black lightning. At the same time that she shot explosively toward Xiao Yan, a strange dark black energy suddenly agglomerated in her hands, transforming into two light clusters that violently shot toward the latter. Xiao Yan's expression was instantly replaced by a solemnness as he eyed the two enormous light clusters that shot explosively toward him. The current Bai Hua had already become a completely foreign monster. This kind of ferocious attack was even stronger than Xiao Lei's a couple of months ago. If he were to be even a little careless, he would end up in a miserable state. This also proved that the one who was currently controlling this body was the monster that had mutated from the creation pill. This point had coincidentally struck a sore spot in Xiao Yan's heart. Bang bang! While Xiao Yan was absent-minded, two muffled explosions suddenly sounded in front of him. Two invisible sword glows slashed apart the incoming black balls of light. Xiao Xian's somewhat stern low shout was also transmitted over. What are you doing? Even if you want to wake Bai Hua up, the first thing you should do is to control it and not allow it to continue wreaking havoc. If something happens, neither you nor I will be able to save it. Xiao Yan's expression was slightly startled when he heard this. Only then did he completely recover. He raised his head and looked over, only to see Xiao Xian's hands swiftly changing seals. A thought immediately passed through his heart. His gaze quickly landed on Bai Hua. He hesitated for a moment before violently clenching his teeth. A fury suddenly surged from the bottom of his heart. Both of his hands involuntarily clenched tightly. Fine. Since I can't wake you, I'll wake you. Xiao Yan's grave expression immediately turned cold the moment his words sounded. His body shook violently as surging Genesis Chi immediately surged out from within his body. The footsteps of his feet changed as he used the absolute sky steps in the blink of an eye. In the next instant, his body strangely appeared beside Bai Hua. Bang! His fist viciously swung down. However, it was caught by a strange pitch-black hand just as it was about to land on Bai Hua. What? Xiao Yan's eyes abruptly widened when his attack was blocked. When he lifted his head, he saw a sinister smile on the monster's face. It seemed to be rather pleased with itself as a punch suddenly came crashing down. At such a close distance, coupled with the fact that his fist was tightly grabbed, there was no way to dodge. Even with Xiao Yan's abilities, there was nothing he could do. Xiao Yan's breathing turned a little sluggish as he stared at the pitch-black fist that was rapidly growing in his eyes. An aura of imminent death lingered in his heart. Clang! A split second later, the monster's fist was intercepted once again. The monster's expression froze for a moment. Its eerily white eyes swept around, only to find a golden-purple puppet that had blocked the punch with its steel body. This puppet was none other than the North King. This was the only method Xiao Yan could think of in this moment of desperation. However, roar! The monster opened its mouth, and a black pillar of light immediately shot out. With a single attack, the North King's body was instantly sent flying. Even someone as powerful as Xiao Huan was unable to force back the North King with his full strength. Yet in front of the monstrous Bai Hua, it had been sent flying with a single attack. Such power was truly terrifying. Fortunately, Xiao Yan had also managed to escape from the monster's grasp in this short period of time. As he stared at the North King that had been sent flying, a grave expression involuntarily surfaced on Xiao Yan's face once again. The power that Bai Hua had unleashed was far more terrifying than he had imagined. To be able to send the North King flying with a single attack, such strength was likely at least at the level of a 6-star origin sect. On the other side, Xiao Xian was still condensing the formation in his hand. It seemed that he still needed some time. With a thought, Xiao Yan withdrew his gaze. The North King, who had been sent flying, once again shot over. It stood in the air and stared at the monster with Xiao Yan. As he recalled the previous scene, Xiao Yan clearly understood that with his current strength, he clearly had no chance of victory against the monster in front of him. He could only hope that the North King's presence could stall for time, until Xiao Yan finished condensing the formation. Roar! However, this time, the monster seemed to have understood Xiao Yan's current actions. A trace of craftiness appeared in its eerily white eyes as it faced Xiao Yan and the North King, who were gradually encircling it. As the two cautiously advanced, it slowly retreated. Immediately after, under Xiao Yan's astonished gaze, it suddenly turned around and swiftly charged into the forest. From the looks of it, it was planning to escape. Damn it! Don't even think about escaping. Xiao Yan's heart immediately became anxious in the face of this sudden scene. The Genesis Qi in his body swiftly circulated as he gave chase. However, at this moment, an earth-shaking muffled explosion was suddenly emitted from the mountain forest. Soon after, Bai Hua, who had just turned around and fled, was instantly blasted into the sky by a powerful force. Boom! A human figure suddenly appeared in the sky, after which he randomly stomped his foot down. The monster's body appeared to have suffered a serious injury as it crashed to the ground. It was smashed deep into the soil. It was also at this moment that Xiao Yan suddenly saw the face of the person who had attacked. Xiao Dingtian. Xiao Yan roared. He never imagined that Xiao Dingtian would suddenly appear. Once Bai Hua fell into his hands, there would be no hope of saving her. This old man is carrying out his duty to eliminate all internal and external troubles in the clan. This beast is wild and difficult to tame, so it's better not to have it. Since little friend Xiao Yan can't deal with it, let this old man do it for you. The corner of Xiao Dingtian's mouth was slowly lifted into a cold smile as he eyed Xiao Yan, who was rushing over. When the latter heard these words, the fury in his heart could not be any greater. Immediately he could not resist roaring out, "You dare!" As his voice faded, Xiao Dingtian pressed two fingers together and viciously swung them downwards. A beam of light shot out and instantly pierced Bai Hua's heart. Chapter 1454. When Xiao Dingtian's attack landed, Xiao Yan's charging body in the sky suddenly paused. Soon after, a wild killing intent suddenly surfaced on his pale white face. The moment he raised his head, his originally dark black eyes were actually completely filled with a scarlet color. His body trembled intensely as a somewhat hoarse roar was emitted from his throat. His body used all his strength to surge out of his body. At the same time that his body abruptly shot forward, he suddenly clenched his hand. A fierce, intense flame began to burn on the heavy Xian ruler almost at the same time that it had appeared. Oh, angry? However, Xiao Dingtian merely sneered at the sight of Xiao Yan's crazed appearance. His eyes flickered faintly as he slowly raised two fingers and gently tapped at the empty space to the side. At practically the same instant Xiao Dingtian's fingers landed, the originally empty space abruptly began to distort as raging flames rose into the air. Next, a giant ruler blazing with heavenly flames appeared along with Xiao Yan. Xiao Dingtian's seemingly ordinary finger casually sliced open space and landed on the giant ruler's blade. A frightening wind ripple immediately surged out when the two collided. Xiao Yan's eyes hardened. Just as he was about to pull his body back, Xiao Dingtian flipped his hand and struck the body of the huge ruler. With just one strike, the heavy Xian ruler in the latter's hand was shaken until it left his hand. Humph! As the giant ruler left his hand, a force was transmitted from Xiao Yan's palm. A muffled groan was immediately emitted from Xiao Yan's throat as the tip of his foot pushed off the air. His figure rapidly retreated while the Genesis Qi in his body frantically circulated. forcefully suppressing the force that had forced its way into his body. Even so, when he stabilized his body, he shot a glance at his right hand that was holding the giant ruler. A stream of blood was rapidly flowing down his wrist, dyeing his entire hand red in the blink of an eye. Under Xiao Yan's fury, he was still able to use a simple attack to force Xiao Dingtian back, and even injure Xiao Dingtian. Xiao Dingtian's cultivation was indeed frightening. Even so, the rage in Xiao Yan's heart was difficult to extinguish when he saw Bai Hua being killed by the person before him. A few seconds later, Xiao Yan abruptly lifted his head as he forcefully clenched his right hand. As he opened it again, a suction force surged from his palm, and the heavy Xian ruler that had been sent flying once again returned to his hand. With a violent shake, raging flames once again covered it. Humph, stubborn fool. Xiao Dingtian let out a faint cold snort when he saw Xiao Yan act in this manner. He immediately took a step forward. The moment his foot landed in the empty air, a powerful pressure suddenly shot forward. It carried a blade-like force as it pressed toward Xiao Yan. Xiao Dingtian's disdain for using his aura to pressure others into submission was truly undisguised. Chi. In the next moment, when the pressure broke through the air, Xiao Yan's figure actually disappeared from the sky without any warning. Xiao Dingtian couldn't help but be slightly surprised at the sight of this. When he regained his senses, a figure had strangely appeared in the sky above his head. Behind the figure, a pitch-black tent had condensed. So that's how it is. Xiao Dingtian only smiled faintly when he saw this scene. With a wave of his hand, a turbulent energy swept out like a tidal wave, instantly sending the enormous ruler that was descending from above flying. Xiao Yan was once again sent flying. However, just as Xiao Yan was about to struggle and step forward again, the latter's somewhat low and deep voice was slowly spat out. Enough. This old man has repeatedly endured because you have some talent. If I were to truly make a move, you don't even have the qualifications to be this old man's opponent. Then I still want to fight. Xiao Yan roared. Not only did the killing intent in his eyes not diminish, it became even denser. You actually don't even want your own life for a bastard? Xiao Dingtian lifted his eyelids and said indifferently. As these words fell, Xiao Yan's pale face instantly became gloomy. A long while later, he clenched his teeth tightly and said one word at a time. To me, the Xiao clan can be replaced, but he can't. Xiao Yan, how dare you? Xiao Dingtian's face suddenly turned gloomy. With a wave of his sleeve, an invisible energy suddenly swept out and ruthlessly blasted toward Xiao Yan. In his eyes, he didn't care even if the sky collapsed and the earth sank. Only the Xiao clan was not to be trampled on. However, Xiao Yan's words had touched his reverse scale. But how could he have known that his casual words earlier weren't Xiao Yan's reverse scale? Buzz. Just as the invisible force was about to land on Xiao Yan's body, a golden-colored formation barrier suddenly appeared in front of Xiao Yan, intending to block Xiao Dingtian's attack. Xiao Xian, you dare to stop this old man? Xiao Dingtian glanced at Xiao Xian, who was standing on top of a giant tree, from the corner of his eyes and said in a deep voice. Elder, where it is possible to let people off, one should spare them. Moreover, Xiao Yan is just a junior who speaks without thinking. There is no need to take it seriously. Xiao Xian tried his best to maintain the operation of the array as he said in a deep voice. How dare you insult the Xiao clan? I will not spare you, no matter who you are. A cold snort was emitted from Xiao Dingtian's hand and nose after his voice sounded. A bang was heard as he advanced. The golden-colored formation barrier that was agglomerated in front of Xiao Yan suddenly burst apart. The still surging invisible force violently smashed toward Xiao Yan's body. Chi. However, it was also at this moment that Xiao Yan was preparing to use all his strength to face the invisible wind in front of him when a soul-stirring white-colored light pillar suddenly broke through the empty air and shot to the sky. At this instant, the wind that was about to smash onto Xiao Yan's body was actually forcefully scattered by this powerful energy. Oh! Xiao Dingtian frowned. Xiao Yan also looked down with a surprised face. The expressions of the two changed one after another. The former's old face was filled with an expression of disbelief. As for Xiao Yan, an excited expression finally involuntarily surged onto his pale face. His pair of scarlet eyes were currently filled with some mist. A snow-white figure slowly stood up from within an enormous pit on the ground. The blackness that covered his body quietly withdrew. A pair of dark black eyes were gradually covered by a dense white color at this moment. His cold face revealed a loss. When he raised his head, he saw Xiaoyan standing in the empty space at this moment. Ugh! Opening his mouth slightly, the young man was unable to speak for a moment. After a long while, he completely adapted to it. Only then did the thoughts in his mind become completely clear. Xiaoyan, Bai Hua. At this moment, the white-clothed figure that appeared in the mountain forest was undoubtedly Bai Hua. Unlike the beast-like soul from before, this pair of eyes was still filled with the familiar expression of the past. At this moment, Xiaoyan understood in his heart that the real Bai Hua had returned. Their gazes met, and a surge of emotions immediately surged into their hearts. Without caring about anything else, Xiaoyan directly ignored Xiao Dingtian's gloomy gaze and suppressed the pain brought about by the injuries in his body. His figure flashed and appeared in front of the latter in the blink of an eye. The two men hugged each other with deep emotions. Chapter 1455. At the back mountain of the Xiao clan, Xiaoyan and Bai Hua were hugging each other on the ground that was in ruins. At this moment, both of their faces were filled with joy after surviving a calamity. No one could believe or understand that Bai Hua, who had her heart pierced by Xiao Dingtian, would actually recover. Moreover, from her appearance, it was obvious that she was fine. In fact, her condition was even better than before. This, Xiao Dingtian frowned as he stared at Bai Hua. When he saw the black color gradually receding from the corner of her clothes, he sensed the unique aura that was different from before. After making some connections, he seemed to have understood something. The snow-white Bai Hua in front of him was perhaps the result of his heart-piercing finger. With Bai Hua's previous beast-like state, if there was no external suppression, it was impossible for her to change at all. Furthermore, after his 2 consecutive attacks, the black aura that lingered around her body did not dissipate. It was only when his life-reaping finger landed that such an outcome occurred. How did it turn out like this? Xiao Dingtian could not help but frown when he thought of this. He did not expect that not only did his attack not suppress Xiaoyan's heart, it actually turned out to be a blessing in disguise. It was simply a futile effort. As this thought flew in his mind, the expression on Xiao Dingtian's old face was really ugly. Just as his mood was getting more and more depressed, an aged laughter suddenly resounded in this world. Haha, since you have caused enough trouble, please return. The back mountain of the Xiao clan is not a place where you can fight. If you really can't stand it, then go to the martial arena. The person who spoke was the first elder, Xiaozhen. Hearing this, Xiao Dingtian's old face revealed a rare expression of fear. In the entire clan, he was not even afraid of the clan leader. However, he did not have much of a temper when facing the first elder. Cupping his hands together towards the depths of the mountain forest, Xiao Dingtian unwillingly glared at Xiaoyan before turning around and disappearing from this world in the blink of an eye. A relaxed expression finally surfaced on Xiaoyan's pale face as he watched Xiao Dingtian leave. His body swayed slightly, and Bai Hua by the side hurriedly stepped forward to support him. Only then did the latter hurriedly take out a medicinal pill from his storage ring and consume it. The medicinal pill turned into a gentle medicinal strength in the blink of an eye as it entered his body, swiftly nourishing his nearly dried-up meridians. As the Genesis Qi spread, Xiaoyan's pale face gradually began to turn for the better. Thank you, First Elder, for helping us out. Xiao Xian cupped his fists together towards the depths of the mountain forest and respectfully said, Hee, it's a small matter. However, all of you must not be careless when you return. Xiao Dingtian still has some grievances towards all of you. Before the clan gathering begins, try not to get involved with him. Although Xiao Jinghong has reconciled with all of you, given Xiao Dingtian's connections in the clan, he is not someone you can easily deal with. Although I am the first elder, it is not appropriate for me to participate too much. However, I wish all of you safe and sound. Xiao Yan and the others respectfully bowed after his words sounded, after which, they withdrew from the back mountain and returned to the mansion. After the group returned to the manor, Xiao Yan rested for a moment before immediately checking the condition of Bai Hua's body. However, after a round of inspection, he found that everything was normal. Only then did the former truly relax. Xiaoyan was naturally overjoyed to see that Bai Hua had suddenly recovered. However, even at this moment, Xiaoyan could not help but feel a lingering fear in his heart when he recalled Bai Hua's sinister appearance from before. This made Xiaoyan overjoyed in his heart, but he could not help but worry about the condition of Bai Hua's body. Fortunately, the results of his inspection had finally removed all of the worries in his heart. However, while Xiaoyan was carefully investigating Bai Hua, he suddenly realized that the latter's pair of eyes had strangely displayed a white and black state. With regards to this, Bai Hua was unable to find the reason. Naturally, Xiaoyan was also unable to find the answer. In his helplessness, he could only give up. Rather than worrying without any results, it was better to focus on what was ahead. Currently, there was only 1.5 months left until the clan gathering. In such a short period of time, it was obvious that the cultivation of everyone present would not be able to make any more breakthroughs. Currently, the only person they could look forward to was Lian, who was in closed-door cultivation. Time flew by. Ever since Xiaoyan left the mountain behind the Xiao clan and returned to the manor, the following days had become much more leisurely. However, the atmosphere within the Xiao clan had gradually become tense. Everyone could faintly sense that an undercurrent was quietly gathering. The day when the clan gathering began would be the day when this force would completely erupt. Some of the sharper individuals were able to sense that this clan gathering was likely different from the previous ones. Once this storm began, its intensity would likely be several times more violent than any of the previous ones. Under this enormous pressure, many of the younger generation in the Xiao clan miraculously made a breakthrough in their cultivation. Xiao Tian was naturally the leader among them. After consuming the zone transformation pill that Xiaoyan had refined, his cultivation not only made a breakthrough, but also reached the peak of the advanced 1-star origin zone stage. His foundation could be said to be extraordinary. If his luck was not bad, it was likely that he would be able to break through to the 2-star origin zone stage after this clan gathering. At the same time, while countless members of the Xiao clan were secretly competing, Xiaoyan heard that some of the members of the Xiao clan, who were like Xiao Lei and Xiao Zhuobin, had also returned to the clan. Although some of them had already participated in the previous clan gatherings and did not have the qualifications to participate again, they still returned to the clan with a curious attitude. Some of them had even directly targeted Xiaoyan, causing Xiaoyan to feel flattered for a time. Xiaoyan was currently standing outside a secret room in the manor. Inside was Lian, who had been in seclusion for several months. With the isolation of the secret room, Xiaoyan was unable to probe the exact situation inside. However, he could sense that there was an extremely powerful energy continuously gathering inside, waiting for the day of dawn. It was likely that it would cause one to be shocked. There are still 3 days left. If this girl does not come out, I'm afraid that she will not be able to participate in the clan gathering. Xiaoyan frowned slightly as he stared at the door of the secret room that was still tightly shut. His voice was somewhat anxious as he spoke. Believe in her. Since she has said that she will participate in the clan gathering, she will definitely come out in time. Behind him, Bai Hua slowly walked over and laughed softly. There was an exceptionally confident expression in her eyes. Shrugging his shoulders, Xiaoyan could only secretly hope in his heart. Just as he was about to turn around, Bai Hua suddenly extended her hand and handed over a crystal-clear jade bottle. At the same time, a rich medicinal fragrance spread out. Before Xiaoyan could speak, a soft laughter was heard. Here, the pill formula for the creation pill. Chapter 1456. Once Bai Hua's words left her mouth, Xiaoyan's expression instantly froze. His gaze blankly stared at the jade bottle in front of him. For a moment, he was actually somewhat speechless. How did the pill formula of the nature pill suddenly appear in Bai Hua's hands? With regards to this, Bai Hua could only copy Xiaoyan's manner and shrug her shoulders. She innocently said, I also don't know. It's just that ever since I merged with that fellow, the information of the nature pill naturally appeared in my mind. Bai Hua gently shook the jade bottle in her hand as she spoke, indicating for Xiaoyan to receive it. Only then did Xiaoyan purse his mouth and smile. He did not exchange any pleasantries as he received it. However, when he opened the jade bottle to take a look, the thing that was inside was not some medicinal pill. Instead, it was a drop of bright red blood. This blood was the essence blood in Bai Hua's body. With this item in hand, as long as Xiaoyan completely absorbed the information within this drop of essence blood, he would be able to obtain the most complete and detailed pill formula of the nature pill. It was truly perfect. Tightly holding the jade bottle in his hand, Xiaoyan's heart could not help but feel slightly warm. He opened his mouth to say something, but Bai Hua's hand lightly patted his shoulder. She smiled and said, "All right, I know what you want to say. There's no need to say anything. I know that this item is extremely important to you. However, in comparison, you are more important to me." Hearing Bai Hua's words, Xiaoyan's expression instantly froze. The former immediately continued to urge him. "All right, quickly go and digest this pill formula. I'll take care of things here. There's no need to worry." Hearing this, the latter hesitated for a moment before heavily nodding his head. After instructing Bai Hua, he took a deep breath, turned around and walked towards the bedroom. Within the courtyard, Bai Hua watched Xiaoyan's departing figure. Suddenly, she could not help but violently cough for a while. Within her pair of pale eyes, specks of strange black light actually surfaced. A moment later, Xiaoyan sat cross-legged on the bed within the bedroom. He once again opened the jade bottle and poured out the drop of bright red fresh blood within it, after which he tossed it into the air. Immediately, a rich pill fragrance involuntarily spread. Huff! Deeply exhaling a breath of air, Xiaoyan slowly calmed the agitated emotions in his heart. He extended 2 fingers and transformed them into a sword. With a thought, spiritual strength immediately gushed out from between his eyebrows and covered the tip of his finger. Subsequently, his finger landed heavily on the surface of the drop of blood. Buzz! A wave of surging medicinal strength immediately swept out from within it. Xiaoyan ignored the impact of the strength as he poured his spiritual strength into it. His descending finger slowly entered it. A drop of fresh blood the size of a thumb turned into a thin layer that gradually covered the surface of his finger. Following the continuous pouring of Xiaoyan's spiritual strength, an extremely mysterious information from within this drop of blood was slowly transmitted into Xiaoyan's mind. What was gradually pieced together was surprisingly a complete pill formula. Xiaoyan's spiritual strength continued to pour in. The pill formula for an 8th level creation pill. Buzz! While Xiaoyan was slowly absorbing the information of the pill formula that was contained within the drop of fresh blood, a powerful energy aura suddenly swept through the secret room that had been tightly shut for a couple of months in the courtyard where Bai Hua was located. The surging energy forcefully broke the door of the secret room. Bai Hua, who was seated cross-legged in the courtyard, suddenly opened her eyes at this moment. Somewhere in the courtyard, Xiaoxian's figure flashed. In the blink of an eye, he had rushed to the roof. Looking in the direction where the energy aura swept out, a look of surprise involuntarily surfaced in his pitch-black eyes. TSK, she has actually broken through to Origin Emperor. It is indeed faster than I expected. With the support of dozens of high-grade spiritual stones, in addition to Lian Er's extraordinary talent and physique, Xiaoxian had predicted that it would be extremely good for her to break through to the peak of Origin King within 3 months. After all, there was still a barrier between Origin King and Origin Emperor. It was clearly not easy to break through. However, he had still underestimated this girl. She had actually broken through from a 5-star Origin King to Origin Emperor in 3 months. Such a frightening cultivation speed was likely unheard of in the entire continent. However, it was also at this moment that, roar! A hoarse roar suddenly rang out. Standing on the roof, Xiaoxian's expression instantly changed. He clearly remembered that voice. Bai Hua, did something happen again? Xiaoxian frowned. He did not have time to inform Xiaoyan. With a leap, he swiftly chased after Bai Hua. At this moment, Lian Er was there. If he went to inform Xiaoyan first, the consequences would be unimaginable if he was late. At the same time in the courtyard, Lian Er, who had just come out of seclusion, looked at Bai Hua in disbelief. Bai Hua had suddenly come back to life, but her appearance had changed greatly. Her spirit eyes could not help but reveal a look of fear. It would be fine if the person in front of her was merely an unfamiliar monster. However, it just had to be the dead Bai Hua. Coupled with her current ferocious and terrifying appearance, even if the other party was really a wild beast, Lianer was still unable to make the decision to attack. Compared to the current girl, Bai Hua, whose clothes were intertwined with black and white, had a crazy appearance. She was silent on the spot for a moment before suddenly charging towards Lianer. Bastard! You still refuse to change and actually dare to do it again. It was also at this moment that Xiao Xuanwei's majestic voice suddenly rang out in the sky above the courtyard. A cool breeze gathered in the invisible space and sword aura intertwined. In the blink of an eye, it condensed into a dozen invisible swords. With a thought from Xiao Xian, the dozen swords shot out. They were like wooden stakes that were nailed around Bai Hua, forming a circle. As the sword aura crisscrossed, they were able to temporarily stop her. Lianer, go find Xiao Yan. Leave this place to me. Xiao Xian's fingers moved as he stared intently at Bai Hua, who was in the middle of the sword formation, and gently shouted at Lian, But what about Bai Hua? Lian, looked anxiously at the person in front of her. Although this girl was terrified of Bai Hua, she could not bear to see her get hurt. No matter what, Bai Hua was their companion. I will suppress her. Nothing will happen. Quickly go find Xiao Yan. As soon as Xiao Xian's voice fell, he willed and an invisible sword instantly condensed in front of Lian. It broke through the void and shot towards the courtyard where Xiao Yan was. After hesitating for a moment, the latter gritted her teeth and quickly followed. How can this be? Xiao Dingtian's finger should have completely subdued her. Why did she commit the same mistake again? Seeing Bai Hua, who was becoming more and more ferocious in the sword formation, Xiao Xian's face was rather ugly. Just as he was pondering in his heart, he heard a few sharp ripping sounds. The sword formation in the courtyard below was actually torn apart by Bai Hua. Immediately after, her eyes turned and a pair of grayish-white eyes landed on him. Chapter 1457. Bang! On the ground, when Bai Hua's body rushed into the air, the array in Xiao Xian's hand condensed. Golden light flourished and temporarily blocked Bai Hua. Roar! Bai Hua's body shook as grayish-white energy gushed out of her body. Her body flashed as she bombarded the array with a few palm strikes. In just a few breaths' time, the array was on the verge of shattering. Xiao Xian's expression was calm. As he raised his hand, a hurricane stirred within the array and sword qi overflowed. Coupled with the narrow space, the incomparably sharp sword qi gradually dissolved the grayish-white energy around Bai Hua's body. The tip of the sword spun rapidly, making it impossible for Bai Hua to rush out of the array in a short period of time. Although the monster before him was still as crazy as before, it was undoubtedly much weaker than it was a month ago. Perhaps it was due to Xiao Dingtian making a move, but at this moment, Xiao Xian felt much less pressure when facing the latter again, and his chances of victory had increased by a lot. After temporarily stopping Bai Hua, Xiao Xian couldn't help but turn his gaze towards Xiao Yan. The process there seemed to have yet to end. On the bed in the room, Xiao Yan was still immersed in the pill formula of the Nature Fortune pill. After going through the details of the pill several times in his mind, Xiao Yan reluctantly withdrew from his cultivation state. A glint involuntarily flashed across Xiao Yan's dark black eyes the moment he opened them. The corner of his mouth involuntarily lifted into a smile. This creation pill was indeed worthy of being a Tier 8 medicinal pill. Its effects were as described in the rumors. It was even more accurate and detailed. With this medicinal formula in hand, he would no longer need to worry when he broke through to the Yuanzun class in the future. Phew! Xiao Yan involuntarily let out a long sigh of relief the moment he thought of this. He withdrew his thoughts and arranged them a little, after which he stood up and walked out of the room. However, the moment he pushed open the door, he saw a lovely and pretty person standing at the door with her back facing him. Xiao Yan was immediately startled. He immediately smiled and teased. What are you waiting for? Why, you're finally willing to come out. I thought you weren't going to attend the clan meeting. Hearing the voice, Lian hurriedly turned around and looked at Xiao Yan, who had finally stepped out of the room. She could not help but anxiously ask, Not good, Bai Hua, something happened to him. Xiao Yan's smile had just faded when he saw the expression on the girl's face suddenly freeze. In his heart, he immediately understood what this girl was referring to. In the next moment, before Lien could react, his body transformed into a blurry black shadow and charged out with lightning-like speed. Behind him, Lien was slightly startled on the spot before she hurriedly followed. Soon after, Xiaoyan hurriedly rushed to the courtyard where Bai Hua and Xiaoxian were located. At this moment, this place had already been sealed by an enormous formation. Everything within was hidden within it. Fortunately, this matter did not cause too much of an impact. Hence, it did not attract the attention of the other members of the Xiao clan. Otherwise, it was likely that Xiao Dingtian would have done something else before the clan gathering arrived. Within the array, Xiaoxian seemed to have sensed Xiaoyan's arrival. With a thought, the array separated, and Xiaoyan's figure quickly entered it. In an instant, the entire courtyard was destroyed. The entire ground was lifted up layer by layer, and countless traces of explosions and sword aura were left on it. It was a ghastly sight. At this very moment, Bai Hua was finally temporarily restrained by Xiaoxian's various methods. Dozens of invisible swords intertwined together, forming a huge sword cluster that sealed Bai Hua within. Outside it, there was a powerful pressure formed by the great way of wind. With the protection of the two, Bai Hua was trapped. What's going on? That day, I clearly checked the situation within his body, and there was nothing wrong. Why is it that today? Xiaoyan couldn't help but frown as he looked at Bai Hua, who was still frantically struggling under the encirclement of countless swords. His face revealed a grave expression. It wasn't a good thing to repeat like this. Hearing Xiaoyan's words, Xiaoxian helplessly shook his head. His gaze focused on Bai Hua, who was once again subdued by the sword array. He shook his head and smiled bitterly. I'm afraid this matter isn't as simple as you and I think. I've already probed once before, and the result is different from what you've probed previously. Instead, there are two soul origins within his body. Right now, they are devouring each other in order to fight over this body. Two soul origins. Xiaoyan's heart suddenly tightened the moment these words were uttered. Putting it this way, it meant that the spirit of the beast had yet to scatter. Instead, it had used some kind of opportunity to hide within Bai Hua's body. Only now did it suddenly retaliate. Xiaoyan's heart only relaxed slightly after he understood this point. However, he still didn't dare to relax in the slightest. The fight between spiritual sources would directly affect whether Bai Hua was still someone they were familiar with in the future. Once that bastard gained the upper hand, it was likely that they could only stop and choose to kill it. Then what should we do? Could it be that we can only watch and do nothing? At this moment, Lien also entered the array. Looking at Bai Hua, who was bitterly struggling in the sword array, the girl's gentle eyes couldn't help but become misty. The emotions in her heart were somewhat difficult to suppress. Bai Hua had single-handedly raised the girl over the years. The relationship between the two was as close as father and daughter. Now that Bai Hua had become like this, how could she accept it? No, there's still a way. Taking in a deep breath, Xiaoyan said in a serious voice, Rank 5 Yin Spirit Pill. As far as I know, this kind of pill has the effect of fusing with soul origins. As long as it is refined, it shouldn't be difficult to solve this problem. After speaking, Xiaoyan turned around and was about to leave. But the clan meeting. The girl hesitated for a moment, but she still gritted her teeth and said, she knew that Xiaoyan had been waiting for this day of the clan gathering for a long time. However, the time had arrived and such a thing had happened to Bai Hua. If she were to go and refine medicinal pills now, would the clan gathering not be fated with her? Silly girl, the clan meeting is just to accompany a group of strangers. It's a small matter whether I participate or not. You are the most important. Xiaoyan gently stroked the girl's hair and comforted her with a smile. Why don't we invite the third elder? It's too late. The third elder has been busy with the clan meeting recently and won't be able to return in a short period of time. As for the others, he knew Xiaoyan's character. The latter wouldn't be at ease to entrust such a big matter to someone he wasn't familiar with. Thus, this matter could only be done by him. As for the clan meeting, he could only choose to give up. Chapter 1458. In the courtyard, Xiaoxian temporarily trapped Bai Hua in one place with the help of the array disc and the rank 7 array. At the same time, Xiaoyan quickly entered the secret room. and began to prepare to refine the Yun Spirit Pill. The Accumulation Spirit Pill was a rank 5 pill. Although its main effect was to nourish an injured spiritual essence, it was also able to merge the spiritual essence due to its special effect. It was also because of this that this medicinal pill was quite obscure despite being a rank 5 pill. If Xiaoyan had not specially investigated various pill formulas because of Xiao Xian's matter, it was likely that he would not have known about it. In the secret room, Xiaoyan did not stop as he swiftly took out the Accumulation Spirit Pill formula from his storage ring. At the same time he opened it, his entire mind quickly gathered, as though he was afraid of missing anything. Yun Spirit Pill. Xiaoyan finally sighed in relief after a careful inspection. Although the refinement of this Accumulation Spirit Pill was not too troublesome for the current Xiaoyan, the few core medicinal ingredients needed to refine this medicinal pill were far too rare. If Xiaoyan had not kept some of these medicinal ingredients in his storage ring during these years, it was likely that he would not have been able to find all of these medicinal ingredients even in this large Xiao clan. Xiaoyan's storage ring might not have been able to collect all of them. Without this trouble, the pressure in Xiaoyan's heart was relieved a lot. After which, he waved his hand and summoned the medicinal cauldron. As he raised his hand, a cluster of flames slowly floated out from his fingertips. With a flick of his finger, it immediately shot into the medicinal cauldron. In an instant, a raging fire burned fiercely. The flickering fire passed through the medicinal cauldron and lit up the entire secret room. Perhaps it was because Bai Hua's current condition had caused Xiaoyan's heart to feel a sense of urgency, or perhaps it was because the clan gathering was approaching, but it caused Xiaoyan's heart to feel an additional sense of urgency. The speed of the medicinal pill refinement this time around was much faster than in the past. In such a hurry, the medicinal ingredients were all destroyed during the 3 consecutive refinements. Only one set of medicinal ingredients remained. Fortunately, after 3 consecutive failures, Xiaoyan finally understood where the problem was. After a short rest, he tried his best to calm his inner emotions. At this moment, the final refining was finally on the right track. Although this was the case, Xiaoyan's speed in refining the medicinal pill this time around was much faster than usual regardless of whether it was from any aspect. Even though he had already adjusted his mentality, the medicinal pill refinement process was undoubtedly extremely fast. Of course, the thing that caused people to feel surprised was that under this kind of steady and swift refinement, the medicinal pill within the medicinal cauldron was actually swiftly formed according to Xiaoyan's rhythm. If such a beautiful scene was seen by an outsider, it was likely that they would involuntarily let out a cry of praise. As Xiaoyan entered the secret room, time passed quickly in the outside world. Time passed, and the clan gathering arrived. The entire Xiao clan was filled with enthusiasm and prosperity. Except for Xiaoyan, everyone was welcoming the arrival of this day. The next day, Xiao clan fighting arena. As the venue for the previous clan gatherings, this year's competition was naturally no exception. Even though the fighting arena had been destroyed during the big battle between Xiaoyan and Xiaolei a few months ago, it was only a matter of time for them to restore the fighting arena. Rumble. A huge crack was forcefully torn open in the invisible space. 2 huge floating stone platforms were suspended in mid-air. It was a frightening sight. Compared to the previous clan gathering, the scale of the clan gathering was naturally much grander. As a grand occasion for the younger generation of the Xiao clan, the scale of the gathering was magnificent. Other than the fighting arena, there were 2 separate fighting arenas in the sky above the fighting arena. Even the elders' seats were set up in the sky. Although it was early in the morning, the viewing gallery below was already surging with human heads. Their momentum was vast and mighty. Even the open ground below was similarly filled with countless black masses of human heads. At a glance, the bustling crowd was accompanied by an earth-shaking noise as they spread in all directions. Finally, they gathered into one that shot towards the clouds. At the elders' table, Xiao Dingtian, who was in charge of the cabinet, and the others were all present. As the elder who held great authority in the clan, Xiao Dingtian was also in charge of the opening of the clan meeting. Although he had experienced many things in the past, even so, the old man still couldn't help but reveal a satisfied smile. Compared to the past, The highlight of this year's clan gathering was that other than the younger generation of the clan who would compete in the arena, many of the clan's disciples who had gone out to train had returned to the clan and expressed that they would display their skills in the clan gathering. Of course, this display wasn't for them to compete with the younger generation. Instead, it was for them to display the results of their training in the past few years in the form of an exhibition match. Of course, other than this, the other thing that could attract people's interest was naturally Xiao Yan. The clan gathering is about to begin, but he still hasn't arrived. As a junior, he dares to be so arrogant. If the Xiao clan really takes him in, wouldn't he be so arrogant in the future? Xiao Dingtian's expression was gloomy as he looked at the front row of the viewing platform below. Those seats were reserved for the more outstanding members of the younger generation of the clan. At this moment, Xiao Feng, Xiao Tian, and the rest were all present. However, Xiao Yan was nowhere to be seen. Haha, the clan gathering has just started. For people of his level, even if he comes, he will only be a spectator. It doesn't matter if he comes a little late. Just as Xiao Dingtian was cursing in a cold voice, Xiao Jinghong had unknowingly walked over from the side. His words caused Xiao Dingtian's expression to instantly turn gloomy. In the end it's because I took something from him. You said that you won't be his enemy, and now you want to go against me? Big brother, why do you have to do this? After that incident, I went back and thought about it, and indeed understood some things. Since we are all members of the same clan, blood is thicker than water. Why do you have to force us? Besides, no matter if it's Xiao Yan's wisdom or cultivation talent, they are all top-notch. Xiao Jinghong hesitated for a moment before he sighed and lamented. Are you asking for a reward for him? Xiao Dingtian's face twitched as he swallowed a mouthful of air, and said in a serious tone. I just want to tell Big Brother that their bloodline power has yet to be tested. Everything we have done up until now is just a guess. Besides, Xiao Xian has already returned to his normal cultivation. This might be due to the special cultivation method he cultivates. Why do you have to? Enough! Before Xiao Jinghong finished speaking, the former suddenly berated as his old eyes slowly swept across the crowd below. He paused for a moment before he said, Everything I do is for the sake of the future of the clan. Everything that the old me has done is for the future of my Xiao clan. Both you and Xiao Gan are clearly aware of this point. Hence, the old me would rather kill 10,000 people than give in on this matter. All you need to do is tell Xiao Yan that the old me will let him off for the time being during the clan gathering. If he dares to taint the bloodline of my Xiao clan, the old me will definitely kill him. At the end of his words, Xiao Dingtian's tone gradually surged with excitement. As soon as he finished speaking, he fiercely waved his sleeve and couldn't be bothered to explain to the people beside him. He turned around and walked towards the other end of the elders' seating area. Xiao Jinghong couldn't help but let out a long sigh as he looked at the former's stubborn back. Blindly adhering to one's own views might be able to protect the things one wanted to protect to a certain extent, but once this adhering to it for too long, it would unknowingly evolve into pedantry and stubbornness, causing everything to rot along with it. Xiao Dingtian was like this. Ashes to Ascendance. Chapter 1459. As time elapsed, all the seats in the martial arts arena were fully occupied. Even the front row seats were filled with the younger generation of the Xiao clan led by Xiao Feng, Xiao Dingtian, and the others were seated on the elder seats that were suspended high in the air. Seated on the main seat was the clan leader, Xiao Yuheng, who was rarely seen. However, what surprised most of the people was the elder seated beside him. It was the Xiao clan's first elder, Xiao Zhen. If it was in the past, the first elder would not participate despite the clan gathering being a rare grand event for the younger generation in the clan. This time around, even he had appeared. From this, it could be seen that the value of this clan gathering had already reached quite a high level. This also caused quite a number of people to subconsciously associate it with Xiao Yan. Even the first elder is standing up for Xiao Yan. It seems like he thinks highly of him. The relationship between Xiao Yan and the three people in charge of the inner pavilion cannot be considered harmonious. This time around, they have stepped forward to help him relieve some pressure. After all, with the first elder around, even Xiao Dingtian, who is in charge of the inner pavilion, would have to restrain himself a little. TSK, you don't know the whole story. Although the first elder is standing up for Xiao Yan, his real motive should be for the second young lady. Among the younger generation of the clan, the second young lady's strength is extremely strong. Moreover, I heard that she has already become a rank 7 alchemist. There will be a good show to watch. The people in the viewing gallery discuss one after another. However, when they mention the so-called second young miss of the clan, their faces involuntarily revealed an expression of admiration. This was especially the case when the latter's status as a rank 7 alchemist was mentioned. Almost everyone present thought of Xiao Yan at the same time. The latter had just successfully refined a rank 7 medicinal pill 2 months ago. He was also a genuine rank 7 alchemist. If the two of them were to meet, it was likely that it would not be easy for them to end up in a friendly manner. Clan head Xiao Yuheng frowned slightly as he looked at the row of empty seats in front of the viewing gallery below from the elders' seats. Suspicion involuntarily rose in his heart. Xiao Yan, Xiao Xian, and the rest had yet to appear even at this moment. This involuntarily caused him to be quietly worried. First elder Xiao Zhen by the side had also sensed this, and was similarly curious in his heart. He might be able to understand why Xiao Yan was not present. However, Xiao Xian had always respected the clan. Unless there was an important reason, the latter would definitely not be late for such a grand occasion. Cough cough. At this moment, a faint cough infused with Genesis Qi sounded in everyone's ears. Immediately, the noisy chatter swiftly died down. Moments later, the entire place was completely silent. Countless gazes turned towards the elder seating area, all surging in their gazes. As the top figures of the clan, it was indeed rare for them to gather in this place. Even some of the clan's elders had to maintain a respectful attitude when they saw such a scene, let alone the young disciples. At this moment, Xiao Dingtian stood up, his turbid old eyes slowly scanning the entire place. He paused for a moment when his gaze swept past a certain spot before withdrawing his gaze. A smile appeared on his old face as he said indifferently, "Since everyone is here, everyone has gathered. Since everyone is here, time waits for no man. Let the clan meeting officially begin." Hua. As his voice faded, the countless young disciples of the Xiao clan on the spectator stands below immediately responded with eager faces. The uproar was even louder than before, almost soaring into the sky. In the elder seating area, Xiao Dingtian smiled in satisfaction. He gently pressed his hands into the air, and an invisible pressure immediately swept across the entire place. The atmosphere gradually stabilized, and Xiao Dingtian continued with a smile. According to the rules of the clan gathering, the battle zones will be divided into 3 groups according to one's cultivation level: Origin King, Origin Emperor, and Origin Ancestor. The Origin King battle will start first, and the final 50 winners will receive rewards from the clan. The top 10 will have the right to challenge the Origin Emperor stage, and if they win, the corresponding rewards will be doubled. Origin Emperor, Origin Ancestor, and so on. Remember, the clan gathering is only used to evaluate the strength of all the participants, and it is meant to temper your battle experience. The Elders' Assembly also hopes that you will be able to obtain the greatest amount of growth from each other's battles, and not kill for the sake of obtaining rewards. I hope that you will stop when necessary, or don't blame the Elders' Assembly for being merciless. Now the first match of the clan gathering, the 10 Origin King battles, begin. The instant the last word left Xiao Dingtian's mouth, a large group of figures immediately leapt onto the stage, covering the sky and covering the earth. The atmosphere instantly became tense. The clan gathering had begun. At the same time, within the Xiao clan, in Xiao Yan's courtyard, Xiao Xian and Lian were standing outside the secret room with a frown. They looked at the secret room that remained silent for a long time, and both of them became slightly nervous. Suddenly, Xiao Xian's gaze shifted, and he looked in the direction of the battle zone. He couldn't help but take a deep breath, and then he slowly exhaled as he clenched his teeth. The clan gathering has already begun. Lianer's eyes flashed when she heard that. She looked over as well, and then she let out a sigh of relief. Her gaze returned to the tightly shut door of the secret room, and a wisp of urgency appeared in her eyes. She paused for a moment before saying, "Fortunately, it's only the Origin King battles today. I hope we can make it in time. Girl, tomorrow is the Origin King battles, and the third elder registered for you. You should at least go and take a look today. Otherwise, you'll be at a disadvantage if you don't know the rules. Xiao Xian couldn't bear it when he saw Lian Er's face filled with worry. Lian Er being able to participate in the Xiao clan gathering could be considered as the Xiao clan's acknowledgement of her. When Xiao Yan entered the clan in the future, Lian Er would be able to avoid those strange gazes. But now she insisted on staying here, hoping to personally see Xiao Yan come out of seclusion. What is it? Xiao Yan is actually still refining medicinal pills at such a time? Right at this moment, a clear female voice suddenly sounded in front of the courtyard. Their gazes instantly shifted, and they happened to see a man and a woman standing outside the door. The man's figure was tall, and there was a hint of firmness between his brows. The woman wore a tight red dress, and her curvaceous figure was completely revealed. Her pair of snow-white long legs were boldly exposed in the air, and it was even more eye-catching. At this moment, what surprised Xiao Xian the most was that the aura of these two people were actually above the 5-star source ancestor level. Chapter 1460. The sudden appearance of the two made Xiao Xian's face tighten a little, and he immediately scrutinized the two. Lian Er vigilantly stared at the two people in front of her, faint Genesis chi condensing on the surface of her body. In response, the young man and woman smiled faintly and strode forward. They entered the courtyard and looked straight at the secret room Xiao Yan was in. He, the first elder said that he was the most unique existence in the clan. I didn't believe it before, but now it seems that I underestimated him. The young man's magnetic laughter rang out, invisibly exuding a majestic aura that made one unconsciously feel inferior. Xiao Xian frowned, deep in thought. To be able to obtain the recognition of Elder Huazhu, his talent is naturally unquestionable. The only thing that surprised me is that his spirit has reached the grade 7 level. At the side, the red-dressed woman's lips that were as red as blood curled up slightly, and a trace of surprise appeared on her gorgeous face. She slowly stretched out her soft and slender finger, and with a snap of her finger, a cluster of crimson-red flames appeared. It danced along with the woman's finger as it continued to dance. Xiao Xian's eyes tightened a little, and he immediately thought of something. If there's nothing else, I hope you can leave this place. Lian Er finally couldn't help but let out a low shout. At the same time, a powerful energy wave swept out from her body, pressing towards the two people. Just as the girl was about to attack, Xiao Xian hurriedly stopped her. At the same time, his gaze fell on the man and woman opposite him, and he cupped his fists together. I didn't expect it to be the young clan leader and the second miss. Surprise immediately appeared on the man and woman's faces. They hurriedly cupped their fists together towards Xiao Xian and respectfully said, "Elder, you're too kind. You're an elder of the inner sect, and in terms of seniority, you're above us. How could we dare to accept such a great greeting from you? Elder, please take back your order." Xiao Xian hesitated for a moment, and then looked at the two people again. The man was called Xiao Xiaojun, and he was the son of clan leader Xiao Yuheng. At the same time, he was also known as the most talented person in the younger generation of the clan. At such a young age, he was already regarded by many elders as the next clan leader. The lady beside him was called Xiao Siyu. She was the granddaughter of the first elder, Xiao Zhen. Similarly, as one of the top talents among the younger generation of the clan, her status was something that few people in the clan could match. This was especially so when one added her status as an alchemist. No one among the younger generation of the clan could match up to her. Of course, these conclusions stopped before Xiao Yan appeared. Behind Xiao Xian, Lian Er was also stunned for a long time by the scene in front of her. It was only when Xiao Xian smiled and rubbed the girl's head did she suddenly return, and timidly withdrew the powerful aura she released. This change in an instant was really hard to imagine. Was he really an origin expert? The two of you didn't return to the clan this time because of the clan meeting, right? After a few words, Lian Er Xiao Xian Xiao. In response, Xiao Xiaojun smiled and said, "You probably know about the Stone Tribe. I'm sure you already know about the Stone Tribe in the Northern Territory. The Stone Tribe was exterminated, and the upper echelons of the family were quite wary of it. Just in case, they ordered us back." Xiao Xian nodded slightly. He was also curious about the matter of the Stone Tribe. What kind of force could destroy such a large clan without being discovered by outsiders? This was really shocking. As for the clan gathering, haha, it belongs to these young people after all. I have already passed this time. The Sure clan matter is only one of the reasons why I returned to the clan. The second reason is to enter the ancestral temple and complete the clan sacrifice. As he said this, Xiao Xiaojuan's gaze involuntarily stared at the former, as if he was afraid that Xiao Xian would be displeased. Then he paused for a moment, glanced at the tightly shut door of the secret room, and said again, I have also heard a lot about your recent matters in the clan. Elder Xiao Dingtian's actions are rigid and overly stubborn. He is even a little pedantic. However, he is indeed wholeheartedly doing what is best for the clan. Therefore, I hope that Elder will not bear grudges. Haha, young clan leader is not saying these words for me to hear, right? Hearing this, Xiao Xian smiled and did not mind at all. Xiao Yan had stayed in the Xiao clan for a couple of years. The members of the Xiao clan were well aware of how Xiao Yan conducted himself. Although Xiao Xiaojun had just returned to the clan, he was roughly aware of this. Of course, he naturally understood how Xiao Yan conducted himself in the Xiao clan. The intention behind his words was self-evident. Xiao Xiaojun smiled brightly, but did not explain further. It was fine as long as everyone understood these principles. He just did not wish for the clan to continue messing around because of some trivial matters. He did not have the authority to lecture Xiao Yan. Now he could only hope that Xiao Yan would stop. However, Xiao Xian could only helplessly smile in the face of this. He was naturally clearly aware of Xiao Yan's character. Since the relationship between Xiao Yan and Xiao Dingtian had already reached such a stage, it was naturally impossible for things to end well. Even he was unable to intervene. Xiao Xiaojun and Xiao Dingtian stayed in the courtyard for a long time. Xiao Xian chatted with the two of them wittily. Compared to some of the stubborn elders in the clan, it was undoubtedly much easier to chat with the two of them. Moreover, when Xiao Xian probed them intentionally or unintentionally, the two of them revealed a favorable impression of Xiao Yan. This caused Xiao Xian to heave a sigh of relief in his heart. Fortunately, the two of them did not belong to Xiao Yan's faction. Otherwise, with their status, it would be impossible for Xiao Yan to join the Xiao clan. After the two of them left, the courtyard regained its tranquility. Xiao Xian's gaze returned to the secret chamber. Withdrawing his mind, Xiao Xian saw that there was still no sign of the door in front of him. In the end, he could only sigh helplessly and wait for a long time. He only left when the sun had set in the west and the stars filled the sky. The next day, the Origin King battle had ended 2 days ago. A new day welcomed the Origin Emperor battle. It was the same selection, but it was a completely different and harsh battle situation. Today, Xiao Xian had no choice but to be present in order to prevent anything from happening to Lian. The arena was bustling with noise and excitement. The Origin Emperor battle had begun, and Lian had entered the arena. An intense battle was about to begin. At the same time, in the courtyard, in the narrow space behind the tightly shut door of the secret room, waves of pill fragrance were rising unceasingly at this very moment. Chapter 1461. On the arena, as the Origin Emperor battles began, intense battles were taking place on the 3 giant battle platforms. Lian stood on a floating battle stage. Opposite her was a 3-star wood attribute Origin Emperor. A frivolous look appeared on the latter's face when he saw the pretty beauty before him. He could not help but tease when he sensed Lian's initial Origin Emperor cultivation. TSK, you must be the girl by Xiao Yan's side. To think that you're also an Origin Emperor. However, from the looks of your aura, you've likely broken through not too long ago. The man's words made Lian frown slightly as disgust rose in her heart. With a thought, the Genesis chi in her body began to circulate. Haha, little girl, I won't bully you so that you won't lose face. After all, it's not good for such a beautiful girl to cry. Why don't you admit defeat and I won't make things difficult for you? How about it? The man's eyes flashed when he saw Lian frown, as if he had hit the nail on the head. Zeech. However, the instant his words left his mouth, the girl's body abruptly shot forward. With a flick of her finger, Several rays of purple light swiftly shot out and landed around the man. Several of them headed straight for him, distorting and shattering the invisible space as they passed. The air was also enveloped in purple poison mist. Oh no! That woman's Genesis chi is poisonous. The man's expression changed at the sight of this. Only then did he realize that he had been careless. Genesis chi surged out from his body as he hurriedly retreated, blocking the incoming purple streaks of light. Next, a figure flashed as the sound of collision rang out on the battlefield. The girl had skipped all warm-up since the start of the battle, using a direct clash to swiftly bring the battle to its climax. TSK, the woeful poison body. Since it has grown to such a level, how can an ordinary origin emperor compare to the power it can erupt with? That kid is going to lose. At a certain location in the spectator stands, Xiaolei leaned against a railing with his arms crossed as he nonchalantly remarked. By the side, Xiao Zhuobin smiled and nodded. His gaze then shifted as he said, "Oh right, Big Brother went to visit Xiaoyan yesterday, although he didn't see him." "Oh? I didn't see him. What do you mean?" Xiaolei raised his eyebrows in surprise. Xiaolei shook his head helplessly and said with a crying and laughing face, "It's said that that guy is currently refining pills and in seclusion. He won't meet anyone." As soon as he finished speaking, Xiaolei's body suddenly straightened. He turned around and stared at the latter. What? The clan meeting has already begun. Why would he run off to refine pills? Isn't this clearly showing that he has given up on entering the clan? The latter shrugged and puckered his lips to display his helplessness. At this moment, they at most knew that Xiaoyan was in closed-door cultivation to refine medicinal pills, and they were completely unaware of exactly why this was happening. Boom! At this moment, the man who was fighting fiercely with Lien was pushed back by the former's palm with a look of disbelief on his face. He took half a step off the stage and almost fell down. This also confirmed the final result of the competition. The girl stood on the battle platform with an indifferent expression. She glanced around and looked somewhere in the stands. Xiao Xian was standing there quietly. In the blink of an eye, the Origin Emperor battle had come to an end. Next, it was time to welcome the Origin Sect battle that all the younger generation members of the Xiao clan were paying attention to. The next day, the grand competition was about to begin. In the courtyard, Xiao Xian frowned tightly as he stared at the door in front of him, which still did not show the slightest movement. His hands involuntarily clenched into fists, while his heart was filled with anxiety. The Origin Sect battle was about to begin. Until now, Xiaoyan still did not show any signs of coming out of his seclusion. Xiao Clan Battle Arena. Xiao Tian wins. On the battle stage, after Xiao Tian repelled a newly advanced member of the clan, a satisfied laughter sounded out from the elders' viewing platform. Xiao Jinghong had a face full of smiles as he exchanged glances with Xiao Tian, who was on the stage below. Soon after, just as he was about to sit down, Xiao Dingtian, who was beside him, slowly stood up. After judging the outcome of the battle on the other side, his following words caused the faces of some people in the elders' viewing platform to tighten. Next match, Xiao Chuhang against Xiao Yan. Xiao Dingtian involuntarily let out a cold laugh when he mentioned Xiao Yan. He had naturally heard about the matters regarding Xiao Yan over the past few days. Hence, after some arrangements, Xiao Chuhang's original opponent was changed to Xiao Yan. In the arena, Xiao Chuhang's face also had a satisfied expression at this moment. Clearly, he was also aware of this matter. After Xiao Yan had found him and explained the reason 2 days ago, Xiao Chuhang was quite satisfied with this matter. He recalled that Xiao Yan had attacked him before he had even stepped into the Xiao clan. Today, although he was unable to defeat Xiao Yan in a head-on battle, since he could defeat the latter without having to make a move, why not do such a satisfying and simple matter? In the viewing gallery below, how could Xiao Xian not understand the reason in his heart when he saw the scene in the arena? However, the situation was destined to be unchangeable. Xiao Yan, if you are present, then quickly go up the arena and participate in the battle. Otherwise, it will be regarded as a forfeit. Xiao Dingtian's gaze slowly scanned the entire arena, especially when it swept past Xiao Xian. When he saw the solemn expression on the latter's face, the smile on his face became even denser. Since even the usually steady Xiao Xian had revealed such an expression, then there was no need for him to doubt that Xiao Yan would definitely not be able to appear today. Since you are not willing to go up the arena, then this old man will announce that this battle. After scanning the surroundings, Xiao Dingtian curled his lips and smiled. There was actually some complacency in his smile. However, just as he was about to speak, the nearby Xiao Mingyuan suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Xiao Dingtian, why are you so anxious? Xiao Dingtian, why do you need to be so anxious? Even if the person has not arrived at this moment, according to the rules of the grand meeting, it should be determined that Xiao Yan has forfeited 15 minutes later. As the person in charge, you actually want to ignore the rules?" Hearing this, Xiao Dingtian didn't get angry but laughed instead. Don't tell me that you and I don't know whether Xiao Yan will be able to make it? Since that is the case, why waste time to drag it out? The rules are the rules. Don't tell me you want to disregard them? Xiao Mingyuan's expression was nervous, and the emotions in his heart were similarly nervous. After that, he took a deep breath before speaking. "Haha, I'm not afraid of you. Since you insist on doing so, then wait for a while longer. However, don't say that I didn't tell you. No matter how you drag it out, the result is destined to be unchangeable." Haha, Elder is right. The result is the result, and it is naturally unchangeable. I hope you can forgive me for being late. Chapter 1462. As Xiao Yan spat out his somewhat tired words, he stepped onto the battle stage and twisted his body. Immediately, a series of crisp sounds of bones colliding rang out. That brat is finally here. At the same time in the arena, as Xiao Yan appeared, the expression on Xiao Xian's face suddenly froze. Immediately after, he let out a disappointed smile. The nervousness and worry in his heart had finally dissipated at this moment. The nervous young girl by the side couldn't help but reveal an expression of ecstasy on her face. At the front of the spectator stand, Xiao Tian looked at Xiao Yan, who had finally appeared on the stage. His slightly furrowed brows slowly relaxed as the corner of his mouth curled up into a smile. Even Xiao Lei and Xiao Zhuobin had the same expression. In the elder seating area, the first elder's tightly shut eyes slowly opened. He looked at the black-robed young man who slowly stepped out and nodded slightly. Xiao Mingyuan and the others by the side finally let out a long sigh of relief. Only Xiao Dingtian's old face turned ashen when faced with this sudden change in the arena. Half of his face couldn't help but twitch violently. It was unimaginable that Xiao Yan would actually appear at this final moment. Just as the curtains were about to fall on the battle stage, the situation suddenly reversed. Of course, the one with the most intense emotional fluctuation was Xiao Chuhang, who was currently on the same stage as Xiao Yan. At this moment, the latter's face that was originally filled with smiles had turned into astonishment. He stared at Xiao Yan, who appeared in front of him, with a face of disbelief. The fiery excitement in his heart instantly fell into an ice cave. Why are you here?" Seeing the man in front of him again, Xiao Chuhang felt as if he had seen a nightmare. Before he even made a move, a deep sense of fear suddenly rose from the bottom of his heart. Hearing this, Xiao Yan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Immediately after, the corner of his mouth curled up into an evil smile as he ridiculed. "Knowing that my opponent is an old acquaintance, I naturally wouldn't dare to be absent. It just so happens that I didn't have enough fun last time. Why don't we have a good time today?" A thought passed through Xiao Yan's heart after he uttered those words. A powerful spiritual pressure immediately swept out and covered the entire battle stage from all directions. A panic involuntarily surged onto Xiao Chuhang's face after Xiao Yan unleashed this technique. He recalled how Xiao Yan had broken it with a single punch back then. Now that Xiao Yan's strength was even greater than before, would it not mean? Wait. After struggling and hesitating in his heart for a long time, Xiao Chuhang finally shouted with an ugly expression under the gazes of many people present. "I admit defeat." Once these words were spoken, the entire audience instantly booed. Xiao Dingtian, who was seated in the elder's seating area, had an extremely unsightly expression as he closed his eyes and withdrew his gaze. His chest was almost suffocated by his anger, and he was extremely regretful in his heart. He actually targeted this idiot. In the viewing gallery, Xiao Feng looked at Xiao Chuhang, who who had finally given up under Xiao Yan's spiritual pressure. He sighed helplessly and slowly shook his head. From the way he saw it, given Xiao Yan's current mental state and the exhaustion of the Genesis Qi in his body, Xiao Yan would have the only chance to defeat him if they were to fight. Unfortunately, this foolish younger brother of his did not have that kind of awareness. After suffering a blow, he had revealed such a weak state of mind in the face of Xiao Yan's spiritual pressure. Elder, he has admitted defeat. What do you think? Xiao Yan gently exhaled. He immediately turned his gaze toward the elder's seats that were higher up. His gaze stared directly at Xiao Dingtian. The provocation within it was not even the slightest bit concealed. The anger in Xiao Dingtian's heart burned even brighter when he saw this. He gnashed his teeth as if he couldn't wait to skin Xiao Yan alive. It wasn't until Xiao Yuheng coughed that Xiao Dingtian abruptly returned to his senses. He forcefully suppressed the anger in his heart and squeezed out a sentence from between his teeth after a long time. Xiao Chuheng versus Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan wins. As his voice faded, a burst of cheers rang out in the arena. Xiao Dingtian sat back down on his seat and coldly snorted. He pushed an elder next to him out to continue hosting the match, while he sat in silence with a depressed expression. Xiao Chuheng's face was dejected as he withdrew from the stage. Xiao Yan gently exhaled. He turned his gaze and once again looked in the direction of the mansion. The Northern King was receiving the pill lightning at that spot. The final part of the accumulation spirit pill had yet to be completed. The first round of the battle had just ended. It was time for him to return and continue completing the medicinal pill. However, he was unaware of the thoughts in Xiao Yan's heart. If Xiao Dingtian were to know that Xiao Yan had taken advantage of this short period of time when he was refining medicinal pills to complete a round, just what kind of interesting expression would his old face have? Although the people present were curious about Xiao Yan's departure, they didn't have the time to care. After all, the match was still ongoing, and the process hadn't ended yet. If it wasn't for the first place, who would care about whether he left or not? Soon Xiao Yan and the others returned to the courtyard. After Xiao Yan packed up, the spirit accumulation pill naturally appeared perfectly. Then, he came to the courtyard where Bai Hua was sealed. A few days had passed, but Bai Hua's condition didn't have any obvious changes. Under the suppression of Xiao Xian's array, she was still in a stable state for the time being. This was one of the few pieces of good news. At least, she was no longer rioting, which meant that the monster in her body didn't have the upper hand. There was still a chance to redeem everything. Following which, Xiao Yan did not do anything unnecessary. He borrowed his spiritual strength and completely wrapped the accumulation spirit pill within it. Relying on the unique medicinal properties of the medicinal pill, he directly inserted it into Bai Hua's body and directed it to the source of her soul. Unlike the usual usage, this time, Xiao Yan wanted to use the power of this pill to let Bai Hua's soul origin completely devour the monster's soul origin. Buzz. However, the moment Xiao Yan's soul power entered Bai Hua's body, a ferocious beast-like ink-colored soul power suddenly attacked. The strange sharp claws that condensed from it seemed to want to tear Xiao Yan's soul power apart. Puff! In the next moment, Xiao Yan's mind moved. Immediately, an invisible flame quickly wrapped around his soul power. The surging soul power condensed into an invisible hand that pushed back the monster that was pouncing towards him. Immediately, when the monster was about to attack again, another ball of milky white soul power suddenly rushed out and turned into a strange beast, temporarily blocking the strange fellow. In the blink of an eye, one black and one white, fiercely fought against each other. Xiao Yan took the opportunity to quickly insert his soul power into Bai Hua's body. A moment later, a huge ball of milky white soul origin appeared in front of Xiao Yan's eyes. This was Bai Hua's soul origin. However, at this moment, this ball of soul origin was surrounded by an even larger, but only half-black soul origin. The strange black soul origin was slowly covering it like a viscous liquid. At this moment, from Xiao Yan's point of view, more than half of the white soul origin had been wrapped within it. Although the milky white soul origin had not been completely devoured, if this plan continued, all of Bai Hua's soul origin, including her body, would be invaded by this monster. Fortunately, the existence of the spirit accumulation pill was destined to reverse all of this. Chapter 1463. Buzz. The moment the Yun spirit pill entered her body, a strange energy immediately swept out. Xiao Yan's soul force was the first to bear the brunt. If not for his fast reaction, his soul would have been injured by the energy. In the outside world, the moment Xiao Yan's soul force withdrew from Baihua's body, his tightly shut eyes suddenly opened. His figure took half a step back, completely avoiding the attack of the energy. This Yun spirit pill is unique. Just a moment ago, when Xiao Yan's spiritual strength was about to withdraw from Baihua's body, the strange energy that had swept out from within her body suddenly shrank. At the same time, an even more shocking suction force was emitted from within Baihua's spiritual essence. This caused Xiao Yan's spiritual strength to nearly be dragged into it. Although it was a little dangerous, it was enough to make Xiao Yan feel more at ease. After all, with this energy, he believed that he could snatch back the portion of Baihua's soul origin that was devoured. He might even completely devour the soul of that monster. How is it? Seeing Xiao Yan hastily retreat, Xiao Xian couldn't help but ask in surprise. A trace of nervousness also appeared on Lianer's pretty face. Haha, the effect of this Yin spirit pill has far exceeded my expectations. Don't worry, it'll be fine. The moment these words were spoken, the two of them looked at each other and smiled. The huge rock in their hearts had finally been lifted. Immediately after, when the three of them looked at Baihua again, a strange energy was spreading out from her body and slowly wrapping around her body. A surprisingly dense aura of vitality caused the three of them to completely calm down. Although the situation in Baihua's body had temporarily stabilized, it was obvious that she wouldn't be able to wake up in a short period of time. They would probably have to wait until the two soul origins completely merged. After solving Baihua's problem, the other thing that they needed to pay attention to now was the clan gathering. Compared to the battle between the Origin Kings and Origin Emperors, the battle between the Origin sects was undoubtedly even more exciting. The rarely seen peak experts of the younger generation of the various clans had all gathered together today. What was even rarer was that the spectators were able to directly observe the strength of these individuals. This would naturally be endlessly beneficial to the future cultivation of the younger generation in the spectator stance. In the so-called cultivation is learning, and action is walking. Regardless of whether it was practicing a qi method or do technique or observing a battle between experts, this was a method of learning. Traveling the continent, going out to gain experience, a journey of 1,000 miles all began with a single step. The two of them complemented each other for cultivation. The Origin Zone battles were clearly much more intense than the former. Even though the number of rounds was much less, the battles between Origin Zones were not so easily decided. As such, almost every battle lasted for a long time. Of course, Xiao Yan's situation in the morning was an unexpected accident. After settling the matter with Baihua, Xiao Yan could not be bothered to turn around and return to the noisy battle arena. According to Xiao Xian, his next match would be tomorrow. Since there was nothing else, he might as well return to his room and have a good sleep. Although Xiao Yan had only spent a few days refining this pill, he didn't feel any more relaxed than before. His spirit was highly concentrated, and his spiritual power and Genesis Qi were crazily consumed. These were all things that the past pill refinement could not compare to. It was already not easy for him to forcefully remain calm when facing Xiao Chuheng in the morning. Now that he was able to rest, Xiao Yan was indeed unable to move. Xiao Xian had returned to the arena to prevent Xiao Dingtian from tampering again. Lianer was not interested in such a scene, and thus remained behind to look after Baihua. The group finally returned to the right track from their earlier nervousness. At the same time, intense battles were in full swing on the 3 stone platforms in the battle arena. The mischievous girl, Xiao Ling relied on her strange agility to almost completely occupy the upper hand in the entire battle. Although her opponent had not been defeated, he had never touched Xiao Ling body in the slightest from the beginning of the battle, until the end when he helplessly admitted defeat. Such a strange battle situation was rare. At the same time, among the other battles, the most interesting one was Xiao Tian's battle. When the battle had reached the middle, this fellow had actually succeeded in breaking through during the battle. Fortunately, his opponent did not take advantage of his precarious situation, and won in the end. However, the atmosphere in the battlefield was rather harmonious. Other than that, there was also a clan's disciple in the arena. He usually did not show his strength, but when he appeared today, many of the elders in the elders' seating area could not help but exclaim in admiration. Many people's eyes revealed an expectant expression. It was obvious that they thought highly of him. The third match of the second round, Xiao Linger versus Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang wins. The referee's voice slowly sounded out in the arena. Xiao Linger, who was on the battle stage, pouted her mouth as she fiercely glared at Xiao Yang, who was smiling at her. This fellow looked harmless, but ever since the two of them had fought earlier, Xiao Linger's wandering movement technique had actually been intercepted by this fellow several times. So much so that the situation where she should have taken the initiative had actually been completely grasped by the latter. Only then was she sent flying out of the arena with a final palm strike. Haha, I'm sorry, young Mississippi. My purpose for coming here this time is to prove my strength and become the new young master. Therefore, I have no choice but to use my full strength. The corners of Xiao Yang's mouth slowly lifted into a smile as he stared at the rather enchanting and beautiful figure. I don't know if you can defeat the young master, but you will definitely not be able to pass Xiao Yan's stage. Xiao Linger coldly snorted as she spoke in disdain. Hearing this, Xiao Yang sneered. He had heard of Xiao Yan's battle achievements. Although he had defeated Xiao Lei and Xiao Zhuobin, there was no need to think too much to know that there was something wrong with that kind of battle. Naturally, he would not believe it. Furthermore, with his current strength, it would not be difficult to defeat Xiao Yan. In his eyes, the only opponent in this competition was only Xiao Feng. As he thought of this, Xiao Yang could not help but turn his gaze towards Xiao Feng, who was below the stage. Xiao Feng's ranking had been placed at the end of the Origin Zone battle. In other words, if one wanted to see him in the arena, they would first have to defeat all the other participants. The reason why the Xiao clan had done this, apart from the fact that Xiao Feng was the young master of the Xiao clan, was to prevent any unfair battles from occurring in the clan gathering. It was also due to these various reasons that the status of the young master was rather important in the eyes of the Xiao clan's younger disciples. However, while Xiao Yang was engrossed in his thoughts, he did not notice that the only thing that Xiao Feng was currently focused on was Xiao Yan's empty seat. Chapter 1464. The next day. On the fourth day of the clan gathering, the second round of the Origin Zone battle would also end on this day. After that would be the exhibition matches for the younger generation that had returned to the clan. In comparison, although there would be less of a practical battle, it would still be quite attractive. In the viewing platform, Xiao Yan finally sat in the seat that he should have sat in a few days ago. His body lazily leaned against the back of the chair. If Lien had not pulled him up early in the morning, he would still be sleeping on his bed. Haha, little brother Xiao Yan, it's rare for you to come so early. Right at this moment, Xiao Lei and Xiao Xiao walked over as if they were inseparable, and teased with a smile. Xiao Yan turned his head when he heard this. He shrugged his shoulders in a somewhat awkward manner, and gestured for the two to sit down. With the relationship between the two of you, if you become opponents in tomorrow's exhibition match, I wonder who will win and who will lose. The corners of Xiao Yan's mouth curled into a teasing smile when he saw the two men accompanying each other at all times. Even though they had not met many times, the relationship between men was like this. There was no need to think too much about it, just knowing was enough. Haha, it's fine. Since it's an exhibition match, there won't be so many rules. It's not impossible for the two of us to fight together. Xiao Yan's expression involuntarily froze when he heard these words. He looked at the two with a strange expression in his eyes. A certain thought flashed across his mind, causing cold sweat to appear on his back. The two brothers smiled awkwardly when they saw this. However, they could not be bothered to linger on this topic for too long. Big brother, have you seen him before? Xiao Yan's eyebrows twitched. He was somewhat confused, and only understood when the latter mentioned the junior clan leader. I've heard of him, but I've never seen him before. It's said that he's very strong. Haha, he's not just very strong. Amongst our generation, other than second sister, there is no one else who can compare with Big Brother. Big Brother's cultivation talent and strength are at the top even in the three great clans. Xiao Lei smiled and shook his head. The worship in his words was not concealed in the slightest. Being able to make him admire someone of the same generation so much was enough to show how powerful young Master Xiao was. HSS, then who exactly is he? 7-star origin sect. While Xiaoyan was feeling doubtful, Xiao Zhuobin's words suddenly exploded like a heavy bomb. Even Xiaoyan was momentarily stunned by these seemingly simple words. From what he could see, Xiao Lei's cultivation had reached the level of a 5-star origin ancestor, and was already at the apex of the younger generation. However, Xiao Zhuobin had actually reached such a level. After giving it some thought, it was no wonder that the former had such an expression on his face when he mentioned the junior clan leader. Haha, let's not talk about this for now. You will naturally see how strong the young clan leader is. But right now, there is one person who has been particularly outstanding in the competition recently. He is chasing after you in the limelight. I heard that he is aiming for the position of crown prince. Xiao Lei gently patted Xiaoyan's shoulder and said with a playful smile, Xiaoyang, 3-star origin grandmaster. This is the guy who beat me off the stage yesterday and embarrassed me. Today you must avenge me. Xiaoyan was just about to reply when a slightly resentful female voice suddenly rang out from the side, causing the gazes of many people in the surroundings to swiftly gather over. Hearing this familiar voice, Xiaoyan's gaze turned back. Sure enough, Xiao Ling had unknowingly appeared behind their seats. At the mention of Xiaoyang, the expression on her pretty face was clearly ugly. Her small mouth pouted angrily, expressing the displeasure in her heart. While a smile appeared on Xiaoyan's face when he heard this, he could not help but feel slightly surprised in his heart. He naturally knew about the former's strange movement technique. Even he had to be careful when facing it head-on. Since Xiaoyang was able to defeat this girl, his strength was clearly not ordinary. That's not all. Yesterday afternoon, even Xiao Tian was defeated by him. That's right. That fellow is covered in flames and very few people are able to get close to him. Being entangled by him is extremely troublesome. However, he has kicked an iron plate this time. After the entire fight, he had even used the fire god's fury. In the end, he was unable to even break through Xiaoyang's defense. I'm afraid that it will cause quite a psychological impact on him. Surprise immediately surged in Xiaoyan's heart when these words were said. His gaze swept across the arena and found that Xiao Tian's seat was indeed empty. From the looks of it, he had indeed suffered quite a blow. What kind of defense can withstand Fire God's fury? Xiaoyan could not help but ask in puzzlement after returning to his senses. I only know that it's rock-type Genesis Qi. From the looks of it, something must have happened that caused it to mutate. Moreover, it's even stronger than before. Otherwise, it would not have failed to break through his defenses. Xiao Lei slowly shook his head. He felt a wave of regret in his heart when he recalled the battle between Xiao Tian and Zhou Yuan. Xiao Lei had originally believed that given the latter's talent, and the fact that he had broken through to the Genesis ancestor level, he would at least be able to enter the top 3. Who could have imagined that he would be defeated by Xiaoyang before even seeing Xiaoyan? The blow he received from this was truly huge. Phew! Xiaoyan slowly exhaled. He could roughly understand Xiaoyang's strength. Xiaoyang might not be on the offensive, but in terms of defense, that guy did indeed have an absolute advantage. When the time came to fight with him, it was likely that Xiaoyan would have to spend a lot of effort. We've talked for so long, but you still haven't agreed to help me. At this moment, Xiao Linger's loud voice rang out from behind him. Xiaoyan was a little speechless. Soon after, he said, since you've lost to him, you should work hard to raise your strength before seeking revenge, and not ask me to do it, right? I don't care. I must get back at him. Don't forget, you still owe me a favor. Beat him out of the arena, and you'll have repaid the favor. Once these words were uttered, Xiaoyan finally became quiet. His gaze shifted to Xiao Lei and Xiao Xian by the side. The two of them smiled but did not speak as they stared at him. Their gazes were somewhat comical. A long while later, they finally sighed helplessly and said, all right, I'll run into him eventually. Next match, Xiaoyang against Xiaoyan. Just as Xiaoyan finished speaking, a loud and clear voice rang out from the elder's viewing platform. Soon after, a figure suddenly leapt onto the stage. Everyone looked over and saw an arrogant expression on the man's face. He lowered his gaze, and the corners of his mouth slowly curled into an arc as he stared at Xiaoyan, who was still standing on the viewing platform. After which, he slowly raised his hand and made a provocative gesture. Xiaoyan did not make much of a move as he looked at the arrogant appearance of the man on the stage. He smiled faintly and took a step forward. In the next instant, his figure suddenly appeared on the stage, standing not far away from Xiaoyang's figure. Chapter 1465. On the spacious battle stage, two figures looked at each other from afar. They were dressed in black robes, and two auras filled the area. The somber atmosphere caused the hearts of several people to shiver a little. I never imagined that these two would meet. Their fame in the clan has been growing by the day. Now that they have met in the clan gathering, we'll be able to see who's stronger and who's weaker. Xiaoyang has declared that he will become the new successor of the clan, while Xiaoyan has a grudge with elder Xiao Dingtian. I'm afraid that this match won't be simple. That may not be the case. Xiaoyang has only displayed the strength of a 3-star origin ancestor. Xiaoyan defeated Xiao Lei and Xiao Zhuobin in the battle arena previously, and both of them have strength that surpasses this level. Although Xiaoyang's strange rock armor has decent defensive capabilities, it may not be able to defeat Xiaoyan. The viewing gallery below immediately erupted into private conversations as they looked at the two people facing each other in the arena. Everyone present was acquainted with these two people, who had risen to fame within the clan. This was especially the case after the fight in the martial arts arena earlier. Xiaoyan's position within the Xiao clan had firmly stabilized. Now that he had met Xiaoyang, it was difficult for anyone to determine just how the two of them would fare. Xiaoyan ignored the noisy discussions around him as he nonchalantly looked toward Xiaoyang. With a thought, the Genesis Qi in his body began to circulate as a faint pressure spread. The smile on Xiaoyang's face grew even wider as he eyed Xiaoyan, who was quietly standing opposite him. As long as he defeated the person in front of him, his only opponent would be Xiaofeng. By relying on this extremely strong armor, he had absolute confidence that he would be able to defeat Xiaofeng. When that time came, it would be his turn to take the position of the heir of the Xiao clan. Xiaoyang let out a sinister laugh. As the words left his mouth, his right hand made a grabbing motion as surging gray Genesis Qi immediately gathered in his hand. The Genesis Qi viciously slashed across his chest, immediately forming a rock armor on his body as his icy eyes looked towards his opponent. I want to see if you're really as powerful as you showed in that battle. Xiaoyang coldly stared at Xiaoyan. When he saw the latter's calm appearance, Xiaoyang clenched his fists tightly. The gray-colored hard rock gradually covered them as a heavy feeling unknowingly spread out. Xiaoyan's eyes remained calm. With a slight twist of his palm, the pitch-black heavy Xian ruler slowly appeared. With a casual wave of his hand, a powerful gale immediately formed at the tip of the ruler. At the same time, it carried a whistling sound. Soon after, his gaze was cast towards the elders' seats. Sensing Xiaoyan's gaze shooting over, old Zhang, who had called out his name earlier, abruptly regained his senses. His turbid old eyes surveyed the surroundings, but he did not speak much nonsense. Begin. As the words left the elder's mouth, the countless gazes that were watching the two individuals in the arena immediately turned boiling hot. The appearance of the two individuals before their eyes was likely the start of the true highlight of this clan gathering. Of course, the people who were observing the changes in the arena were not only those ordinary disciples in the viewing gallery. Even Xiao Lei, Xiaofeng, and the others in the front row, and even Xiao Xiaojun and Xiao Siyu, who were standing outside the crowd, had their gazes focused on Xiaoyan's body. Even some of the elders in the elder seats, who had great expectations for the two of them, had their eyes emitting a heated glow at this moment. Immediately after, a ferocious aura exploded from Xiaoyan and Xiaoyang on the stage. Two boundless Genesis Qi violently surged out from their bodies, colliding like two giant beasts. The tyrannical pressure released from the collision of the two powerful auras caused the expressions of several clan disciples in the stands to change. Quite a number of them could not help but hold their breaths for a moment. Xiaoyan's body twisted slightly as a series of cracking sounds rang out from within his body. Wave after wave of vigorous Genesis Qi swiftly flowed in his meridians, filling his entire body with power. Even the giant black ruler in his hand continuously released a domineering pressure, causing the surrounding space to continuously distort. Swish. The silence in the arena merely continued for tens of seconds before Xiao Yan, who was holding the heavy Xian ruler in his hand, shot out explosively like an arrow leaving a bow. His speed was so fast that quite a number of people outside of the arena could only see a black shadow flashing past. Finally, a meteorite suddenly fell from the sky above Xiao Yang's head. It carried an incomparably powerful and frightening force as it heavily collided with Xiao Yang's towering rock armor in front of the numerous shocked gazes in the arena. As the attack fell, the arena where the two of them were located was instantly destroyed. Huge cracks quickly spread out like a spider web from the point of collision between the two of them. In the blink of an eye, the entire stone platform was completely shattered. Under this heavy blow, the powerful impact caused Xiao Yang's sturdy body to be pushed back dozens of feet. When he came to a stop, the aura around his body, including the rock armor on his body, had not changed much. Clearly, even with Xiao Yan's strength, it was impossible for him to break this rock armor by just relying on his external brute force. Upon sensing this, Xiao Yan could not help but frown slightly. His slightly numb hand trembled slightly, dispelling the uncomfortable feeling. When he lifted his head, he saw a mocking smile on Xiao Yang's face. Haha, your brute force isn't small. But unfortunately, in front of me, brute force alone is far from enough. My rock armor is simply unbreakable within the same realm. No matter how much strength you have, it's useless. Xiao Yang let out a sinister laugh. As he stood up, his fists clenched tightly as sharp spikes formed at the front of his thick rock armor, while rock blades formed on his arms. It could be said that he had both offensive and defensive capabilities. Zeech. In the next moment, Xiao Yang's body suddenly rushed forward and appeared in front of Xiao Yan in the blink of an eye. The latter was not afraid at all as he spun the giant ruler in his hand and rushed forward. On the battle stage, the two blurry figures crossed each other. The wide giant ruler fiercely smashed onto the rock armor. As sparks flew, a heavy collision sound rang out, and circles of tiny energy ripples spread out from the point of contact. The moment the two figures crossed each other, Xiao Yan's expression remained calm, but the giant ruler in his hand swung behind him as if it was a conditioned reflex. The heavy ruler brought about a strong wind that tore through the air as it fiercely struck the rock blade that was sweeping towards him. Clang, 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 clang. As the heavy ruler rotated, a clear collision sound rang out. The two figures, which had just crossed each other, once again changed directions. In the blink of an eye, the heavy Xian ruler in Xiao Yan's hand had already swung over a dozen times. The rock armor that Xiao Yang was wearing did not show any signs of weakness. Not only did it block the incoming attacks, at the same time, there was a sharp piercing sound as numerous incomparably sharp forces chased after Xiao Yan's throat. If it were not for the latter's strong foundation, it was likely that he would not be able to dodge this torrential attack. On the viewing gallery, countless people were looking at the two blurry figures that were constantly flashing around with amazed faces. With their strength, there were not many people who could clearly see the situation in the arena. However, the few exchanges of pauses and collisions caused the emotions of the Xiao clan members to become increasingly agitated. Numerous loud cries rang out one after another, and the atmosphere in the arena swiftly swelled. At the same time, Xiao Yan, who was on the battle stage, was also thinking rapidly in his heart. The defensive strength of Xiao Yang's rock armor was clearly above his expectations. After over 100 exchanges, he was actually unable to gain the slightest advantage. In other words, it was clearly unwise to rely on brute force to defeat Xiao Yang. However, it was also because of this that one would often overlook one's greatest weakness in the face of such an extreme defense. Haha, Xiao Yan, I advise you to admit defeat as soon as possible. If you continue to drag on like this, you will only end up losing all your face. Instead of seeking humiliation, why don't you happily admit defeat in a cool manner? A sinister smile was immediately revealed on Xiao Yang's face when he saw Xiao Yan frown. His body suddenly jerked as turbulent Genesis Qi immediately surged out from within his body, continuously filling the rock armor on his body. Wave after wave of ferocious aura spread from it. In the blink of an eye, the scars left behind by the heavy ruler swiftly disappeared. The chilling aura caused the expressions of the younger generation members in the viewing gallery who had suffered because of this, to change. In the face of Xiao Yang's tortoiseshell-like armor, no matter how ferocious their attacks were, the armor would swiftly recover once they infused their Genesis Qi into it. If they could not even break through the opponent's defense, how could they possibly win? ****. Looks like even Xiaoyan is unable to deal with this tortoiseshell. I wonder if the heir will be able to defeat him. Seeing the situation on the battleground, quite a number of people present, who originally held expectations for Xiaoyan, immediately revealed disappointed expressions. Although the current situation of the battle was not clear, the situation was no different from yesterday. Everyone already understood the result in their hearts. There were even quite a number of people who had already planned to leave the battleground. In contrast to these individuals, Xiao Feng's gaze was as calm as ever. From the latter's point of view, the situation had already tipped in Xiao Yan's favor the moment Xiao Yang revealed his great ambition. Xiao Yang's defeat was only a matter of time. What's more, Xiao Yan had yet to display his true strength. Has he finally decided to show his true strength? Xiao Feng's eyes narrowed as he stared at Xiao Yan, who was still dealing with Xiao Yang, and mumbled to himself. He could clearly sense that the Genesis Qi in the latter's body was rapidly being consumed. This also meant that this seemingly boring and monotonous battle was about to welcome an astonishing turn. Admit defeat, Xiao Yan. As long as the stone armor is not broken, you will never be able to hurt me. The sinister smile on Xiao Yang's face grew even wider as he gazed at Xiao Yan, who was unable to dodge under the stone armor. His body charged forward like a rhinoceros as he charged toward Xiao Yan. Clang! Xiao Yan tightly gripped the giant ruler with one hand. As he swung it down, the powerful force contained within Xiao Yan's armor blasted it back, causing it to fly out of Xiao Yan's hand. Upon seeing the giant ruler fly out of Xiao Yan's hand, several of the Xiao clan members present sighed as they withdrew their gazes. Even his weapon had been sent flying. The outcome was naturally easy to imagine. However, just as they were shaking their heads and sighing, Xiao Yan, who had left the heavy Xian ruler, suddenly raised his eyes. A sharp, cold glint agglomerated within his dark black eyes. His other hand also violently slammed forward at this moment. Since that is the case, I'll do as you wish. With the current distance between the two, Xiao Yan's palm had already landed on the armor in front of Xiao Yang's chest in the next instant. At the same time that his palm was gently placed on the armor, a faint cold cry sounded from Xiao Yan's mouth. Heart-shattering palm break? A ferocious force immediately charged into Xiao Yang's body. Xiao Yang's heart abruptly tightened as a tearing sensation spread. His body violently shuddered as his expression changed drastically. The Genesis Qi in his body frantically gathered towards his heart, barely managing to suppress the strange force. However, at the same time, the remaining strength that erupted from Xiao Yan's palm struck the rock armor, without holding back. Soon after, Xiao Yan slowly extended a finger and gently flicked it. Crack! In an instant, the armor that covered his body shattered into pieces. I'm late. He's treating me to a movie and a meal, so I have to go take care of him. The first half of the dialogue was a little stuck. Xiao Yang had changed the content a few times, but he was still not satisfied with it. Chapter 1466. In the arena, the expressions on everyone's faces instantly froze the instant the rock armor shattered. Next, gaze after gaze began to burn with excitement. Now that the rock armor had been broken, this unchanging battle finally became a little more interesting. Xiao Yang's furious eyes widened. The ferocious fury in his eyes was not hidden at all. Xiao Yan ignored him. His body instantly closed in, and his shoulder heavily smashed into the former's chest. A low, deep collision sound appeared and Xiao Yang's body quickly flew backwards. After which he heavily smashed into the shattered battle stage. Xiao Yan gently twisted his body as he beckoned with his hand. The heavy Xian Buster sword immediately flew into his hand as a disdainful voice drifted out. You want me to admit defeat? Who do you think you are? Once his voice sounded, Xiao Yan stepped forward and slowly walked toward the ladder. When he arrived in front of him, he rotated the enormous ruler in his hand and slammed it down heavily. Boom! A muffled explosion rang out, but to everyone's surprise, Xiao Yang had managed to block Xiao Yan's giant buster sword with a single palm strike. After forcibly blocking Xiao Yan's attack, the latter slowly stood up, a sinister look on his face. He. You're the first amongst our generation to be able to shatter my armor. However, do you really believe that the rock armor is all I have? There was a hint of ridicule in Xiao Yang's sinister smile. The hand that he had used to block the heavy ruler was once again heavily slammed downwards. Grey Genesis Chi immediately gathered on his hand, causing the approaching Xiao Yan to be forced back several steps. Hugh, since we've come this far, I'll show you my true strength. The moment his voice sounded, Xiao Yang's body suddenly shook. A shocking aura that was many times stronger than before instantly swept out from within his body. Almost at the same time, Xiao Yang's body suddenly shot forward. Rock swiftly covered his arm as his body soared into the air. A fist heavily smashed toward Xiao Yan's head. For Star Origin Sect. When they saw this sudden turn of events, the expressions of everyone present changed. Those fellows who had previously been defeated by Xiao Yang finally understood why Xiao Yang was so fearless towards them. Among the younger generation of the entire Xiao family, only a handful of people could match up to him. However, regardless of whether it was Xiao Lei, Xiao Feng, or the others present, none of them displayed much surprise in the face of this point. Even though the strength that Xiao Yang had displayed had exceeded their expectations, if they wanted to rely on this to defeat Xiao Yan, it would undoubtedly mean that they had underestimated Xiao Yan. Even without mentioning anything else, if one were to talk about just how much strength Xiao Lei and Xiao Feng had unleashed during their fight with Xiao Yan back then, their hearts were naturally clear just how much strength they had unleashed. The strength of his Fire Lotus was not completely unleashed until the end. Once Xiao Yan unleashed it with all his strength, it was likely that no one could predict the result. How could Xiao Yang possibly be a match for a person that even they were shocked by? Clang! Xiao Yan waved the enormous ruler. He did not display much surprise at the situation in front of him. At the same time that his body turned, a fierce, intense flame suddenly surfaced on the enormous ruler in his hand. Following which, it swept out and forced back Xiao Yang, who was falling down. True strength? Don't tell me that you believe that this is all that I have. An indifferent voice was slowly spat out. The instant Xiao Yang stabilized his body, a figure instantly flashed out from the empty space beside him. The giant ruler was wrapped in flames as it heavily smashed towards Xiao Yang's head. When the latter sensed the frightening aura, the emotions in his heart suddenly tightened. Without any hesitation, he threw a punch towards the giant ruler. Clang! Unlike before, when Xiao Yang's punch landed this time, the terrifying force contained in the giant ruler actually shattered the rock armor on his arm. While Xiao Yang's heart was filled with horror, and his body hastily retreated, Xiao Yan, wielding the heavy ruler, relied on his strange movement technique to closely follow. The two figures fought face to face. The broad ruler did not appear clumsy in Xiao Yan's hands, but was instead as nimble as a spear. It was truly crafty, and no matter how Xiao Yang dodged, he was unable to avoid it. The rock armor condensed time and time again, but before it could take shape, it would be shattered by Xiao Yan's ruler. The most infuriating thing was that the raging flames on the armor would climb up his body like a living creature. Xiao Yang did not dare to be careless in the face of the heavenly fire. Genesis Chi frantically poured out, extinguishing the heavenly fire time and time again, only to be bitten by it again and again. In a short span of time, several areas of Xiao Yang's body had been charred black, and even his face was not spared from the heavenly fire's attack. To think that a 4-star Origin sect member would be forced into such a miserable state by a 3-star Origin sect member. Even the rock armor that he was most proud of was unable to withstand Xiao Yan's attacks, and did not even have the chance to reform. In addition, the cheering Xiao clan members in the spectator stands only made the rage in Xiao Yang's heart burn even hotter. His battle with Xiao Yan caused Xiao Yang's eyes to gradually turn scarlet red, the savagery and fury in them becoming increasingly apparent. Until a certain moment. Bastard! I will fight it out with you. A furious roar was emitted as Xiao Yang's palm suddenly smashed against the incoming giant ruler. The powerful force on the ruler actually forced Xiao Yan back dozens of steps. Soon after, Xiao Yan's footsteps came to a stop. He raised his head, only to be surprised to discover that Xiao Yang's face had suddenly turned a strange blood-red color. Even the space between his teeth had traces of a blood-red color. Fresh blood was surging out from all the spots on his body that had been charred by the heavenly flame. Numerous green veins also bulged out, appearing as though they were about to burst apart, giving him a frightening appearance. Although he had become like this, Xiaoyang did not show any fear. Instead, the ruthlessness on his face became even denser. He raised his head and gave Xiaoyan a savage smile. Xiaoyang's voice seemed to have been transmitted from purgatory, causing one's heart to feel a chill. He. So what if you are fast? So what if you have a heavenly flame? I will definitely win this battle. Since you have forced me to use blood rage, I will definitely cripple you in this battle. Xiaoyang's body suddenly charged forward after his cry sounded. At the same time, a powerful aura that was close to that of a 6-star origin sect spread from within his body. Xiaoyan's face was slightly surprised when he saw this scene. He did not expect that this fellow's secret technique was quite extraordinary. However, Xiaoyan slowly shook his head when he saw the fresh blood flowing all over Xiaoyang's body. This secret technique actually consumes one's body. How foolish. Chapter 1467. In the arena, Xiaoyang's body, which was suddenly covered in blood, attracted the attention of the crowd on the viewing platform. Immediately, everyone's eyes were filled with astonishment as whispers rang out. Is that blood rage? Is this guy crazy? He actually cultivated such a thing. Blood rage is a secret technique that the clan forbids. Although it's a restriction, it's just an unwritten rule on the surface and won't cause much of an impact. I didn't think that this guy would actually cultivate such a secret technique. Depending on the quality of the bloodline, the strength obtained after using blood rage will be different. In the past, there were indeed many people who fought to cultivate it. However, ever since they knew that this thing would damage the quality of their bloodline, no one would take the initiative to cultivate it unless it was absolutely necessary. On the viewing platform, some of the people who had some understanding of the secret technique that Xiaoyang was using could not help but sigh. They did not think that this guy would go to such an extent in order to compete for the position of crown prince. Blood rage was the top secret technique of the Xiao clan. At its peak, it even surpassed the strength obtained from activating the bloodline. This also allowed the Xiao clan to dominate the continent for a period of time. It would not be an exaggeration to say that they looked down on the world, and looked down on all heroes. However, it was also because of the existence of this strange secret technique that the bloodline of the Xiao clan rapidly thinned out. Even though the clan had forbade its members from cultivating this secret technique for many years, due to its uniqueness, it became a must-have for some of the lower-class people in the clan. It was also because of this that this secret technique was not completely sealed away by the clan. After all, not everyone had the terrifying talent of people like Xiaofeng and Xiao Tian. If they wanted to pursue greater strength while cultivating, blood rage was the best choice. Even though it would exhaust their already thin bloodline power, if they could use it to obtain a sufficient position in the clan, it would all be worth it in their eyes. Without strength, it would be difficult for them to advance even in the clan that was connected by bloodline. From a certain point of view, blood rage was the last straw that they could use to make a comeback. The reason why it was called a last resort was because once they failed, they would lose all chances of making a comeback, and would forever be at the bottom of the clan, and even the entire continent. This Xiaoyang, in order to obtain strength, he actually risked it to such an extent. At this moment, sighs of disappointment could not help but resound from the elders' seating area. Just from the increase in Xiaoyang's strength after using blood rage, the bloodline power in the latter's body was already almost completely depleted. He knew that he was no match for Xiao with his own strength, so he chose blood rage. I have to say he's really stupid. Xiaogan slowly shook his head. On the other hand, when Xiao Yuheng, who was seated at the head of the table, heard this, his heart skipped a beat. His gaze was fixed on Xiaoyang, whose face was filled with malevolence. His fingers tightly gripped the armrest as a complicated expression appeared in his eyes. Was he really stupid or did he had no other choice? The clan's strict selection system caused these natural-born experts on the stage to have already determined their positions in the clan when they had just grown up. They, who had been chased after by countless people since young, would still be able to sit in the positions of their predecessors in the future. How many accidents like Xiao Feng had occurred in the course of history? If the entire family continued to live in this foolish hereditary succession, it would only be a matter of time before the family would decline and fall. Huff! In the arena, along with Xiao Yang's breathing, even the air was trembling. A powerful force was churning in his body like lava. The corner of Xiao Yang's mouth involuntarily parted into a ferocious smile, as he sensed the vigorous energy flowing unceasingly within his body. He slowly lifted his eyes, which were covered by a blood color, and stared at Xiao Yan with an extremely cold gaze. A hoarse trembling voice spread out, causing everyone present to feel a piercing pain in their eardrums. As long as I can win, I can pay the price no matter how big it is. With a clench of his hand, the gray mist mixed with scarlet-red rocks quickly condensed under his palm. The shattered rocks quickly condensed into a long spear. On it, traces of blood-red energy swam like blood snakes. With a twist of his wrist, the body of the spear followed suit and turned. The moment it was lifted, the cold tip of the spear was pointed at Xiao Yan on the opposite side. The sharp killing intent gradually became denser in the scarlet eyes that were protruding from the arena. Shua! Just as Xiao Yan was sizing up the ladder, Xiao Yan's figure suddenly flashed. The moment the sound of something tearing through the air rang out, the expression on Xiao Yan's calm face slightly tightened. At the same time, his footsteps changed, and he immediately used the sky extinction steps, his figure instantly disappearing from his original spot. At the same time, a human figure suddenly rushed out in a ghost-like manner. A long spear that was wrapped in a blood-colored color violently penetrated the afterimage that Xiao Yan had left behind. The fierce spear wind on it pierced through the empty space over 100 feet wide. The powerful strength caused one's pores to stand on end. At this moment, the battle that had suddenly erupted in the arena caused the expressions of quite a number of people in the viewing gallery to change. At this moment, the speed of the two people on the battle stage had already exceeded the knowledge of most of them. Once both parties unleashed their speed, all they could see was two blurry rays of light. What astonishing speed! Following a wave of exclamations, Xiao Yan's footsteps slowly stepped out from the empty space on the other side of the fighting stage. His expression was somewhat surprised as he looked at Xiao Yang. From the looks of the agility that the latter had displayed, he was indeed not weaker than Xiao Lei and the others. Humph! After his attack missed, Xiao Yang slowly turned around with a gloomy face. Looking at Xiao Yan, who was not far away, the body of his spear shook, and he said in a cold voice, "Do you only know how to dodge?" Hearing this, the corners of Xiao Yan's mouth slowly curled into an arc. He took half a step back and slowly raised the giant ruler in his hand, facing the latter like the long spear. Bang! With a flick of the spear, a piece of rock under his feet immediately flew through the air and shot towards Xiao Yan like a meteor. The giant ruler slashed through the air, and an invisible wind formed under the tip of the ruler. Immediately after, it fiercely swung down, blasting the rock that was shot towards him into powder that filled the air. Chi! In the instant that the powder filled the air, a red light suddenly flashed within the dust cloud. The blood-colored long spear pierced through the powder that filled the air and split it into two. With a fierce killing intent, it directly aimed at Xiao Yan's vital points. Xiao Yan's expression did not change at all. The giant ruler in his hand once again rotated, and the tip of the ruler swung down. Numerous ruler lights shot out and continuously collided with the latter. Ding 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 ding. As the sparks shot out, a clear collision sound once again rang out. The collision between the two of them also became increasingly intense. Every time the long spear and heavy ruler came into contact, the footsteps of the two of them would swiftly retreat. Their feet landed on the already shattered battle stage, leaving behind many eye-catching holes. The surrounding shattered cracks also became increasingly large. Bang! An explosive sound appeared. The two swiftly flashing figures once again faced each other. Each of them took 100 steps back. The ground under their feet completely collapsed at the spot where their feet landed. A fierce flame shrouded over the enormous ruler. Following the wave of Xiao Yan's hands, it carried a majestic ruler glow as it slashed out in a manner that connected the sky and the ground. It heavily smashed toward the blood-colored mountain forest that rose from the ground in front of him. 7-layer sky-breaking ruler. Rock howl. Buzz. In this collision, Xiaoyan did not hold back at all. The full force strike of the ruler caused the stage beneath his feet to be completely cut apart. The ground swiftly melted under the burning of the heavenly flame, and torrential magma scattered down like a waterfall. The attack between the two of them completely dissipated under this mutual destruction. As the magma scattered, Xiaoyan raised his eyes and looked over. At this moment, Xiaoyang was staring at him with a crazy expression. The ferocious smile on his face became increasingly terrifying. Immediately after, in the next moment, rock whale. As Xiaoyang's words sounded out, the ground beneath Xiaoyan's feet suddenly caved in. The surrounding ground was swiftly uprooted, faintly forming a large bloody mouth. In the blink of an eye, it actually swallowed Xiaoyan on the spot. In an instant, the faces of everyone present froze. Chapter 1468. Die. On the battle stage, Xiaoyang's face was filled with madness. The bloody mouth that had suddenly appeared swallowed Xiaoyan in one gulp. With such a move, even Xiaoyan would likely not have expected it to happen. Xiaoyan, the world is heartless, so don't blame me for being ruthless. You can only blame yourself for obstructing my path. Such an outcome is only your fault. Plop. However, the moment before the words from Xiaoyang's mouth sounded, the ground, which had swallowed Xiaoyan, actually began to wiggle in a strange manner. Circular water-like ripples formed on the hard ground in an instant. After which, it swiftly turned red and transformed into a sea of magma. Under the focus of a countless number of gazes on the stage, a figure, whose entire body was wrapped in a flame, broke out from it. The expression on Xiaoyang's face instantly froze at the sight of this. He blankly stared at the figure that had landed on the ground as the emotions in his heart abruptly sunk. Under the gazes of the crowd, the figure slowly stepped forward. The flames under his feet swiftly melted the ground, causing magma to spill in all directions. By the time the flames dissipated, the ground behind him had already been paved into a path of fire. Xiaoyang's face was ashen. He never imagined that Xiaoyan would remain unscathed even after using such a method. This made him begin to doubt himself. Had Xiaoyan really won with his own strength in the battle, with the Shaolei duo back then? Ignoring Xiaoyang's current mood, Xiaoyan slowly raised his head and eyed the ugly expression of Xiaoyang, who was still holding the long spear in his hand. A smile slowly surfaced on the corner of Xiaoyan's mouth. However, under this smile, there was an endless iciness. From Xiaoyang's earlier attacks, it was obvious that he wanted to take Xiaoyan's life. To think that Xiaoyang would go so crazy for the sake of victory. Even if it was pardonable, such excessive actions made Xiaoyan's heart turn completely cold. As if sensing the change in Xiaoyan's emotions, the muscles on Xiaoyang's face involuntarily twitched. As he took a step back, he hurriedly circulated the remaining Genesis Qi in his body. His scarlet-red eyes looked towards the former, the unwillingness and malevolence in them as thick as ever. For the sake of this day, he had cultivated madly for many days and nights without rest, all for the sake of obtaining today's victory. Even if he was already in such a situation, it was absolutely impossible for him to admit defeat. ****. This kid's perseverance is commendable, but his temperament is still lacking. If the clan takes care of him in the future, he may still be saved. From the leader's seat, Xiao Yuheng slowly shook his head as he gazed at Xiaoyang. The moment these words were said, the few clan elders by the side nodded their heads. They were indeed rather optimistic about Xiaoyang. Being able to raise his cultivation to such a level without any top-tier cultivation resources was indeed an extraordinary feat. Besides his narrow-mindedness, everything else about him was indeed commendable. If he was properly guided, he may become another expert of the clan in the future. As the two of them confronted each other once again, the atmosphere on the battle stage became tense once again. A strong smell of gunpowder permeated the air. At this moment, everyone knew that the next collision would determine the final victor of this battle. I, Xiaoyang, have buried myself in bitter training for over 1,000 days and nights, all for the sake of ascending to the position of Crown Prince. Before that, no one can stop me. A savage beast-like look was revealed in his eyes that were overflowing with blood and tears. Xiaoyang stared at Xiaoyan, the emotions in his heart already on the verge of exploding. Brandishing his giant ruler, Xiaoyan stared at Xiaoyang with a cold gaze as he said in an indifferent tone. I've said it before, it's impossible for me to admit defeat. Roar! Xiaoyan's voice had just sounded when the latter's throat suddenly emitted a low and deep roar. A blood redness surged in both of his eyes. His hand used all his strength to hold the long spear. After which, he flipped his hand and violently threw the long spear forward. The moment the sonic boom appeared, the long spear was only a couple of dozen feet from Xiaoyan's body. It easily penetrated the empty air, and carried a sharp ear-piercing sound as it shot explosively toward Xiaoyan's head. Staring at the spear that was rapidly enlarging in his eyes, Xiaoyan slightly tilted the giant ruler in his hand. In the next moment, he raised his arm and shouted. The giant ruler was suddenly raised, and a rainbow light shot out, reaching 9 feet in length. 9 feet breaking sky. The 7-layered sky-breaking ruler was 7 feet in length. Its strength was at most comparable to a high-level spirit do technique. However, ever since Xiaoyan broke through 9 feet, the 9 feet breaking sky-breaking ruler was comparable to an intent-level do technique. Now that he was facing the current Xiaoyang, the outcome was obvious. Bang! Xiaoyang had used all of his strength in this attack. Even though he had used all of his strength, he still had difficulty contending with Xiaoyan's 9-layer heaven-breaking ruler. Within a short couple of breaths, all of the strength that the spear carried was completely exhausted. The remaining ruler glow mercilessly shattered the long spear in an instant. Roar! Xiaoyang's gaze was already completely crazy as he stared at the majestic ruler glow that was still shooting towards him after breaking the spear. Waves of unresigned low roars were emitted from his mouth. All the blood in his body once again boiled as he once again used blood rage. He was going all out. Even if he had to squeeze out all the strength in his blood, he would win this match. In the viewing gallery, countless people, including those in the elders' seating area, watched this crazy scene unfold in front of them. All of them could not bear to see it. In order to win this match, in order to obtain the position of the heir, this fellow was actually willing to give up his life. In the front row of the viewing gallery, Xiaofeng, who had been seated for a long time, finally slowly stood up at this moment. His gaze was slightly complicated as he watched the scene unfold in front of him and slowly sighed. Xiaoyan's gaze was cold as he watched this scene. Although he did not make any moves, the ruler glow that had erupted had ultimately dissipated into nothingness. At this moment, Xiaoyang was no longer worthy of him taking action. Ugh! However, it was also at this moment that Xiaoyang, who was crazily activating the strength in his blood, suddenly spat out a large mouthful of blood. His paper-white face instantly turned red, following which he heavily coughed out a few mouthfuls of blood. His body went limp and fell to the ground with a loud bang. Quick, save him! Seeing this scene, some of the people in the elder seating area were finally unable to sit still. They hurriedly lowered their bodies and helped the heavily injured Xiaoyang up. After a round of investigation, the faces of the few elders were evidently ugly. Evidently, Xiaoyang's current situation was already extremely bad. After the victory was decided, the entire stadium was silent. Everyone stared blankly at the scene in front of them, not knowing what to do. At this very moment, the victory did not seem that important to them anymore. Swish! Xiaoyan turned around and walked down from the stage. As he left, a ray of light flew out from his fingers and landed in the arms of the elder beside Xiaoyang. Seeing this, the few elders could not help but be slightly stunned. When they raised their heads, they only saw Xiaoyan's back as he walked down from the stage. Chapter 1469. Although Xiaoyan had emerged victorious in his battle with Xiaoyang, he had exhausted too much of his Genesis Qi and was unable to continue fighting. As a result, his final battle with Xiaofeng had to be postponed to the next day. In order to maintain the clan gathering's normal progress, the Yuanzong Battles exhibition match had to be brought forward. This also maintained the intense atmosphere in the arena to a great extent. The battle between Xiaoyan and Xiaofeng could be said to be fiery. If the match was stopped at this time, it would likely cause dissatisfaction among many people. Moreover, the exhibition match was originally scheduled for the next day. In comparison, such a decision was understandable. Many people in the arena were also looking forward to the exhibition match. After all, these participants were different from Xiaoyang and the rest. They had been training outside for several years and had faced and experienced blood and slaughter. In comparison, the latter had lived in the clan for a long time and relied on the clan's protection. Although their growth wasn't slow, the strength they could display on the battlefield was extremely limited. Regardless of whether it was the density of their Genesis chi or the control of their battle techniques, there was undoubtedly a huge gap between them and the former. It was precisely because of this gap that the exhibition match once again caused an uproar. The intensity of the battle did not lose out to Xiaoyan's battle at all. The mysterious battle techniques, and even the do skills were very different from what they usually saw in the clan. The competition between all parties successfully caused the atmosphere in the arena to reach a new climax. The next day slowly arrived amidst the nervous anticipation of countless people. After the intense competition 2 days ago, the Xiao clan was already in an uproar before the sun had even risen. The arena was extraordinarily lively as everyone waited for the final match of the clan gathering, the battle between Xiao Yan and Xiao Feng. When the first rays of dawn scattered down from the sky, numerous figures from all over the clan swiftly gathered. The first elder and the rest were seated in the elders' VIP area. Just like the countless number of clan members below, they were similarly filled with curiosity today. Just who was stronger between the two of them? Under everyone's gazes, Xiao Feng stood at the center of the arena, quietly waiting for Xiao Yan's arrival. At a certain moment, the figures of Xiao Yan and the others appeared in the spectator stands. At the same time, the black-robed Xiao Yan stepped onto the arena. Xiao Yan's feet heavily stomped on the arena. He raised his somewhat drowsy eyes, and his gaze gradually became clear as he looked at Xiao Feng in the middle of the arena. A fiery heat surfaced in his gradually awakening eyes. His entire person's attention was also raised at this moment. In the entire clan gathering, the only opponent that could truly catch his attention was Xiao Feng. As for the others, although each of them had their own strengths, he did not view them too seriously. At this moment, it was finally time for the two of them to fight. In the arena, Xiao Feng was also looking at the figure that had arrived late. His eyes were filled with battle intent as the corners of his mouth slowly curled into an arc. The Xiao Yan before him was the same as his ancestor. In the entire clan, he was one of the few people that could catch his attention. Especially during this period of time, his performance in the clan, as well as his battle with Xiao Lei and Xiao Feng, had caused him to become extremely interested in Xiao Yan. To be able to battle with the current biggest dark horse in the Xiao clan, this clan gathering was not in vain. As Xiao Yan stepped onto the arena, the gazes of everyone in the arena shifted. Among the tens of thousands of gazes, other than fervor, there was even more curiosity. They wondered if this new dark horse would be able to maintain the same awe-inspiring aura as he had in the previous few battles, when facing the clan's heir. Xiao Yan's expression did not change as he sensed the gazes that were shot over from the entire stadium. His gaze looked directly at the other side. The eyes of the two figures in the arena met each other. An unknown feeling was unknowingly emitted, causing the air to become a little tense. I've been standing here for 2 hours. While the gazes were focused, Xiao Feng deeply exhaled as he slowly opened his mouth. His low and deep voice was like the atmosphere in the arena at this moment, revealing a few traces of coldness and dominance. I've waited for this day for half a year. Xiao Yan smiled as he resolutely stepped forward. With a casual flip of his palm, the dark heavy buster sword instantly appeared in his hand. The instant his voice sounded out, his body suddenly charged forward. The giant buster sword swept across the void, bringing about a whooshing sound as it charged towards the former. Seeing this, Xiao Feng's face did not have any expression of surprise. He only stared at the giant buster sword in Xiao Yan's hand. When the latter's figure arrived in front of him, he swung the giant buster sword, and the tip of the buster sword rapidly descended. Only then did Xiao Feng flip his palm, and a green long spear immediately appeared in his hand. The tip of the spear was raised as his two arms rushed forward. The moment the two collided, the force contained in the long spear forcefully repelled the heavy buster sword. Xiao Feng took half a step back as the tip of the long spear fell to the ground, shattering the ground and stabilizing his body at the same time. Following that, he suddenly took a step forward. With both hands tightly holding onto the spear, the tip of the spear spun rapidly, easily cutting open the ground under his feet. With a force like a broken bamboo, he flew up and stabbed toward Xiao Yan's raised elbow. The instant the two of them collided, their attacks were already so fierce. Ding! At the moment when Xiao Yan's expression changed, his huge ruler immediately fell abruptly. He twisted his wrist and used the huge ruler to block in front of him, blocking Xiao Feng's piercing attack. Xiao Yan's footsteps immediately retreated, and his body took the opportunity to retreat. In this short first round, Xiao Yan had suffered a small loss. The moment he stabilized his body, his gaze landed on Xiao Feng. Xiao Yan's expression was grave. Although the two of them had only collided once, the strength that Xiao Feng had displayed was far superior to Xiao Yang's yesterday. There was no need to doubt this point. I have waited for so long. Don't disappoint me. Xiao Feng smiled faintly. With a twist of his wrist, he raised his long spear and pointed the sharp tip of the spear at Xiao Yan. Haha, don't worry. I won't disappoint you. Seeing this, Xiao Yan also laughed out loud. The instant his gaze met Xiao Feng's, his body suddenly disappeared. In the next instant, Xiao Feng immediately waved the long spear in his hand. The body of the spear swung horizontally, drawing a strange arc. After which it heavily shot out, bringing along a whooshing sound as it heavily smashed into a certain spot in the air. Clang! With a loud buzzing sound, Xiao Yan's body suddenly appeared. After which, he fiercely threw out the buster sword in his hand and smashed it toward Xiao Feng. His body flickered again and disappeared from the battle stage. Clang! The instant the buster sword was sent flying by the tip of the spear, Xiao Yan's body flashed to the side and threw out a punch. However, just as his punch landed, the spear shaft actually twisted in a strange manner and met Xiao Yan's punch head-on. The frightening strength that was contained in Xiao Yan's fist had actually bent the spear until it reached an impossible angle. Xiao Feng had relied on this to forcefully block Xiao Yan's punch. Even though this was the case, his body still took 100 steps back. The moment he forcefully stabilized his body, the long spear in his hand involuntarily trembled intensely. What a frightening force! Without that buster sword, his strength has actually increased by more than a level. An astonished thought flashed across his mind. Xiao Feng could not help but view Xiao Yan in a higher light. To be able to obtain multiple victories under the pretext of suppressing his strength was indeed not something that an ordinary person could compare with. Chapter 1470. See. Under the attention of countless gazes, two figures collided with a loud bang on the arena like two meteorites. Frightening monstrous waves immediately churned and unfurled as the enormous arena was destroyed once again in the blink of an eye. The two figures crossed each other in the arena as sparks flew. The sound of metal colliding was like thunder as they swiftly separated after a split second of collision. Xiao Yan's heavy Xian ruler was forcefully thrust into the ground, forcefully dragging his rapidly retreating body a dozen meters before gradually stabilizing. On the other side, Xiao Feng similarly borrowed the power of the spear in his hand. Wind howled behind him as he retreated a dozen steps before heavily stomping his foot on the ground. The ground beneath his body exploded as the spear in his hand was thrust into the ground like a nail, stabilizing his body. After an intense collision, the expressions of the two individuals changed. The intense collision had not only caused injuries to their bodies, but also caused the Genesis Chi in their bodies to fluctuate violently, unable to calm down for a long time. Even so, the expressions that appeared on their faces were excitement and excitement. Ever since the two of them had entered the arena until now, they had not used any dose skills during the entire process of collision. During this period of time, the two of them had used the most violent method to rely on their vast and mighty energy and fighting skills that far exceeded an ordinary person to repeatedly collide and negotiate. This also caused the battle to appear even more fiery and intense. Not only was victory decided by dose skills, such a pure battle was also a test for the strong. At the same time, it was also a kind of training. Since it is difficult to determine a victor in such a battle, I might as well go all out. The fighting intent within Xiao Yan's heart became increasingly intense in the face of Xiao Feng's strength. This kind of situation was something that he had not experienced even when he had faced Xiao Lei and Xiao Feng alone back then. Perhaps it was due to the fact that both parties had yet to unleash their true strength in that battle. However, it was different now. He had met a true opponent. Immediately, The fighting intent that was suppressed within his heart involuntarily rose. At this moment, Xiaoyan could already sense that there was a surging fighting intent that was about to break out of his body. Come. I hope that you will not disappoint me. Xiao Feng's gaze was similarly untamed as a wild laugh was emitted from his mouth. As his voice gradually deepened, a formidable aura spread from his body. Buzz. In an instant, the expressions of quite a few people in the arena changed slightly. Even Xiao Lei and Lin Dong, who were on the viewing platform, could not help but slightly tighten their gazes. This fellow is already half a step into becoming a 5-star origin sect. Xiao Lei stared at Xiao Feng in the arena. His eyes were filled with surprise. In that case, once the clan sacrifice is over, wouldn't his strength increase by a lot? At that time, I'm afraid even you might not be his match. Xiao Zhuobin, who was at the side, raised his brows in surprise. The two of them had the same feeling in their hearts. Xiao Feng was clearly much more terrifying than they had imagined. However, even if this is the case, it is likely that it will not be easy to defeat Xiao Yan. While the two of them were conversing, Xiao Yan and Xiao Feng retreated from the arena. Xiao Yan stood on a part of the arena that was still intact, while Xiao Feng floated in the air with his hands clasped together. At the same time, a gust of wind swirled down from the heavens and earth, rapidly condensing behind Xiao Feng. Vaguely, it transformed into a huge illusory image. Wind God's Fury. At the same time, Xiaoyan also clasped his hands together and opened his mouth slightly. Blazing purple flames were spat out from his mouth. As they rose, they also gradually transformed into a flaming giant behind him. The frighteningly high temperature, coupled with the astonishing imposing aura, caused the atmosphere in the arena to immediately become tense. Fire God's Fury. An explosive cry was emitted from Xiao Yan's mouth. The enormous flame illusionary image behind him moved with it. It lifted its head and widened its chest as it faced the sky. At the same time, the green-colored illusionary image in the sky also slowly leaned forward following Xiao Feng's body. A shocking pressure that came from all directions immediately swept apart. In the arena, two majestic figures with indomitable and ferocious auras slowly approached each other under the countless burning gazes below. Finally, they collided with each other. Chi. The earth-shaking explosion that everyone had imagined did not occur. The two giant gods trembled intensely under the gazes of tens of thousands of people. Vigorous energy devoured each other, gradually wearing each other down, waiting for the final victor. Under the giant gods, an intense wind pressed down on the heads of everyone in the arena. Waves of aftershocks lifted the shattered stone platform below. In a short span of a few breaths, the already shattered arena had completely turned into ruins. Within the two earth-shaking auras, Xiaoyan lifted his foot with great difficulty, after which he heavily slammed it down. In an instant, only a buzzing sound could be heard in the arena. The huge green illusory image was immediately shattered. Whistling energy spread in all directions, causing the elders in the elders' viewing gallery to have no choice but to hurriedly take action. However, Xiao Feng was not inferior. His footsteps gradually closed in. The two illusory images were also rapidly worn down under such a ferocious attack. Their huge bodies were rapidly worn down under such a collision, until a certain moment. Bang! The two shattered giant gods in the arena exploded with a bang. The two energies within them swiftly collided and intertwined, after which, they formed an enormous flame ball. The instant it exploded, the entire fighting arena, including the surrounding viewing gallery, suddenly trembled. Xiao Yan and Xiao Feng in the arena were also forced back. Xiao Yan's expression paled, and he involuntarily spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. On the other hand, although Xiao Feng's expression was similarly pale, he had at least managed to suppress the churning blood in his body. At this moment, the gap between the cultivation of the two gradually became apparent. Even if it was Xiao Yan who possessed the heavenly flame, it would not be an easy task for him to defeat Xiao Feng in this battle. You are very strong. Unfortunately, the gap between our cultivation is not something that you can easily bridge with just the heavenly flame. Looking at Xiao Yan, who had spat out a mouthful of blood, Xiao Feng slowly gasped for breath for a while before speaking with an indifferent tone. Hearing those words, Xiao Yan could not help but raise his head. His gaze similarly stared at the latter. before sweeping towards the surrounding stands. The expression in his eyes slowly rotated until he caught a glimpse of Xiao Dingtian and the rest in the elder seating area. Only then did a sudden chill emerge in his heart. Turning his gaze back, he grinned and sneered. "It's not over yet." As his words fell, Xiaoyan immediately raised both of his hands. His 10 fingers linked together, and the heavenly flame in his body suddenly surged. Immediately after, flames of different colors gushed out from Xiaoyan's body. At almost the same time, the aura in his body rapidly rose like a rising tide. On his forehead, a familiar symbol flickered. Chapter 1471. Skyfire 3 Mysterious Change. Xiaoyan shouted in his heart, and the purple flames that surged out immediately retracted into his body. At the same time, Xiaoyan's rapidly rising aura skyrocketed at this moment. In the blink of an eye, he wasn't inferior to Xiao Feng on the stage. "Oh, secret technique, huh? But that's good. This way we can have a fair fight." Xiao Feng slowly lifted his gaze and looked at Xiaoyan, whose aura was rapidly rising. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. He waved his arm, and the long spear in his hand shook violently. The sound of it breaking through the air immediately resounded. Suddenly, the two people on the stage seemed to have agreed on it. Two blurry figures burst out from each other. They carried a fierce aura and collided with each other under countless blazing gazes. On the stage, the distance between the two of them was close in the blink of an eye. The moment they got close, the two of them looked at each other. The undisguised fiery battle intent in their eyes surged out like a volcanic eruption. At the same time, Xiao Yuheng and the others on the elders' seating area stared at Xiaoyan on the stage. To be precise, they were staring at the mysterious symbol between his eyebrows. They were slightly surprised in their hearts. "That's the clan tattoo. It's something that was abandoned. I didn't expect to see it again after so many years." Xiao Zhen's old eyes stared at the clan tattoo between Xiaoyan's eyebrows that represented his identity. He couldn't help but have a rueful expression as he slowly sighed. Many of the clan elders by the side also had rueful expressions in their eyes. Only Xiao Dingtian narrowed his old eyes as he pondered in his heart. Xiao Jinghong, who was at the side, saw the situation. Although he had the intention, he still swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. Clang! When the two of them collided, the clanging sound of steel colliding resounded in the arena. As this voice sounded, the two people in the arena withdrew with serious expressions. The heavy Xian ruler in Xiaoyan's hand and the long spear in Xiaofeng's hand were trembling intensely at this moment. The breathing of the two of them had also become increasingly hurried. The Skyfire 3 mysterious change had raised Xiaoyan's battle strength to an even higher level. In a situation where both parties were completely equal in cultivation, even someone as prideful as Xiaofeng could not help but feel a heavy pressure. Regardless of whether it was the circulation of Genesis Qi or the eruption of Genesis Qi, the current Xiaoyan was very different from before. He had no choice but to be extremely careful in every collision. If he was still able to use his skills to gain the upper hand in the previous collision, then in the current situation where Xiaoyan possessed absolute strength, any action of his could be grasped by Xiaoyan. If he was not careful, he would end up with a complete loss. At this moment, no one was willing to be the first to attack, much less reveal the slightest weakness. The situation on the stage had finally reached the most tense and oppressive moment. The intense wind pressure caused Xiaofeng's clothes to stick tightly to his skin. However, the expression on his face did not change in the slightest because of the giant ruler that was slashing towards him. His gaze was tightly fixed on the rapidly approaching giant ruler. Only when it was less than a meter away from his head did he sweep his long spear upwards. The sound of wind was heard as he accurately and craftily received the giant ruler. In an instant, the huge ruler, which had missed, once again swept horizontally at the instant Xiaoyan turned his body. The instant his expression changed, Xiaofeng used the long spear to block by his side. With a loud clang, the shocking strength that was transmitted from the long spear shook him, until he was forced to take over 10 steps back. The buzzing sound that sounded beside his ears was incomparably ear-piercing. Even his two hands, which were tightly holding the spear, had a couple of wounds formed because of the frightening strength that was transmitted from it. Fresh blood flowed, but Xiaofeng did not have the time to care about it. The moment he stopped moving, Xiao Yan, with a domineering expression on his face, once again pressed forward. The ruler swung upwards and heavily smashed toward Xiao Feng's body. The latter used the spear as a whip and waved it to the extreme, forcefully bending the spear to the extreme before heavily smashing it against the ruler's body. A thunderous sound suddenly resounded as a huge force spread out. The palms of both parties trembled as the veins on their palms popped out. Their arms nervously controlled the weapons in their hands. Neither of them dared to relax in the slightest. At this moment, Xiao Feng grasped every opportunity. Relying on the advantage of the long spear, the tip of the spear stuck close to the ruler's body. Like a snake, it twisted and stretched forward, piercing toward Xiao Yan's wrist. Xiao Yan's gaze tightened slightly. The ruler's body was hurriedly pulled back while being lifted up at the same time. Xiao Yan patted the back of the ruler with one hand, using it as a high wall as he heavily charged toward Xiao Feng, forcing him to withdraw his attack. Wind Spirit Hand. Xiao Feng let out a low cry as he used his hand to change the universe. One of his hands kept the long spear behind him while his other hand suddenly slammed forward. Cool wind rotated and transformed into a countless number of invisible hands that surrounded Xiao Yan and violently smashed toward him. Xiao Yan was well aware that he had no way of dodging this dense attack. Immediately, he did not hesitate any longer. Numerous ruler glows rushed out the moment the enormous ruler was lifted. They came one after another, and adhered to each other. The flame that surged out of the ruler vaguely formed an airtight fire wall that blocked all of the invisible hands. The moment the palms scattered, the turbulent Genesis Chi in Xiao Yan's body once again began to churn violently. Fierce purple flames covered the body of the giant ruler as a powerful energy undulation swiftly gathered within it. It's coming. Knowing what was going on, a grave expression surfaced on Xiao Feng's face at this moment. As he retreated, the body of the spear abruptly turned and floated in mid-air. With a heavy rub of his palm, the long spear immediately started to spin rapidly. At the same time, waves of green flowing wind gathered in the space around his body, after which, it rapidly condensed on the long spear. Faintly, waves of deep and low dragon roars resounded in the arena. A huge dragon that was formed by wind slowly coiled around the long spear. Xiao Feng is finally going to use his full strength. On the viewing platform, Xiao Lei softly sighed as he gazed at the rapidly spinning spear in front of Xiao Feng. To be able to force him to use such a move, Xiao Yan's strength has likely exceeded our expectations. By the side, Xiao Zhuobin faintly nodded. Amongst the younger generation of the clan, with the exception of the young clan leader, Xiao Lei and a few others, there was likely no one else who had the qualifications to force Xiao Feng to use such a move. Even with Xiao Zhuobin's pride, he had no choice but to admit that he did not possess such qualifications. It's not over yet. Don't forget that Xiao Yan still has a trump card that he has yet to use. I wonder what are the chances of that Fire Lotus winning against him. Xiao Lei smiled faintly, a look of longing appearing in his heart. It was at this moment that Xiao Feng's arrogant shout abruptly rang out. Great Dao Skill, Thousand Wind Baleful Dipper. Chapter 1472. A thunderous roar suddenly sounded. At this moment, a huge green-colored dragon was entrenched on the rapidly rotating long spear that was suspended in front of Xiao Feng. After the roar from his mouth sounded, a green-colored light suddenly erupted. It was like a tsunami, bringing along a hurricane that engulfed the heavens and the earth as it suddenly erupted. The moment the green-colored light swept out in all directions, the hurricane in the heavens and the earth began to rotate. The green-colored wind dragon that was like a real dragon let out a roar towards the sky. Immediately, a terrifying suction force surged out and crazily swallowed the energy of the heavens and the earth. The body of the spear shot out, and the huge dragon also rushed out. It cut through the air like lightning and headed straight for Xiao Yan in the distance. Everywhere it passed, the surrounding space collapsed. The vast energy was like a tsunami that slammed against the shore. It was really frightening. Xiao Feng's all-out attack was really terrifying. Faced with such a majestic aura, the expressions of everyone in the viewing gallery changed. Even with the strength of Xiao Lei and the First Elder, a deep solemn expression also surfaced on their faces at this moment. It was likely that if the two of them were to face this attack, they would not feel good either. Xiaofeng can be said to have practiced this thousand-wind demonic wind to the extreme. The strength of this kind of Do technique is likely far from what an ordinary E-class Do technique can achieve. To be able to become the heir, he naturally has the capital to be proud. As Xiao Mingyuan's words left his mouth, the first elder, who had been silent by the side, finally revealed an expression of admiration on his face at this moment as he slowly spoke. As the heir, regardless of whether it was his cultivation talent or his character, Xiaofeng was extremely outstanding. This was something that the first elder absolutely believed. In the past, no one among the Xiao clan members of the same generation could compare with him. However, with the addition of Xiao Yan, this point had finally changed. At the same time, Xiaofeng himself had also changed. In all these years, Xiao Yan was the first person in the clan gathering who could make Xiaofeng use his full strength. As the huge dragon descended, Xiao Yan, who was on the ground, continuously waved the huge ruler in his hand. A graceful ruler glow instantly destroyed the remaining invisible palms. The instant Xiao Yan raised his head, he saw the huge dragon that overlooked everything. A long spear that was wrapped in an overflowing aura that looked down on everything violently charged towards him. Xiao Yan's pair of dark black eyes were currently covered by a green-colored wind that came from all directions. Standing under the huge dragon, Xiao Yan was able to directly sense the frightening and sharp attack that was contained on the tip of the spear. Even so, Xiao Yan still had absolute confidence in his heart. No matter how tyrannical the huge dragon was, it was still somewhat inferior in front of him. With this thought in mind, Xiao Yan took advantage of the fact that the ruler glow from before had yet to dissipate. Under the gazes of the crowd, Xiao Yan madly dashed forward. Following which, the huge ruler in his hand was heavily inserted into the ground. Following a deep roar from Xiao Yan's mouth, he tightly gripped the ruler's hilt with both hands. With a crazed expression on his face, the flames on the ruler's body instantly soared and rapidly melted the surrounding ground. With a forceful pull of his palm, the ground beneath his feet was easily split open like the surface of water. The instant the ruler light burst out, magma flew up into the sky. A towering ruler light burst out, and mixed with magma. It melted the void and rushed up with the momentum of breaking bamboo. "Break for me!" Xiaofeng's majestic cry suddenly sounded in the empty space. The tip of the long spear rotated rapidly. The huge dragon's mouth carried waves of roars as it descended from the sky. In the blink of an eye, it collided with the 1,000 feet large dark red ruler glow with a loud bang. Buzz! Under countless gazes, the world trembled and a buzzing sound swept out. Just as the faces of everyone present changed in shock, the shocking ruler glow in the sky suddenly trembled violently. Without waiting for everyone to make a move, on the ground, Xiao Yan once again waved the huge ruler with a solemn expression. It was not until the 9th wave that the ruler glow shot out and merged into it that the situation in the sky temporarily stabilized. In the stands, numerous gazes were filled with nervousness as they looked at the two huge balls of energy that were emitting intense energy fluctuations in the sky. In their hearts, they all faintly felt a sense of uneasiness. At this moment, everyone present was sweating profusely for the battle between the two. On the elders' seats, Xiao Mingyuan frowned as his pair of old eyes stared fixedly at Xiao Yan on the stage. His breathing could not help but become slightly hurried. Xiao Yuheng, who was beside him, also had the same expectation in his heart. Even Xiao Jinghong was slowly clenching his fists as he muttered in his heart, "Little guy, you can't lose no matter what." Looking at the current battleground, it was likely that only Xiao Dingtian was looking forward to Xiao Yan's defeat. First Elder Xiao Zhen frowned slightly as he looked at the two vast and mighty energies that were colliding intensely in the arena. A moment later, he seemed to have sensed something. He flicked his finger gently, and a tiny ray of light immediately shot out. It entered the void in front of him. At the same time, Xiao Yan, who had a grave expression on his face, stabbed the heavy Xian ruler into the ground beside him. He gently exhaled as a solemn expression gradually surfaced on his face. With a thought, the remaining Genesis Qi in his body began to frantically circulate. However, just as the two of them moved, the majestic ruler glow in the sky, which was contending with the huge dragon, suddenly exploded with a bang. An unusually wild and violent energy immediately spread across the sky. Soon after, a shocking energy storm rapidly spread. Even though they were very far away, everyone present could still clearly sense the terror within it. Once the energy storm swept out, it was likely that there would be very few of them who would be able to survive if they were affected by it. Clang! At this critical moment, a tremendous energy barrier suddenly condensed in the sky above the huge battle arena. It was like a huge bowl that enveloped the entire battle arena. No matter how powerful the energy shockwaves were, they were unable to shake it in the slightest. Seeing this scene, the fear that had been forced to the back of everyone's throat was finally able to recover. Ugh! After being struck by the energy shockwaves, Xiao Yan's chest suddenly sank. A mouthful of blood involuntarily spurted out from his mouth, and his feet involuntarily retreated half a step. He clenched his teeth and barely stabilized his body. Lifting his head, he saw that Xiao Feng was not much better off than him. Xiao Feng's face was as pale as paper, but his expression was still as crazy and passionate as before. This battle could be said to be a satisfying one. The ruler glow was broken and the wind dragon scattered. However, the remaining strength on the long spear was still powerful. At this moment, there was no longer any obstruction. It carried an overwhelming victory as it once again charged toward Xiao Yan. It was also at this moment that the corner of Xiao Yan's mouth was slowly lifted into a smile. At the same time he lifted his eyes, they were similarly filled with a wild beast-like violent expression. Xiao Yan's gaze stared intently at the long spear that was shot over like a star arrow. He slowly raised both of his hands. As the final seal was formed, a hand seal that contained a powerful energy slowly took shape between his hands.